Good morning, friends and traders. Welcome to TopstepTV, the most watched, the most trusted, the most revered, the greatest ever futures live trading stream out there. This is the opening call for Thursday, May 8th, 2025. We've got John the Goat Hoagland. I'm JD. We got Coach Ray, head coach of the Mindset Hunters, Topstep TV or Topstep VIP. Guys, we are off to start this morning. We've got the opening range trade in gold working right now. We're looking at a 1 minute opening range. Looks like we're going to be pushing through to a 3 minute opening range. Let me widen out these charts for you just a little bit. These are 1 minute candles we're looking at. We've got our stops to enter above and below the market right now. We're working a buy stop to enter 33.5860 and a stop to enter below 33.5630. No breakout of the 1 minute opening range yet, but I will keep you apprised of that situation. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Hoag. Good morning, Coach Ray. How are we feeling today? We had lots of action overnight. Stocks up, gold down, news coming out of Europe, trade deals, a nothing bomb from the Fed. How are we feeling this morning? Mr. Hoagland.
Well, a lot of news.
Let's start with you.
I feel good. I think there's, after the Fed FOMC meeting and the presser yesterday, there's one uncertainty that's off the table now. The stocks are appreciating that. There's also a little bit more news out there. We're getting our first shot across the bow in the favor of bears in gold. I'm looking forward to showing everybody that on the charts here, but I'm feeling good, feeling ready, good to go. Ray, how you doing, man?
Absolutely, yeah, raring to go here. I'm thankful that the FOMC has passed us and we can actually look at a market that's going to behave a little bit more sensibly. So yeah, excited to look at the market, see what we can find.
Well, guys, we just got triggered into a long in gold. We were working 5 micros. The micros seem to be working out nicely the last couple days. So we've got a CYA in down at 33.54.80. House count long 5 micro gold 33.58.80 for the people in the back. We've got some pretty short overnight inventory. How are we feeling about this long position in gold right now? Do we think overnight inventory is going to balance out, or are we just waiting for equities to open and get more follow through to the downside later? What seems to be the consensus out there?
I mean, it's gap rules. If we can't close the session gap, which would take us all the way back up to the regular trading hour session gap, would close at 33.83.30. We can't close that gap relatively early. You know the rule. We look for opportunities in the direction of the gap, which would have us looking for shorts. But I do like the idea that we have some pretty deep overnight inventory that is short. And anything can happen, we do have a shot across the bow in the favor of bears. Again, we'll take a look at that in the charts shortly. But right now, a short term kind of see money, take money, move to the upside doesn't seem like a bad idea.
I like it.
I agree. I agree. I'd like to see the market maybe kind of fill out this kind of volume profile here on the right hand side that I have in the visible range. Feel like that would make the kind of profile look a little bit more balanced. So yeah, I think we could spend some time up here.
And that point of control ray on there is what, 94.5?
Yeah, just maybe slightly a little high. It's a visible range volume profile. So
sure.
This one out here on the right is visible range. But yeah, that 94.5 does look like the correct number.
All right. Well, that would be tasty for 5 micros.
Yeah.
Yes, it would. And because we're trading 5 micros right now, we were able to expand our risk a little bit to a nice point of invalidation down here at 33.54.80 and only taking $200 worth of risk on it. So we're giving this trade a little more room to breathe than we normally would instead of going real tight right at the bottom or just below the bottom of the opening range. We're going just a little bit deeper. So micros afford you a little more room for risk when you're looking for a runner.
Looking good.
Well, I just saw a 260 lot pop up in the micros too. Just above our entry price. As far as the economic calendar for today goes, we've got jobless claims out at 7:30 a.m. Central Time. Those would be the jobless claims. My inner Hoagland just came out, and I said jobless claims. 7:30 a.m. Central Time, and then we got productivity and cost coming out at 7:30 a.m. Central Time too. So 2 numbers coming up at the bottom of the hour, just about 4 minutes from now. Later on this morning, wholesale inventories at 9 a.m. Central Time. The EIA natural gas report 9:30 a.m. Central Time. We've got a 30-year bond auction at noon. Make sure you are aware of that as the noon hour approaches. Sometimes these bond auctions can create some volatility in the equities markets. And then Fed balance sheet, 3:30 p.m. Central Time. We're finishing out the week tomorrow with an entire slew of talking Feds. No real numbers on the docket except for everyone's favorite Baker Hughes rig count at 12 o'clock p.m. Central Time. Other than that, we've got close to 10 Fed speakers sprinkled in throughout the day. So tomorrow will be Fed Speak Day. Again, a couple 7:30 numbers. Talking Feds. Again, a couple 7:30 numbers coming up. We're going to hold this trade in gold. We know what our risk is. We are perfectly prepared for a couple ticks of slippage on the downside. Max risk would probably be about $250 on this trade, which I'm totally cool with right now.
Yep.
Right now we're on the right side. We got a couple tickies into it.
Yeah, looks
we'll
nice.
See how that plays out. Yep.
I see the first resistance zone based on price structure here around 32.72, but that's the first area that I see that could potentially work against this trade.
32.72?
33.72. Sorry,
that's
what I meant to say.
Mark these levels down on your charts too, folks. 33.72, and Hoag called out 33.83. That would be a gap fill, overnight gap fill. $20 away.
Regular trading hour session. I mean, it did continue to push to the downside after the regular trading hours. So if you're going to include that, I think we've right up around 71.20. So there's that 72 number again that Ray was just talking about. We got a lot of earnings out today. Nothing really impactful. We had Anheuser-Busch beating on earnings per share, but missing on revenues. Shopify beating on revenues. ConocoPhillips beating on one or the other. Monster and Coinbase after the close. But again, another long list. Probably not going to be hugely impactful. Just a few of my favorites there, just mentioning those. All right. You've got just under 2 minutes here for the jobless claims coming out here.
Thank you. Yep. Just a reminder. I know you're looking at my charts. We are in an opening range trade in gold. We're long gold. We're counter trend to the move overnight, but that is okay. We got a few ticks into this trade right now. We have our risk securely planted, and we're going to hold it through the 7:30 number. Jobless claims. Yesterday, Jerome Powell was speaking. Initial jobless claims. He spoke about the strength of the job market, the U.S. job market, and the U.S. economy. He sort of dusted off the fears and concerns of households here in the U.S., mainly tariffs, because the data out there just isn't representing some of the concerns of U.S. citizens right now. So they kind of kicked the can down the road. But the Fed did say that they are fully prepared to pivot once the data starts catching up, if it ever does. We'll see what happens with this claims number. This could be an early leading indicator.
Non-farm productivity lower than expected. Lower than expected initial jobless claims or higher than expected initial jobless claims as well. They were expecting a drop from 241,000 to 231,000. This time it came out 228,000. So a little bit lower. That's good. Continuing jobless claims, where they were looking for 1,890,000. That came out 1,879,000. So overall, I think that those are pretty good numbers for employment at this time. Productivity and costs. Productivity down 0.8%. They were looking for down 0.4%, and unit labor costs rose from 2% to up 5.75%, 0.4% higher than expected.
Okay, that's pretty much in line with what Powell was saying yesterday. So
I concur.
No curveballs, no bombs. We got talks of a trade deal in Europe happening this morning. I'll speak a little more on that in just a minute. I was just reading about it before we got in here. And we still got a couple tickies into this trade.
Nice.
Good news. Looks like good news for gold, right? Here we go.
Yeah.
So far.
ACH.
Anything can happen.
Yep.
See if we can put in a new high right here.
Close this gap, and I'll show you why in the charts.
Awesome. Before we get into charts, overnight, we got markets in Asia trading higher. We got the Shanghai Composite up 2.8% and closed higher. Markets in Asia closed higher. Shanghai Composite closed up 0.28%, Nikkei up 0.41%, Hang Seng Index up 0.37%. Markets in Europe currently trading a little bit higher this morning. The FTSE's up 0.22%, the DAX is up 0.109%, and the CAC is up 1.1%. U.S. dollar index up marginally, sitting at 100 even. U.S. dollar index 100 even. The VIX 2259 down about 4%, and the yield on the 10-year Treasury note 4.31%, up just about a quarter, or 0.1%. Seeing a little selling coming in for this gold trade right now. We're right back to our entry price. Again, Fed kept rates steady yesterday, 4.25. They're keeping the rate between 4.25 and 4.5% for the time being. Again, as Jerome Powell indicated, Fed Chair Jerome Powell, they're waiting for more data before they make any type of decision, but the Fed is ready to pivot on a dime when that data starts coming in, if that data ever starts coming in. Everything is still looking fine according to the data that they have right now. Job market is good. U.S. economy looks strong for the time being, but they are aware of the fears and concerns of some U.S. citizens, households in the United States, tariffs. They see Americans, sort of starting to hunker down. I won't say being stingy, but starting to pull back on their spending just a little bit, which can raise, inflation fears. But the Fed is fully aware of it, and they're just waiting for more data. That's basically what they said yesterday. No decisions to be made right now. They're in no hurry to make any decisions either. A lot of analysts out there calling for two, possibly even three rate cuts by the end of the year, but Powell didn't really hint to any of that yesterday during his testimony or during his Q&A. More selling coming into gold right now. We're about right mid-range of our opening range. Looking a little weak. Again, this was a counter trend trade to last night. Overnight inventory was short. We're opening with a gap. We opened with a gap lower. Didn't really see that overnight inventory balance out. Low risk trade. Only taking $200 of risk on this opening range trade. We'll continue to let it play out. As far as trade deal, this is a quote. The agreement with the United Kingdom is a full and comprehensive one that will cement the relationship between the United States and the United Kingdom for many years to come, Trump said in a post on his Truth Social platform on Thursday. Because of our longtime history and allegiance together, it is a great honor to have the United Kingdom as our first announcement. Many other deals, which are in serious stages of negotiation, to follow. That came from the New York Times, a quote directly from President Trump. So trade deals are starting to be made. The markets took it seriously last night. You saw stock index futures spiked overnight. Gold is down overnight. We're going to learn more about that in the charts in just a second. We're going to take a look at that opening range trade in crude oil at the top of the hour, 8 o'clock a.m. Central Time. We'll be looking at crude oil. Until then, Coach Hoag, Coach Ray, show us the charts, if you please.
All right. So I'm going to start with gold this morning because we've really got our one of our first shots across the bow in the favor of bears in gold. And, you know, we've got the all-time high that occurred a couple of weeks ago, occurred in the overnight session, right? The extended trading hour session. That's typically not going to be a lasting high. But we did have the weekly high here at 34.30, the weekly kickoff high at 34.36 even. Market has stumbled at that level. How bad did it stumble? What are the nuances telling us? Ray, is there something on this daily chart that sticks out to you?
Yeah, I just see that it seems like we kind of formed a little bit of a double top here. I see a double top kind of forming. We have kind of a 3-bar reversal pattern that's kind of developing here on the edge, on the right edge here. So yeah, I do see that there's, I guess, the first kind of real shot for the bears to maybe take this market lower.
All right. So what did we do as far as open interest yesterday? So we pulled off that weekly kickoff high and we lost 8,000 in open interest. That would be long liquidation. Take a look on the 30-minute chart. This is where the cool thing is. All right. So I heard a lot of people talking about the idea that they're thinking this was a blow off top. Now, this was what, on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday? This was Tuesday. We opened with a gap. We pushed higher. We put in, we continued to push to the upside till the end of the day. Then on the open that night, we opened and just cracked. Okay, potential blow off top. Yes. We have to remember, though, that we have an all-time high in extended trading hours. Those tend not to be lasting highs. This blow off top also occurred in extended trading hours. So there's the nuance that says those may not be lasting highs. However, we have a 2-day island top. All right. So we gapped up Tuesday, Wednesday. Today's Thursday, right? Yes, today is Thursday. So we gapped from Monday to Tuesday. Wednesday, we held up there. Now we're gapping lower. If we can't close the regular trading hour session gap, this is going to end up being a 2-day island top. If you remember a while back, we saw one, I think it was in crude oil, that paid off relatively handsomely, if I remember right. So we've got the gap up, we've got the gap down. So now take a look at this on the regular trading hour chart. It's gonna be a lot more clear. So here we go. Gap up, 2 days of range. Now we're gapping lower. Where are we now? 33.59. 33.59. So we are going to be opening with a gap below regular trading hours. Okay, this does include all the way till the extended trading hour range. Regular trading hour range again. We're looking at all the way up at 33.83 half. So if we can't close this gap, that's going to create the island top, and that is one pretty good, pretty serious reversal pattern. Price did move up to it, leaving this up here and then leaving that gap. We've been talking, Ray, that there's so much weak structure down below in this market. There's gaps, there's naked points of control. This move was very strong, but did leave weaknesses in structure. Ray, how do you feel about all this?
Yeah, I think I agree 100%. I mean, I think this is the real first opportunity that we actually have seen for the bears to really make some headway in this market. I do see this 32.72 level as kind of this prior area of structure. I do also see that area that you had mentioned, this area that has not been filled above, kind of I identified here in red. If I have my charts, I don't know if that's really very visible there right now, but and then we, like I said, that 32.72 level really for me is kind of the first, area that, potentially sellers can step in. And then we obviously have that point of control that you highlighted earlier at 33.93 or 33.95. That could be also another nice location for participating in this to the downside.
Right. Yeah. So if we go back on my charts a little bit here, we are seeing some pretty good inventory adjustment going on here. The market opened, got a little bit too long, a little bit too short in a short time frame, and we're seeing those overnight inventory shorts getting a little bit nervous now. Why would they be nervous, Ray? It's not like gold hasn't been screaming to the upside for 6 months now. Well, let's call it 4 months now. So I can see why these overnight inventory traders are getting nervous. So we're looking at gap rules. If we can't close the gap to the regular trading hour session range, again, that's up around 33.82 and change, then we start to look for opportunities in the direction of the gap, because that will create the island top. Now, anything can happen, folks. Anything can happen. And, this thing could just recover and could close this gap and then continue the move to the upside. Of course, if there's any news or anything that changes that, there could be some serious moves. I understand now that the president is going to be speaking at 9 a.m. Central Time regarding a new deal. We don't know if that's the deal with the UK or if it's with somebody else. We know that we're going to be meeting with China over the weekend, so everything is looking good as far as tariff deals are concerned. Stocks are already liking it. Gold already looking like a potential reversal pattern in play. So, all right, let's go to the equities now. Let's go to the S&Ps. What do you think, Ray?
S&Ps, in general, equities have been relatively strong since the news. We're starting to see a little bit of weakness here of late, but once we got that FOMC statement, we rallied pretty strong to the upside. Right now, we're showing a little bit of weakness here on the 15-minute chart, but I think, I think there's probably an area maybe here below us here around 56.60 that could offer us maybe an opportunity, maybe to the upside. Again, I think a lot of it is going to be news driven, depending on the results of some of these news events that we are seeing or we're about to have here over the next day or so.
Yeah, when you look at the range for this week, except for a little look below it yesterday, we're still inside the extended trading hour range from Friday. So the market's really been just kind of idling here, waiting for new information. Did it get the information it's looking for? It seems to be, giving a look at the upper extreme of the range from last week and last Friday. But we're not really seeing any real directional activity. And we lost about 9,500 in open interest yesterday. I think we'll probably get a better picture of what direction that came from, if we are going to be able to get a good picture of it on the 30-minute chart. So last week's high is in play today. If we can take that out, I think that's the next barrier for a potential continuation move. Monitor for continuation, of course, back up near 58.30, which is the weekly kickoff high. which would be the next level I would look for longer time frame traders to adjust inventory. So volume was pretty good yesterday. Of course, it was a volatile afternoon, lots going on. But again, at least for now, the rates are the uncertainty about rates, if there was any. I mean, we were pretty sure there was going to be no rate cut yesterday, right? Is now behind us. So let's take a look at this on the 30-minute chart. Get over here. Get out of here. All right. So if we were going to be able to tell what direction the open interest came off on, was it short covering? Was it long liquidation? Doesn't seem to be much of any real direction other than the fact that we settled higher. Would that be short covering? Perhaps. Overnight inventory, long, reconciling. Gap rules apply. Okay, if we can't close the gap, the session gap to 56.75, then we start to look for opportunities for longs. But already the overnight inventory is weenieing out here. Now, there are a couple of points of control that were checked in the overnight session. I like to see them checked in the regular trading hour session. Janae, I saw your question in the chat. Maybe at some point this morning, we'll be able to kind of discuss what points of control are for you. And basically just overnight inventories long, can't close the gap. We start looking for opportunities in the direction of the gap. Can't forget the president's going to be speaking at 9 o'clock and anything can happen. Ray, your thoughts?
Yeah, I see this kind of magnet, I guess, to point of control. I think you were kind of alluding to that already. I'm seeing this visible range here. On my visible range profile, I have 56.47. That's kind of leading me to consider that. Kind of looks like I'm going to have to adjust my chart here a second. Give me a sec, guys.
Yeah, take your time.
All right. I think you got the right chart now. Yeah, so this 56.44 level does seem to be an area that maybe price wants to revisit at some point during the next couple of days. This area 56.46 would be an area that I would be interested in, maybe for a potential opportunity to the long side. So that's kind of what and I guess you could also, it offers us maybe a little bit of a scalp opportunity, maybe down to that level. Okay, that would be kind of another kind of opportunity that I would entertain. I'm seeing the ADX indicator indicating that there's a fair amount of strength to this downside move that we're seeing currently in the ES. So I would say that the target is probably around 56.45 before we see any sort of change in direction.
Awesome, Ray. So keep this on Ray's chart for a second. So Janae, the volume point of control on the visible range volume profile that is on Ray's chart right now is that red line. That red line is what, 56.44 approximately, Ray?
Yeah, 56.45.
Okay.
I have 56.45, but yeah, in that range.
Okay, 45. So Janae, that is for what is on Ray's chart. That is the single price that has the most volume. It's the most popular as far as volume is concerned. TPO points of control are what's most popular over time. So when we see a naked point of control or we see a high volume node similar to what Ray is looking at there, it's been a popular price. Are we going to go back to where it's popular, or are we going to leave that area and seek new levels to facilitate trade? Janae, I hope that helps. All right, let's move on to the NASDAQ. Yikes. Gives me palpitations. All right, so very similar. We're still inside Friday's range. Looked below it yesterday, rejected below that. So we're kind of in a 3-4 day range here. Last week's high looks like a level where things might change a little bit. And of course, any news, anything like that, anything the president says, and all bets are off. So what are the nuances telling you here, Ray?
Yeah, I'm seeing the market kind of firm up here a little bit. I do see that there's 20,400, 20,450 level on the daily could offer some resistance in price. Why do I say that? Because I see that the price reacted away from it of late here. So we're still on my ES chart. Let's see. Sorry, guys.
All right, Ray.
There I am.
Don't be tardy
Okay. Yeah. So again, similar to what I was saying earlier. Is this in queue? Yeah. So similar to what I was saying earlier with the ES, again, we're seeing a little bit of structure here that is kind of leading us to believe that there's a fair amount of strength to the downside in this market. Again, I have this point of control that we alluded to. The area that's generated the price has generated the most volume here around 19,900. I know it's a fair amount of distance away, but these kind of areas kind of serve as kind of a magnet to price in many ways. So that's kind of the area that I'll be looking at, I guess, for a real solid buy area.
All right. Thank you, Ray. If we can go on my charts now, yeah, as far as overnight inventory is concerned, we're pretty long. Started to peel off a little bit, but we did see some buyers coming in. Where? Overnight VWAP. And it is tilted higher. The trend is to the upside from the overnight session. Again, if we can't close the gap relatively early, yes, I know that is a subjective term, but trading is as much art, if not more art, than science. To close the session gap, we got to get down to 20,053 half. We do have a couple of naked points of control to recheck in regular trading hour session. So, as long as nothing bad happens, these markets have a tendency to continue to grind higher. What do? We added 2,000 in open interest yesterday, which is very difficult to distinguish any kind of direction where that new open interest came in. But again, if we can't close the gap relatively early, then we could see this market continue to try and resolve to the upside. Last week's high in the S&P and in the NASDAQ, I'm kind of viewing as somewhat pivotal. If we can take out last week's high with any time or volume participation or momentum, then I think we could see prices heading towards the weekly kickoff highs. And again, the weekly kickoff high in the NASDAQ, 20,530, weekly kickoff high in the S&P's 5830. Let's take a look at crude oil, and we will be just in time for the crude oil opening range trade. All right. So, Ray, crude rolls every month. Are we just getting into our rollover range, and that's what we're going to do now?
That's what it feels like. I mean, we kind of continuing to develop a little bit of range here at the bottom end of the range. The market, as you know, the crude oil market has been kind of weak of late, and now is kind of formed this area here of range. I'm trying to kind of firm up my chart here. Area of range here on the bottom. Okay. So yeah, I think right now this might be just a kind of rollover time frame, and people are just trying to position themselves for that rollover.
All right. Hey guys, just a heads up, we got stopped out of our gold trade. We're seeing some real volatility in the markets early on this morning. NQ's recovered almost all of that early dip, and gold reacted in kind with some decent selling coming in. So house count down 217 to start the morning. We had about 1.5 hour into this trade. Never adjusted our CYA, which is fine. We're expecting more of a long-term move on that trade. But, man, it just turned on a dime and came and ran out some stops. We still see equities rallying right now. So
the power.
Headline risk is on today. Headline risk is on.
The power of the island top.
Yeah, right?
Like Skull Island up there. Stay away. Stay away. All right. Back to the charts here in crude. I'm just going to take a quick look through the 30-minute chart here, see what we're looking for as far as any overnight inventory is concerned. Yes, overnight inventory is long. Boom. Already seeing some reconciliation of all those longs prior to the open here. The initial balance high from yesterday, which is the high of the range, was also the high of the opening range yesterday in crude oil. 59.20 looks to be a little bit sticky or resistant to upside momentum here. This could be an interesting opportunity for us. I'm going to take this late spike off of here because it's been run through enough. So we're going to take that off. Overnight inventory long, inside range, inside value. This platform has yesterday's volume point of control at 58.93. We're right at it. We're at the fairest price volume wise yesterday. I am not in a hurry to do anything here. Ray, are you?
No, it seems to be very much in a very much of a balanced area. So really not giving us any indication as to what direction they want to take this. You can see here we're right smack in the middle of our visible value range here on the right on top of point of control. Well, what happens when we get fair price? Well, we're trying to collect as much of that as we can, right? Everybody wants a good price, right? So we're most likely, if we're going to be looking for a move, this is not necessarily the area that we want to be in order for that to happen. So, this is something that we probably need to sit on our hands, wait for some more information in the markets. Probably doesn't make for a very good opening range opportunity.
Yeah. Well, Ray, I like what you said about, everybody wants to get a good price, right? And if that point of control that you're looking at on your visible range chart is the fair price, then why would we want to trade there? I don't want to trade there. I want to trade in an unfair price.
Exactly. We want to be in a place that's going to where price moves, where price is going to potentially trend, and in an area where there's fair price. Well, what are we trying to do? We're trying to collect as much, and we're getting even kind of transactions both on the buy and the sell side. People are happy here. There's no motivation to do much of anything.
Hmm. Yep. All right. So. Thank you, Ray. Any other comments on any of the charts that we've looked at today?
No, again, kind of interesting. I think like we've mentioned already. I mean, there's this kind of seems to be a kind of a news-driven market. So be on the lookout for those kind of news events that could cause things. That's going to cause us to be a little bit on the edge here, I guess, a little bit. Given that kind of newsline risk. But again, I think we can continue to wait for good levels, and I think we should be fine.
Awesome. Thank you, Ray. JD, I got a little bit of news here for crude before the opening range trade here. Do you want me to kind of talk about it? It's just a little quip here.
Absolutely. Let's hit it. Thank you, Hoag.
So, we're seeing oil prices rise today, obviously. A lot of that is supported by hopes that upcoming talks between the U.S. and China will lead to a deal between the two largest crude consumers in the world. So you get to Treasury Secretary Bessent will meet with China's top economic official over the weekend in Switzerland. Well, I guess it's a kind of a neutral area there, right? For negotiations over a trade war that is disrupting the global economy. Gold prices continue to edge lower. Don't fight the island top, folks. Don't fight the island top. All right, JD, what are we looking at here?
Got the 1 minute chart up in crude oil. We'll be looking at that opening range trade in just a couple of minutes. Yeah, don't fight the island top, that's for sure, Hoag. We took that counter trend trade in gold. It was looking great for a few minutes as stocks were dumping, but then everything just reversed right in our faces.
Cool.
Yep.
Cool.
Stocks were going straight down.
I love you.
Yeah. Stocks were going straight down. Gold was going straight up. You blinked, and stocks were going straight up, and gold was going straight down. So it happens that fast. Headline risk is on today, folks. Keep an eye on the news. We should be... I think we're going to see some volatility today. We've got the president coming out at 9 o'clock a.m. Central Time talking about that U.S.-UK trade deal. So a lot on the docket today. Expect a tape bomb or two. I will be, at least. But we got about 2 minutes. 2 minutes to the opening range trade in crude. Again, the 1 minute opening range trade. Opening range breakout. Official regular trading hours for crude oil, 8 o'clock a.m. Central Time is the opening bell.
Well, just over a minute till that comes. JD, for the last two sessions, the opening range has remained either the low 2 days ago and the high yesterday.
Yeah, I don't even remember why we got out of that. Did we get out of the trade yesterday just because everything else was choppy and we were in a see profit take profit type of environment. We call that sort of before we put the trade on. Is this a see profit, take profit trade? And I think we agreed yes that it was. So we got out at 2-to-1 R, and it turned out to be a pretty excellent trade.
Yeah, there was no real overnight inventory yet late yesterday coming in. I mean, it opened right at settlement from the previous day. What was coming out yesterday? Let me take a look. Yesterday.
I want to say we got out of that trade before. Oh no, we got into the trade right after we got off the opening call. Right as we were exiting the opening call, we got triggered into the trade, and I think we got out before the equity opened. So we weren't in it that long, just a couple of minutes.
No, major, no numbers came out at 7 o'clock yesterday. Nothing at 8 o'clock. It wasn't until 10:30 or 9:30 Central Time. The crude oil inventories. I wonder.
Right.
We lennied it, I guess. I don't know. I don't remember why we got out of that trade so quick yesterday. We were just
had a good
looking
reason.
for 2-to-1.
Yeah. I remember we had a good reason. I think just because it was chopping all around. There was a lot there's a lot of uncertainty around.
The 10 o'clock bar came all the way back to the top of the opening range, didn't take out the high of it, and then it just fell apart after that. All the way back up to the opening range, and then fell apart.
Crude is open for business right now. We've got a 16-tick wide opening range so far. We will play the breakout.
Yeah.
Got our stop down or below.
Hoping it breaks to the downside.
Yeah, it feels that way.
Got a kind of a potential repair day.
Yeah. Well, we've got our stops to enter above and below. 58.96 above, 58.78 below. Just one lots. Yeah, 16 tick wide opening range. So we'll be risking about another 20 ticks on this trade also.
Yeah, we went 2 for 2 yesterday, didn't we?
We did, yeah. Took a while for crude oil to break out. We were working those orders for a good 20 minutes before we broke out of the 1 minute opening range.
Well, that was probably a function of the news that was impending in the crude oil, right? We had EIA yesterday, so nobody wanted to necessarily get in front of that until they had a feel for it. So yeah, that's understandable, I guess.
Yeah. Here we are smack dab in the middle of the range right now. Right on top of that 58.88 level, which is yesterday's value area high.
And yes, smack dab is an industry term.
Smack dab.
Very technical.
Bullseye.
That ass high, that ass low, and smack dab.
Smack dab. I'm going to relabel all of our levels.
Could it be something that we be? I was going to say that 59 seems to be kind of screaming out at me. Could it be something that we're bullish above 59, bearish below 59? Could that be something that could come in play here?
The IB high,
like a line in the sand.
Yeah,
high of the opening range yesterday, and the IB high yesterday was 59.20. I don't hate that idea, Ray.
Yeah.
Got tilt 59% short in crude right now, trading around the lower end of the opening range, sort of. Hoag really wants a short signal. I think we might get it if it misses us by a tick. There we go.
Coach Vince, long gold 33.55.
Vince is long gold, huh? Where are we at on that?
Value low from today, Vince?
Gold just kind of ripping back.
Yeah.
Gold ripping back. Looks like
Took
we
out
were
your stop.
liquidity. Well, our stop was all the way up at 33.55 or 33.54.90. Put in a low of 33.52.60. So, I mean, it ran through us pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wouldn't have mattered how deep we put that stop. It would have run us down.
Always seems to.
Mm-hmm. Equities haven't quite sold back off yet. Is gold our leader today? Is gold our leading indicator today? Or the equities? Who's leading who? We'll get more context behind that as the day goes on, but they're definitely working inversely. As
Yes.
equities go up, gold is going down. There's a relationship there the last couple of weeks. Correlation, I should say.
Yeah.
Not so much a relationship.
Gold has typically been one of the best stores of value when things aren't going well. Hence the inverse relationship lately.
Yep. Here we are again
Rarely
in
does it.
crude smack dab in the middle. Smack
Smack dab in the
dab.
middle.
We make it a long trigger here. We tried the lower end of the opening range. Now we're testing the higher end of the opening range. We are technically trading a 5-minute opening range at this point. We have exhausted 5 minutes of trade without breaking out of the opening range. So you may technically call this a 5-minute ORB breakout, opening range breakout. Still waiting, watching, judging.
It's like, well, we're waiting. There we go.
And we're in 58.97 long 1 crude oil. House account long 1 crude 58.97.
A little slippage on that, huh?
What was our high of the opening range? Yeah, 1 tick of slippage. 1 tick of slippage. We were working 96s.
All right. Where you putting the order that shall not be named?
Down below, new lows, 58.77.
20.
See another level of invalidation.
I see kind of 58.65, 58.64. That's kind of below some structure here on the 15-minute, but that might be a little bit rich on the risk side. But
it's pretty deep.
I do see a little bit of structure. I do see a little bit of price structure there that could offer us maybe a little bit of a fence against.
I can definitely see that as a target. I see exactly what you're looking at. Definitely a target to the downside.
2 ticks outside the opening range isn't enough. You got to give it a few more tickies.
A couple more tickies. All right. We're down by overnight VWAP 58.71. Overnight VWAP. Got our stop just
a little demand zone that's been created from 58.80 down to 58.60. Little demand zone. So that should support your. If this is going to play out the way we would like, that area should hold.
Love to see some follow through immediately.
Yeah.
Yesterday was great. It gave us, we knew immediately that we were in a good trade in crude oil because it just kept going in our direction and it didn't stop.
Excellent.
It took a while to get going, but once it was going, it was gone.
Yeah. It starts chopping around like this. Makes me nervous. Makes my palms sweat. It does run out of gas, and crude will just sit there, taunt you.
No pun intended.
Yep.
Run out of gas.
Go away, or I
apropos.
shall taunt you a second time.
All right, folks. We got the Fast Markets crew coming up in just a little bit, but how about a like and a subscribe for your opening call crew? Thanks for joining us so early this morning.
Yeah, absolutely.
Always great to see all you lovelies in the chat joining us for a couple of opening range trades before the equities open. Getting everyone involved.
JD, you know who we have coming today?
What do we got?
We have Robin Dane coming today. She's going to be with us at 1:15. She is a peak performance coach, 38 years of coaching traders, an active trader. She I haven't met her yet, but we've had some conversation on email, and she just sounds fantastic. She's going to be with us for 45 minutes. We're going to post a link to ask questions of Robin, and get your questions in. It's going to be a great session. She's got a really cool website. You can even like do an emotional trading test. What condition is your trading mindset on her website? We're going to talk about all this later, but I'm very excited about it. I always get excited about having these folks on and provide some great stuff for traders everywhere. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, awesome. Looking forward to that. That's going to be at what time is that? 1:00 Central Time.
Right after Top Quiz.
Yes.
So about 1:15.
1:15 p.m. Central Time. Again, we'll post the question form in the chat for you guys if you have a question for Robin Dane. Take some time.
Well, your crude oil looking
pretty good one. Yeah, we got a nice ripping crude going.
Yeah. You can get above that 59.20 level.
Stopped right at 59.20, didn't it?
Let's go.
Yeah, if we can get
our high of the day overnight high 59.26. Let's see a push above there. 59.20 was our exact, or 59.22 is our 1-to-1 R. So far, it looks like we caught the right side of this. Again, Hoag said the last two trading days, opening range is held as the high or the low for the session in crude oil. Love to see the same thing happen again today.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's a 1-minute opening range we look at, too. 1-minute opening range is held as the high or the low for the session in crude oil. We are on the right side of this one so far. Hopefully, we continue to get that follow through. For the rest of the day, what do we got coming in, Hoag? Fast Market's coming up next. We got Jack Hoag, Coach Dakota, and Baron P. Baron P's coming off a little bit of a stinger in the markets, but that's okay. We're going to help him turn it around live here on TopstepTV. Hoag will be here for the morning recap at 11 o'clock Central Time, just after Fast Markets, as usual. Then I'll be joining Andre and Doom in our Rising Star segment. Doom is back. This guy's an incredible trader. Can't wait to have him on again. And Marie and Deanna, I'll be joining them for Lunchbox Trading, 12 o'clock Central Time. We already mentioned Top Quiz and Hoag's interview with Robin Dane, high performance trading coach. Again, we'll be dropping that question form in the chat later on this morning, probably in the next hour or so. We might even have it ready now. I don't know. I don't want to do that. Never mind. When we post it, we'll let you know. So get your questions ready. And then we're closing out the day in Power Hour with Andre, Gabe, and Quasi. Quasi is back. New fan favorite around here. So, plenty of tradertainment coming your way today. Make sure you stick around. House account long, crude oil. And we're still looking pretty good here. We got about 2 minutes left together here before we make way for our Fast Markets counterparts. Any words of wisdom going into the trading day today? Lots happening today. We got the president coming out in 45 minutes. We got headlines already shooting all over the place. These markets are volatile. Things are moving around. How do we handle
Yeah,
it?
I would say, I mean, the word of wisdom again, I think, is stay true to your process and the equity will come. I think oftentimes traders are too focused on the equity and that gets them into a little bit of trouble, but stay true to your process, wait for your edge, wait for your trade to come to you. And that often leads to the best trade and it leads to the equity that we all desire. So that's
Thank
my
you,
word
Ray.
of wisdom.
Yeah, guys, chat. Andre is back. Andre's home. Our guy.
Mm-hmm.
He'll be here in just a few minutes. People, the same like 25 people have been asking all week long, every morning. Where's Andre? Where did Andre go? Guys, we're
Where's
human
Andre?
beings, and we need to take breaks just like everybody else. It's
Oh,
not
yeah,
easy sitting
absolutely.
here talking at a wall with a camera attached to it all day long. It becomes exhausting.
You're assuming we're human beings.
I assure you, we are not AI generated.
Yeah. With
Flesh and blood,
you know,
skin and bone.
news headlines, tweets flying all over the place. Make sure you don't get hit in the head by one. Take a deep breath. Stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. Pray for peace. Have a great trading day. Trade well. Looking forward to having another great day.
Thank you, Hoag. Thank you, Coach Ray. All right, house count long, one crude oil, 58.97, going into fast markets. We're going to have the opening bell coming up in just a few minutes. We're going to get out of here and set up that fast markets crew for success. All right, stick around, folks. Plenty of tradertainment coming your way right here on Topstep TV. Let's go.
Why Topstep? Because traders shouldn't have to risk everything to participate in the markets. And since 2012, we've provided capital to over 10,000 futures traders just like you. From the pits in Chicago to screens in over 143 countries, we've been motivated by one simple idea. We don't care who you are or where you learn to trade. If you pass Topstep's trading evaluation, you'll be invited to trade with our capital in a fully funded account. As a Topstep funded trader, you keep 90% of profits and we take the losses. We also offer educational resources for all levels, live classes, and free group coaching from a team with over a century of professional trading experience. We're invested in your success. So what are you waiting for? Ditch the brokerage account, start learning by doing, and become a Topstep funded trader today.
Introducing the all-new Topstep dashboard. It's faster, cleaner, and includes real-time stats and instant XFA activation. Payouts are deducted instantly so you can get back to trading. Bank your resets and use on any active account. Every reset gives you 30 days. No rush, more control. Experience the evolution of Topstep. Join the waitlist today.
Soybeans, meal, oil. You want to buy some soybeans? Soybeans. Who wants soybeans?
Let's get Howard Lutnick's beard in the gate, yo. We got a trade deal.
Wow. Oh, how about that? Yes, we have a trade deal. We will see. Welcome, everybody, Topstep TV. This is Fast Markets. We are going to be open here in about, we are open right now. Who we got in the house? We got number 6 on the big board, Dakota. Jack as well. Let's go straight to Dakota. Thoughts coming into the open, Dakota. What's up, man?
I'm just going to watch this. We're already up. We're pumped today. We're up 1%. We are starting to sell off right now. I'm looking at this nice key level going into this session. It's going to be 118s to 130s. Looks like we tried to break down 135 for a little bit. But, yeah, I mean, yesterday during Power Hour with David Green, we just freaking got smoked to the upsides with just a 200 point rally, slow markets. Everything was going good with Coach Jay. We pumped up again, another 200 points, 300 points overnight. And it's been by the dip mode with headlines flying off. And I don't know. It seems like it's just any moment a headline could move this market 100 or 200 points. So it's just patience, be cautious, and let's see if we could manage some risk today. I'm up 3,600 from last night. Ooh. So traders in the chat, you guys see me come on air when I take losses. I'm paraded in front of everybody sitting here with a $3,000 loss, but now look, plus 3,600.
Well done, Dakota. Well, nice start to this open. I'm throwing Jack here in a second. Let's see what the open's doing. Kind of can't pick a direction right now. Last trade in the ES 5690, NASDAQ 20,160. Gold. House does have a oil trade long one crude from $58.97. Last trade there 59.05. Jack, seeing a little bit of selling here in the ES and NASDAQ as well. Any levels you're looking at that coincide with the options?
Well, we only have a half an hour until Trump speaks, so at least we have it on the calendar today. And it would be unusual to get a bunch of tweets right now. Probably, I don't know, backstage practicing the speech. But they're going to be a trade deal announcement with the UK. I don't think I want to hold a position while Trump is speaking this morning. What do you think about that, Dakota?
I have a lot of opinions on that, Jack.
A lot of opinions.
Let's just
we'll
see.
Give one.
Let's just see what happens. He made a deal with the UK, or he's announced a deal with the UK.
Yeah.
I don't know anymore at this point. I mean, just trade what's in front of us now. I know he did say there was big news. Is that the big news? I don't. It's hard to say. I'm looking to buy dips.
Yeah. Okay. Buy the dips. Dakota, you were looking at a level around 20,118. Last trade 20,124. Throw it to Hoag here. Hoag, opening range. Looks like we're seeing some selling here in the NASDAQ. Dead ass high. What are you seeing over there, Hoag?
Yeah, the opening range in the NASDAQ is the dead ass high. The S&P did break to the upside before taking out the low. We do have a lot of overnight inventory that is holding to the long side. It looks like that overnight inventory is currently unraveling. I'm with Dakota. You know, I'm looking to buy the dip, but going to see if we can find some structure, see if we close the gap in the S&Ps. The gap close, the session gap close would be to 56.75. In the NASDAQ, the session gap close to yesterday's high would be high that spike that Dakota, you caught that real nice yesterday. 20,053.5. There are a couple of visual targets up here in the S&P and in the NASDAQ. Naked points of control, 20,106 quarter, 20,221. They were both checked in the overnight. I prefer to see them checked in the regular trading hour session. Those levels also in the S&Ps. Naked points of control, 57.12, 56.89.75. Let's see if we can close this gap and see if we find buyers there.
Okay. Good stuff. Again,
there is a technical pattern I'm watching, Andre, on an hourly chart. Yeah, here we go. So DBA Concepts dictates that support becomes resistance, resistance becomes support, where you see these highs up here. Where we broke out of these highs last night, so there is a decent chance that if we come back down and test, and then we look for some type of rally. So that's also, this is probably my bigger bigger setup that I'm watching for, a retest of this trend line we just broke.
Sort of
DBA
have the
Concepts.
convergence
Catch me
of
up to
trend
speed.
lines there
Go
as
ahead.
well.
Getting into slow markets,
Um,
man.
If
If you know, you know.
Go ahead,
If
Jack.
we-
Go ahead,
If
Jack.
we go to my chart, I
Bam
also
away into
have,
these.
on this rally, we talked about this yesterday. We got nice trend line here. That would be about 56.70 in the ES. I'm also kind of looking at, we are right now almost to the point. We're 2 points below where the SPX close was on Liberation Day right now. So we've kind of gone full circle with Trump announcing all these tariffs, and now he's going to announce the first deal, and we are exactly to the point where we were when the first announcement came.
How about that?
Make this shit up, Andre.
It all comes full circle, Jack. How about it? Indeed. DBA Concepts, hashtag slow markets. Tune into that. Absolutely. Take a look at gold. Gold's still moving to the upside, 33.74 half. Crude, $59.16. What do we have on the calendar for today? Of course, we have the president expected to announce a trade deal of some sorts with the UK, top of the hour. We also have wholesale inventories coming out at the same time. Besides that, we got 30-year bond auction, high noon Central Time. We'll cross that bridge when we get there, but right now, it's a bit of a holding pattern before the big announcement, the big reveal. Before we get going further, upper left-hand corner of the screen, hashtag fast markets, hashtag power hour. Hit us up at TopstepTV on the X. Let's see all those cool trader station setups. Cool swag, cool trader wins. Love seeing that green on the calendar. And hashtag fast markets, hashtag power hour at TopstepTV on the X.
What time's he supposed to be talking about, or that big reveal? Did we say?
Top of the hour.
9 a.m. Central, I believe.
Yeah.
Okay, so 25 minutes, 24 minutes.
Yes, indeed. Oh, take a look at the tilt. Nothing showing on the tilt. Again, we got the crude oil trade. The house count is along $58.97. A little rusty right now. A little rusty. I'm back midweek. So yeah, after a big FOMC. Jack, catch me up to speed on FOMC. Anything earth-shattering, news breaking?
I wasn't actually. I'm catching up because I've had to leave early this week to take care of some things. But it looks like there was a lot of back and forth volatility. Looks like we sold off right on the announcement. Bought again, sold off again, bought again, sold off again. So kind of a mega range. You were there, Dakota. How did y'all navigate this?
I was there. I'm a witness. I was a witness. It was a whole lot of nothing.
Okay.
Violently unchanged is a good definition. And until we got just like this 200-point tweet straight up, sold off a little bit, and then here we are. 200 points higher again after that. I don't think much came out of it. You've seen. Trump called him a fool, right? Of course.
He's a fool now? Oh, yeah. Pow.
Right?
Some things. Yeah.
It's the boxing match that we're seeing here. Fed versus president, where president's wanting the interest rates to be cut, but the Fed's a little hesitant, watching, data dependent, right?
Yep.
Their dual mandate. Here we are, selling off 113s.
Yes, we are. Seeing some selling here in the ES as well. New lows, 56.79 just printed. NASDAQ, 20,107. Dakota's got an eye on this level right around here. Not taking any trades just yet. Barron is expected to join us soon. We are looking. Maybe we lost him. Barron, where are you? Yes, Barron will be joining Lowry. Hoag.
Oh, Barron.
An upside target for this crude trade. We're just going to trail the stop. How do we want to play this?
Well, it is an opening range trade, and if we were going to do it right, we would just let it play out. Opening range is the dead ass low of the regular trading hour session. Having a lot of trouble up against the IB high from yesterday, 59.20. We've been really focused on that level. More times we hit it, the more I think we're probably going to break out above it. But this would be the third day in a row that the opening range was one extreme or the other in the regular trading hour session range. So if we can take out these 59.20s, I could see Yeah, I mean, big target 60, 64 in naked point of control, way up there. But this looks like it would be a little bit of trouble up here around $59, $80, $60.
Okay.
Market's
Can't pick a
continuing to
direction
sell.
right now. You want to go lower, but the buyers do step in. What do you got, Dakota?
It's selling off a little bit. Not a dramatic panic sell though. We're just
something here on the ES ladder. What do we have here on the ES ladder? Last trade in the ES 56.81. I think I saw a 500 lot way up there at about 100 points higher, 57.72. 500 lot way up there. We'll go get that by the end of the day. We'll find out. What else?
I think we're just sitting and waiting for
Yeah, we
the
are.
next 20 minutes.
How Hoag, how has the market been Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday?
Well,
Equities. I see we're higher, obviously.
If you want to look, if you really want to look at it, look at the daily chart. This is the S&Ps. We have been, in essence, inside of the entire range from last Friday, the entire week. We looked below it yesterday after the FOMC meeting, but we're still inside of that one daily extended trading hour range. We haven't moved.
Yeah, we went up, tested the high. Now we're right, almost right in the middle of it too.
Yeah, smack dab in the middle.
Smack dab.
That's a new industry term we coined today.
I heard, in opening call. What was it? The other industry term you named? What was it? Smush? No, something in there. Yes, we keep renaming. We got a glossary around here. Pinned to the top of the chat. You heard Hoag talking about those levels a few minutes ago. Pin to the top of the chat. Topstep daily levels. We refresh and update those before every New York Open. Make sure to have some real estate on the screen for that. Do one better. Click on the indicators tab, top of Topstep X. Type in Topstep daily levels. And boom, you have them overlaid right there on your charts throughout the day. See a little bit of buying here. Pick a direction. 20,130 last trade. Crude new highs. What's up, Hoop? Crude new highs indeed. 59.36. High print 59.43. Tilt looking pretty 50-50. I guess 71% long in crude right now. Again, present. Expect to speak top of the hour.
I want to short gold if I can get a pop here.
Okay. What are you seeing in the gold?
Failed upside auction. You know, the 2 days range, the last 2 days, left a gap, and we created a gap, which we've been unable to close. If I put this on regular trading hours, it'll help. So here is...
Holy cow.
Here's the gap up. Here's regular trading hour low yesterday. This was after the close, and this was... So I don't really consider that regular trading hours. So we've been unable to close the regular trading hours gap. So we gapped up and we gapped away. That's an island top. And that's a reversal signal.
Okay. You have a particular price, or you're just going to watch the price action and get in on that trade? If you take the short.
We're right at the IB high right now in gold. So, if I'm going to take it, I've got 60 ticks of risk on this.
All right.
Short
still pushing?
Gold. Hoag.
What's that?
Interested to see.
Short gold. I've learned my lesson.
I know, right?
Touch the stove. Sometimes you gotta touch the stove. Hey, crude not done. Putting new highs here. 59.46. What's up, Jack?
If it remains, is the first real kind of shot across the bow for in the favor of bears and gold. If the island top remains,
I agree.
So what I was
agree.
going to say, Andre, is
Yes,
that
sir.
I'm interested to see the contents of this UK trade deal, because it's sort of like an appetizer for everything else. We're pretty friendly with the UK, obviously.
Yeah.
Despite our differences on certain words and phrases, but they are only, I believe, 3% of our trade. So in substance, this won't be a huge part of it, but it'll give an idea of what these deals look like. So I think that could be really market moving.
I like that.
Good
Yeah.
point. Good point. The extension that he released on chips was pretty big for the tech side, like Nvidia and
Yeah. Aluminium.
Aluminium, I saw it, yes, and
Yeah.
units of measurements, of course.
Schedule.
20,001 schedule, absolutely. 20,113 last trade. We are a bit of a range right now. Again, present, we'll speak top of the hour. Stay tuned here on Topstep TV. Hey, Topstep TV. I miss you, everyone. Good to be back. Where's everyone watching from all across the globe right now? Shout out to, obviously, Estonia. Estonia, where you at?
Boomer
Have
Brian
everyone-
live.
Yep, Boomer
Holland.
Brian. Not from Estonia, Boomer. I know you're not. Earth. There you go, Robert. Planet Earth, indeed. 77% long in crude right now. Average price from there, $59.01. They are happy. Last trade, 59.36.
St. Croix. I've been there. As luck would have it. Yeah. Are they still
Amazing.
searching? There was a book there some guy wrote about searching for the Ark of the Covenant, and he thinks it's in St. Croix. And he wrote this whole
Incredible, Jack.
textbook of all the evidence
Absolutely.
pointing to the Ark in St. Croix.
Of course.
I mean, don't get me wrong. The guy seemed battier than
Hey,
a bat.
absolutely.
if you like that, Jack, you should watch a movie or a TV series called Outer Banks.
Oh, perfect.
I'll check it out. Are they looking for the Ark?
They look for different treasures. Bunch of kids. It's funny. It's entertaining.
I'm in for it.
Yep, I'm here for that as well. 56.82 last trade in the ES. Works of Hoag seeing a little bit of a sell-off in gold. 33.65. Overnight view up 33.70. You look for a bit more of a pop there to sell into, but initial read was right there, Hoag.
Got to do more trading and less talking.
Oh man! Oh, the chat. They still lighting us up with that.
No, I mean, there's a lot. Yeah, we pushed the lows. There's a lot of traders that wish they did more talking and less trading while they wait for these headlines to come out.
We're 50-50 on the tilt for the equities, 80% long in crude oil. That one gets really directional with the tilt.
Crude, yes, it does. Okay, keep bouncing off the lows here in the NASDAQ. And 20,104. Dow might be taking a look to the downside here. About 30 points off the lows there. 41,380.
Somebody asked, no, we won't be pumping in Trump. We don't have the rights. We've been kicked out of the press pool.
Man. For now, that is. We are working diligently behind the scenes to get get credentials. As they did open up, they opened it up to everyone, right? They opened it up to everyone. If you play nice, maybe you can do something.
Yeah, we got to start.
All right, if I make some new lows in the ES, just riding. Can't new lows. NASDAQ.
We did go up and test those highs, Hoag, and now we're just selling off. We're
more moving to the downside. Dakota is pretty much hands off until top of the hour.
I for one. What's up, everybody? Looks like everyone's frozen. Am I the only one here? Here's Andre. He's on mute. I can't hear Andre.
Oh, man. Already got the gremlins going in. What happened right there?
That was terrifying. I thought you guys were awfully silent. And then I got frozen, and then I rejoined, and both of you were frozen. I couldn't tell if I was on air.
Hit everyone.
Thankfully, I didn't say anything too inflammatory.
Going low.
We are selling down to that trend line.
Yeah, we are.
Yeah, we are. Here's the scary thing about this market is we talk about buy the dip. We want to buy the dip, buy the dip, buy the dip, say, right, on these pullbacks. When we do this right before like a Trump speech or headline news, it randomly comes out, and then we rip 200-300 points higher. And it just happens so fast. So the opportunities can sometimes come and go before we could even find a way to get into this market, just like last night. But we are continuing to sell off. I mean, we're 200 points lower from the highs. You can see where we rallied up to that Friday that Hoag was talking about. We came up, made that high at 250s, 260s. We sold off. We tested the lows. We even peaked below it. And we are now, like Hoag said, smack dab right in the middle. I think we could still sell off a little bit more. I'd like to see us test this trend line and then get a nice consolidation and opportunity to buy this.
Yeah, we need to see some consolidation now.
Yeah. I guess before we froze there, Dakota, I was just pretty much hands off until the top of the hour. I mean, you're sitting on a lead for $3,600. It did come in those levels.
Hands off for me. It's tempting to come in and find some long opportunities, but just got to be hands off. Hands off. We have 10 minutes.
Yes, we do. Jack, what were those prices again? You're looking at coincide with the options and the ES.
We had resistance down at like the 5600 SPX. So like you can see where it bounced in this. I have a purple box there. A number of times. Really 5620 to 5600 in the futures. We've seen resistance going back to the beginning of the month.
Oh, that's trade. Look, recent lows just put in 5671. Holding pattern right now. That's okay. Stay patient. Wait for opportunity. Volatility has definitely been there so far. Keep in mind this crude house account long from, what is it? 58.97. Last trade 59.41. Looking for perhaps an upside target if we get there. Hoag's got a visual target of $60.64. About $1.20 away from that. Till 50-50, besides crude, like Jack was saying, 72% long.
More trading, less talking, Hoag.
What's up, Hoag? Oh, crude, gold? I know.
Gold, yeah.
You weren't even talking.
Yeah.
I know.
And take a look at gold. 33.66 last trade there. Man, oh man, we got 4,600 people watching us all across the globe right now. Click like, follow, and subscribe. 161,000 subscribers. Awesome to see. Let's see if we get to 162,000 by the end of the day. Crew wants to make another push here.
Man.
Dow,
like we're
looking low.
Bouncing in an instant 30 points.
Maybe a bit exuberant in the overnight futures, given the news. We'll see if it's a sell the news. Hopefully, this is not the outline of a framework.
Yeah. Buy the rumor, sell the news. Yeah, I saw obviously that rally off the tweet or whatever, announcing the framework of a trade deal with the UK. We'll get some more details or not to top the hour. I mean, how specific are we looking for it to get? I mean,
I haven't seen, because as I was preparing for the show, I've seen some things that seem to be in it, some breaks for the tech companies, but like, I don't know. I'll let him explain it.
Yeah. All right. Well, before we get that, here we go. We've 10% U.S. tariff in place. That's an older headline. We got our eye on the headline, of course. Coming out that speech at the top of the hour, we have those numbers as well. But before we get that, we got the tip of the week. Okay, it is the first time I'm seeing the tip of the week. Let's get that going. What is it? We've been pumping it every day so far. Up. It is practice emotional control. Get that graphic up.
There it is.
There it is. Practice emotional control. Learn to manage your emotions, such as fear and greed. Man, that's going to be well stated. Emotional decisions often lead to mistakes. Stay calm, rational, and stick to your predefined rules. Dakota, I must say, you practice emotional control quite well. Did you have to learn that, or how have you gotten better at it? How have you learned to actually practice emotional control? Because you do not seem to get phased or rattled very, very much.
Yeah, experience. I think just getting used to losing. If you tuned into my slow markets last night, I showed a little bit of a glimpse of my biggest losing day of 2025, which was $233,000 was my biggest losing day of 2025 in my personal. That's a little bit bigger than my biggest winning day. My biggest winning day, I went through and seen it was just over 210,000. And then you see what we're doing here at Topstep, plus or minus $3,000. So there's a lot of perspective, right? Relative. Everybody in chat, if you make or lose $20 in a day in your account, you're not going to really care very much, right? It's easier to control your emotions. I think understanding that and understanding that over a longer period of time, you're going to get used to taking these losses, and then you're going to get used to following the process of executing and trying to manage a trade.
Well put.
Yeah, absolutely. Experience. Yes. The more you see, the more you experience, the less rattled you get. Hoag. Well, get Hoag in here. Hoag. Back on screen.
Don't forget.
Practicing emotional control. We've been at this for a minute now. What's the best way?
Yeah.
How do you practice your emotional control when taking it on the chin sometimes?
Yeah. I understand when I am making emotional decisions and I stop. I try not to trade when I know I'm making emotional decisions. And don't forget, we have Robin Dane on today, 1:15, right after the top quiz. It's going to be great. She's got a couple of bullet points she's going to kind of talk about here, but we are going to be posting a document where you're going to be able to ask questions. She's going to be talking about some of the biggest reasons that traders fail, overcoming repeated errors and tools on how to change that, and trader tracking and how tracking your results. Kind of a love-hate relationship, but emotional control to me is very difficult. It takes a lot of energy. I found that understanding how your emotions change your decision-making process to be a useful tool and that's why we've got that emotional journal on the website for everybody to kind of take a look at how things change physically, mentally, and emotionally while they are actively trading, and then learn to use those to your advantage. If you do that for, let's say, 3-4 weeks, you're going to start to recognize patterns in your behavior based on some of the emotions and the way things change, even while you're in the middle of a trade. So I'm really looking forward to having Robin on today. It's going to be a good one.
1:15 Central after Top Quiz, because of course Top Quiz at 1:00 Central. But yes, absolutely. Coach Robin Dane joins me. We touch on emotional control as well. I'm sure we'll spray to all fields there. Don't look now. Crude continue to push higher here. New highs 59.56 last trade, and new highs printed.
So, damn man, we bounced right off that trend line in the ES.
71s.
How do I draw these friggin' things? If I'm,
I mean, they look pretty.
I'm fine with it. They look pretty.
Trust.
Yes, they do. Trust. It's art. It's a abstract.
Whatever. We got 2 minutes.
Come on, let's get some movement here. Get rocking and rolling.
The president speaks.
Oh yeah, of course we got wholesale inventories as well, but obviously all eyes on the announcement on a UK trade deal. What will it have in store? We'll see how thin it gets here on the ladder in the ES. Still not crazy thin. NASDAQ, I assume get low. Yeah.
Yeah, these little rallies in the NASDAQ have been being sold off. Being sold. I say little rallies, but they're 40 points plus.
Not time to buy it yet, I guess, huh?
It doesn't look like it.
I'm watching behind the scenes on silent this Trump announcement, just so I can say when he's on stage.
Okay, cool. We don't have the rights to streaming it, but like I said, we'll be all over it. Here in real time at TopstepTV, 60 seconds. A big announcement.
He'll be a few minutes late. This isn't like an economic release.
Yeah, is this going to be a sign of what things to come in the future? Like Jack was saying, with the framework, obviously UK trade partner, not the biggest trade partner of the United States, but give us a little insight into what's to come. Also, Hoag, gold's still selling off a little bit here, 33.61.
Yep. Hopefully somebody caught that.
Who did catch it? Okay.
Yeah, man. Nvidia is edging towards it's 117.5 right now. Tesla
Yay.
up 3%. Google rebounding a little bit, thank goodness.
Oh, how's our tenure? How's the tenure looking after FOMC, Jack? Let's take a look at Fed.
We'll take a look. I have some bond stuff to go through. Let me just see first if Trump is on time here. For those, Andre, you weren't here yesterday, but I was buying Google on air as it was tanking. Hell of a day for it. It was down as much as 10% yesterday. Closed about 7.5% down.
Unreal. It is top. Oh, wholesale inventories. How the wholesale inventories come out? Pretty much in line month over month. Expected 0.5, actual 0.4. Wholesale sales month over month. Expected 0.9, actual 0.6. Got that out of the way. Seeing a little bit of push high, higher, I should say. 20,104 on the NASDAQ. Yes, 56.80 last trade. Bottom out around 56.71. So up about 8 points or so. Dakota, DBA concepts.
Hey, yeah. If you want to know what those are, just tune into Slow Market.
I like that tease. Absolutely.
I've been killing it in slow markets, man. It's the Asian session has been a lot cleaner, a lot smoother, less noise, and yeah. So that's why I'm just going to practice a lot more patience here during the New York session. Buyer stepped in at 080s.
Yes, they did. Okay. Gold still rolling over. 33.57 last trade there. Starting to see, like Dakota said, seeing some buying here in the NASDAQ. Maybe have a little correlation here. Gold go lower, equities go higher for now. 56.82 last trade in ES, closing on overnight VWAP, about 6.5 points away from overnight VWAP in ES. That's 56.88. It has gotten much thinner on the ladder in the NASDAQ, so might be seeing speech getting released or beginning that matter. 20,120 last trade NASDAQ, 20,135 overnight VWAP. No size on the ladder just yet.
It's getting a little thin.
It is. Looks like something's about to come out, Hoag.
Someone.
Yeah.
Well, exactly.
Will there be a Kinko's
I was just
chart?
Yeah.
We need to get some from Topstep in whatever Kinko's or FedEx Kinko's is closest to the White House.
That was incredible. Yeah.
We need clearance peaks.
Yep. 20,115 last trade in the in the NASDAQ. Yep. Gold still pushing lower here. $15 off last 30 minutes or so.
Can't short gold until you can.
What we got here on the ladder? Something's in the ladder. In the we got a 50 lot down here in the NASDAQ. 20,113. 50 lot on the bid.
I've seen a couple of them come through and get filled.
I'm saying you can find Trump speaking live in Financial Juice, or maybe if you go to the news section of Topstep X.
Oh yeah. Building the drama, as always. Rehearsing the speech.
But keep us on as well. Jiraj, our YouTube overlords, we cannot play the Trump press conference live on our stream. Google was down 10% yesterday. They're feisty. They will F us up.
Yeah, they're looking to go
get some skulls.
Oil found some buying. Saw a bit of a pullback in oil around 59.45 or so. Probably about 10 cents, but 3 cents off the highs in crude. Again, house account long. You see at the top of the screen there, $58.97.
Who do you think will show up first? We got Barron or Trump?
Yeah, let's put it on the poll. Put it on the poll. We'll show
or Baron Trump.
Baron Trump. Yes, abs. There you go.
Or if we do crypto hour again.
Oh,
We have a lot of traders who trade crypto here. Do we? I know we have the Bitcoin futures, but other than that, I don't think there's
I
a lot
don't
of
think a
people that
ton
trade
at the
crypto here.
moment, but I'll give some constructive feedback for our program. Is we're not really designed for it so much at this point. We have the micro Bitcoin, but even if you're in a 150K account, 15 it's like a real micro contract, like 15 contracts, and that is only 1.5 Bitcoin. I don't know if that'll go over well with the
I
NAS.
think there's a lot of people in here that do trade future or crypto, but just not in futures, right?
yeah. Well,
Or
we
something
go,
like
Rob.
Coinbase or.
Speaking of Coinbase, Dakota, Coinbase earnings out after the bell today. Make sure to stay tuned at the buzzer. It'll be all over that earnings coverage, start to finish. Coach Jay, Coach Paul in the house. There you go. Dead ass high in the chat. I trade crypto futures. Like the Hoag. Yup. Shout out to Hoag for that one.
Bitcoin's been pumping right now in the spot market. We're close to 100,000. We came up to 99,900 last night, trading
Wow.
99,411 right now.
I think they announced like some type of new company or $100 million company for crypto, or I don't know.
New highs.
Once again,
crude.
this show is not financial advice. I saw someone asking me about Carvana. I've been flat that trade for a while, up
Yes,
about
I like it.
10% today on earnings. I got out of there, man, because we got these
so
auto
good.
tariffs and they sell used cars.
So good.
There'll be probably a couple real good earnings reports.
Have you ever given financial advice, Jack, to anybody?
Yeah, to my
Question.
family.
Mm.
Like my mom is actually really on top of this stuff, but my brother is not. So like my brother recently bought a house and needed to sell some stocks or something to get some of the money. So I helped him with that. And that was right in the middle of when it was really shaking every day.
Yeah.
And he was like, I don't understand. I'm like, well, you're going to execute this tomorrow and you will get somewhere between 5% more and 5% less than you see now. He's like, why is that? I'm like, welcome.
Well, yeah,
Welcome.
Hey, more pot, new high here in crude, 59.74. About a 20-cent pop. You just saw 83% long crude.
That's going swimmingly.
Yes, it is. 60.64 upside target. See if we can go get it. 83% long crude. Average price $59.20. About 50 cents in the money on that. 20,000.
Whenever someone asks me, Jack, for financial advice, I always tell them, don't lose money.
Oh,
90%. I say
What would we
90%
do?
S&P 500, 10% bonds. Just like Warren Buffett.
Go invest in T-bills.
Yeah.
We'll sell it here
You
in
just
the
tell 'em.
ES.
New lows.
Yeah, new lows just printed 56.68 in the ES. NASDAQ. New
Spend
low
less than
prints
you make.
20,000 exactly. 20,055 new low printed there. Dow seeing some selling as well. Crude moving in the upside. Gold, not sure what to do just yet. 33.64 in gold. Right now, only thing really moving is crude oil. Pushing higher here. New highs 59.79. And we are waiting imminently. This president is scheduled to speak to announce a trade deal between the UK and the United States, or at least the framework, general framework. I maybe not get so specific on it, but we'll see.
Has Powell ever been late?
No.
He's always exactly on time.
Yeah.
Exactly on time.
Trump says he's late, but he's usually on time.
Yeah, well, he does always
Yeah,
late with his decision.
You guys want to know what DBA Concepts was? That was it. Don't lose money.
I mean, where else can you get that stuff besides Topstep TV? Only the best and the best and price out there. Number 6 on the big board. Dakota in the house. Don't lose money. That's rule number 1. DVA concepts. I like that. Hoag saying, spend. Yeah, spend less. Yeah.
Number 2 is if you do, it's a tax write-off.
There you go. What have you done any more recently show and tells here on the show for tax purposes, Dakota? I know we had the Scotty Cameron putter.
No, I haven't. I need to, man. I haven't bought anything. That's the thing.
Okay.
Also, estimated taxes suck.
Yeah.
I could do without those.
Quarterlies, yes.
Mm.
Feels like the market's twitchy to the downside here, fellas. 56.70. Excuse me, 56.70. Yes, 56.67. Keeps putting in new lows. Just down ticking. Can't really get the momentum just yet. Gold wheeling, says Alex. Yep. Gold catching a bid. Is he here? Is he out there?
Nope.
Okay. Drama.
We might see just a lot of choppiness until it happens, until we get something.
Some internet kinko's getting the board printed still. Incredible. That.
Absolutely Kevin Haslett's over there because you know it's him.
Amazing. Ladder looking. Or got pulled up at 77, I do believe. Let's see it.
Do you think they destroyed? Do you think they got rid of that Kinko's board from the first one, or like
that's Smithsonian?
They could make a lot of money by auctioning that off.
Oh, 100%, absolutely. I mean, that
we would pay a pretty penny.
It was a masterpiece. It was an absolute masterpiece.
Just signed by Lutnick and Navarro. Yeah. That's all I want on it.
All right, Dow selling making lows here. Yep. Maybe the longer they wait, more itchy gets the downside. All right, 56.64 new lows ES, 20,047 new lows NASDAQ. Gold pushing higher here. 56.62 new lows.
NASDAQ
ES.
pushing.
Yeah.
We're almost down to that trend line.
Not so much conviction though. Yeah, it's light volume. But yep. 661 now.
Basically there. So now, yeah, like there you go. That's pushed down into the 020s. Now I'm going to start looking for a reversal, possibly a buying opportunity. But I still just this announcement is kind of
holding everything up, Dakota. It's holding everything up. Maybe the market's going to get a little more impatient and keep selling off until we do get the announcement. But it just looks like a lot of algos trading right now and just put new lows. ES 56.59, 20,025 new low just printed in the NASDAQ. Dow moving lower, more so than the other two. 41,255. And Jack, what are you seeing there? I know you got the stream up. Are these just a blank screen right now, or just a picture of the podium?
Not even of that. It's just a picture of the White House, and it says live soon. President Trump to make major announcement. Don't see anything yet. Hopefully, they're making other deals.
Yeah. UK first one.
UK is our 11th largest trading partner. For those keeping track at home. It's not something to clutter your brain with, Andre.
It's not. Just 11. Okay, interesting. I was wondering, what do we import from the UK exactly? Maybe a dumb question. Might probably get lit up in the chat for that one, but hey, that's what I'm here to do. Ask the dumb questions. What do we
actors?
Yeah.
Who you think are American, but they're not.
Jaguar car. I mean, yeah. Aston Martin.
There's an argument to be made that the United States' greatest import is people.
I mean, yeah, I like that. T. There you go. T. There we go. Beans and okay, so yes, Premier League, the important stuff. I like it. Fencing. Justin Bieber. I believe Justin Bieber's from Canada, but hey, could have said
Aren't they still part of the UK?
I mean, yeah. I think they are. There you go. They are absolutely.
They had the Queen on their money. I think they changed it to like ducks or something or geese. I'm ignorant, so light me up if I'm wrong there.
Yeah,
It's been a while.
absolutely. That's what they'll do. Absolutely love the chat. 100%. Hey, who's long crude right now in the chat? Because we keep printing new highs here. 59.75 last trade, but just printing highs of 59.79. I know the house count's long on one lot in crude. 58.97. Deanna, yeah. I love it.
Getting up into that area I said was going to be a little bit sticky to get through here. Between 59.80 and 60.
Okay.
You think Trump's going to bring out someone with him?
He's doing some DC,
He
right?
needs the theme music.
Oh, he's got a few of them.
Yeah. YMCA.
Yeah, loves that. It's a banger. Loves that banger.
Yeah.
A little update on the crude trade. Unrealized P&L up $780. Did I jinx the trade, JD, by saying that? Did I jinx it? I hope I didn't. But right now, unrealized 783R so far.
Dolby was doing that to me yesterday, Andre.
Man.
Every time I'd have a position on that was like 3 ticks in my favor in the ES, he'd be like, great trade, great trade.
Yeah. It's like the old prop days, Jack. Do not jinx a trade one way or another. But yeah, was it indeed a great trade? Did it play out? Did it materialize into a great trade, Jack?
It did. The house account's been good the last 2 days.
Nice.
Maybe there's something to having Andre out. I don't know.
Hey, the jinx. The jinx is real. All right, well, hold on. We got this crude trade. So far, so good. We may did jinx it, though. Let's see what the president has to say. See if that gets crude moving. Gold, anything moving for that matter. It looks like we want to take a peek to the downside, but again, buyers do step in, light volume. Well, $667.
Well,
hey, new highs. Okay, look, crude, Hoag. Got through the sticky part, yeah?
Yeah, it's poking in there.
Okay. 59.90.
I've been asked to ask Andre, if you were president, what would your walkout song be?
Yeah, what am I walkout? Oh man, great question. Let's put it in the chat first. What would your walkout song be if you were the president? What would your walkout? Well, we actually had this conversation at the baseball game we went to a few weeks ago with Danielle Dolby.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it was Hustling by Rick Ross would be my walkout song for that. So maybe we can do that for the president as well. Yes, Rick Ross Hustling. Gets me going every time. God's
I like
there you
Vegas
go.
Nick.
There you go.
I like Vegas Nick. Fanfare for the common man.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I'm not sure Rick Ross would jive with middle America, but hey, that's you asked and answered. What would yours be, Jack? And then I want to hear Dakota's. What would your walkout
I
song?
think I'm gonna make my 14th Mims reference of the year and say, "This is why I'm hot."
Yeah,
Be
okay,
my
I
walkout
like that.
song.
I like
You
that.
ain't because you not.
Dakota, can you top that?
Limelight.
Jay, look
Wow.
at Jay's one. Jay has his walkthrough by RHQ.
Mhm.
I don't know. I'll think of one. I'll tell you. I'll tell you when I think of one.
Awesome. Daniel, what would yours be? Daniel asked that. Start that up. Daniel, what would your question or what would your answer be? Oh, well, fish.
Enter Sandman. Okay, that's
There you
good.
go.
Like a 13-minute walk in.
Yeah, yeah, would. Free bird.
I don't get fish.
Rock and Roll by Led Zeppelin has always got me going.
There you go.
Another one bites. Oh, come on. Another one bites the dust, man. I mean, it's a banger, but yeah. Love it. The Root Sandstorm. There you go. That's a good one.
Ice Baby.
Baby Shark. Man,
Baby Shark.
not that one. That'd be driving people nuts.
If you're joining us for the first time, we are, in fact, a show where we do take trades.
Yeah.
But right now, we are waiting. We're waiting for Trump to tell us about what's going on with the UK.
We're practicing patience right now is what we're doing. Yes, we typically do. But hey, if you're new, welcome aboard. It's Topstep TV. We do take
Timothy
trades.
Tuttle in the light. I like that.
We're actually in a trade right now. We're long one crude oil contract.
Thank you. Yes, we are. Still, in that, speaking of crude, 76% long, still holding strong in crude. Average price 59.27. Last trade 59.64. ES 56.70 last trade. Lows of 56.59. So about 11 points off the lows there. NASDAQ bottom out 20,025. We're about 40 points higher from there. 20,064. Do it. Yep. P&L's payouts are ready whenever. What better time than right here, right now, JD? Come on now. I also want to pick your brain and you and Hoag as well on this crude trade. Let's get some P&Ls and payouts. See how Sure has been navigating this week.
Oh, hey, there I am.
What's up, Jill? There
What's
you
up,
go.
guys?
What's up, JD? Happy Thursday. What's up, buddy?
Happy Thursday to you. Welcome back, Dre. Here we go.
Thank you.
All right, let's take a look at yesterday's best live funded P&Ls. I should have taken a look at this board and erased the R for Christopher. Went a little too long there, but now we know for next time. All right, Jacob S. right at the top, trading the NQ, $14,839. Christopher R. also trading the NASDAQ, $14,025. Abhishek, $9,795 trading the ES yesterday. Askabek, trading the NQ, $8,700. And Peter L. trading the ES, $7,806. Real traders taking real money out of the real live markets. It's pro ball trading right there, coming from our live funded traders here at Topstep. Now, here are some impressive numbers that I'd like to share. A couple of these traders got a nice boost up on the big board, and they celebrated by putting some dough in their pockets. Look at this. Gerald, 100K payout. King C, 80 grand. Joshua, 20,000. Dion, 19.5. And Rangy, $17,700. Gerald C with a 100K payout yesterday. Big money coming from these big-time traders. Pro ball stuff right here, folks. This is what trading in the real markets.
Wow.
Taking money out of the real markets and lining your pockets with it. That's what we love talking about here.
Damn.
Pro ball.
Well,
Pro
while we're waiting, Papa John stock, all big Papa, is up 15% right now.
They have earnings today? I think I saw them
They
on
did
the
have
calendar.
earnings.
Yeah.
Well, I'm looking at their earnings and they seem pretty in line. So I don't know what people were expecting or if Papa's gone, right?
Yeah, but the big battle on the way out was whether or not they keep the apostrophe on the Johns. I remember that was the big battle. Keep the apostrophe.
Scandal.
Yes, it was. You remember that, Hoag? Yes.
They want to make it singular, like Papa John, or
Well,
like multiple Johns.
Yeah, well, it was about being possessive, right? With the apostrophe. But do they still have it? It's a real question. Do they still have it? He's speaking at 10:30 now? On the hour? Is that true?
Well, kind of has to be. We're already at 9:23.
Yeah. All right, wait. JD, I got you there still. And Hoag, about this oil trade. Have we moved the stop? Where was the CYA originally and where is it now? Or are we just letting this ride? Last trade, 59.56. We're long from.
So we have not.
Okay.
So we haven't adjusted anything yet. The last two trading days, Tuesday and Wednesday, Hoag mentioned this during the opening call. The opening range, 1 minute opening range, is held for the high or the low of the session. So we were kind of expecting the same thing today. So we haven't adjusted anything yet. Our CYA is still in the original spot. We haven't come within 10 ticks of it yet. We are seeing some selling in here now, but we're still at 2-to-1 R on the trade. Hoag, do we want to Lenny this, or do we want to actually go a full day without touching the trade and see what happens?
Well, JD, on the 30-minute chart here, we
Mhm.
are at risk of leaving a failed upside auction above the IB high here. We've
Okay.
got about 6 minutes to find out if that is verified. But even if it's verified, it may not do anything. So, JD, you remember we talked about this area up here being a little bit of a sticky area, right? Anywhere between 59, 80, and 60. And that's
Yep.
where we saw some of those sellers coming in. So I say we be patient for about another 5 or 6 minutes. We see where this next 30-minute bar opens. If it opens above the IB high, that'll leave single ticks, and that'll be a a potential to add to the position. So we got to really see where this next 30-minute bar opens up.
Sounds good. I do like the idea of adding to the position rather than trying to cover this.
I'm with you. Don't let it.
Yep.
Yeah, we played around with so many of these trades that turned out to be rippers right into the close, So let's let's not play around with this
Question.
one too much.
When you're holding all day for the oil trade, do you hold it through the end of the futures day at Topstep, or do you hold it through? What does oil close earlier? I've never traded oil.
Yeah, 1:30 is the regular trading hour close.
Mm-hmm.
So would you take it to 1:30 or through MOC?
Well, let's take a look. I mean, yesterday the opening range was the dead ass high. It's this gold bar right here. The regular trading hour close was here, but it continued to push or try to push lower. Didn't take out the low of the regular trading hour session. The day before, opening range, the dead ass low. If we held it to the regular trading hour close, we gave a lot back. So with that excess at the high here, that might have been something to signal this thing's kind of weenieing out on us. And we're kind of looking at the same situation here. But again, if we can open this next 30-minute bar above the IB high, which is 59.57, and leave a couple of single TPOs above that, then I think we're in continuation mode.
All right, starting to see some headlines trickling out here. Trump to cut tariffs on Range Rovers. And Trump to cut tariffs on UK-made cars to 10%. So cars, if you had cars on your bingo card, yes, that's the first area which the tariffs will be cut. Again, Trump to cut tariffs on Range Rovers and deal with UK. First headline seen trickle out. This is coming from the Telegraph, of course. Nothing from the White House just yet, but we're starting to see some
how do they know
headlines
that?
trickling out. Market's reaction, pretty muted. 56.78. Last trade in ES, about a 4 or 5 point pop off that headline. Closing it on overnight VWAP, 56.84. Starting, all right, now we're seeing some more buying. 56.80 last trade. NASDAQ moving higher, trying to at least. 20,091 last trade. Overnight VWAP, about 30, 35 points to go. 20,001. I'm sorry, 20,126. 126. Overnight VWAP.
I'm long NASDAQ, 84.5.
84.5. Okay.
Yep, we bounced right off that level, right off those 023s.
How many times, Dakota?
1.
Okay, thank you. Go to long. One NASDAQ, 20,084. Bounced off that level. Looking pushing higher, 20,094. Yep. You have an upside target for this, Dakota?
I'm looking for 120s right now.
Okay. That was the level you were talking about right when we came on. 20,120.
Yeah, I'm just watching this price action on the 100 tick chart.
66% long on the tilt in NASDAQ, 68% long ES. And starting to see few headlines trickling out. Nothing more besides cutting tariffs on UK-made cars to 10%. On the hour coming in 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Jack, still no trades for the house count on your end in the ES.
No, we're coming so close to theoretically him talking. Range Rovers.
My guess was Jaguars and Aston Martins. I was off by Range. Same thing.
Same thing. 4 wheels.
Gold.
I have no idea.
Gold.
What is the UK's biggest export to United States? I have no idea.
Cars. I guess it would be cars. I don't. That's my. Yeah. Jaguar owned by Ford. Okay. I mean, Rolls Royce propellers and jet engines. There you go. That's something. Yep.
Isn't it like Tom Holland, Keira Knightley?
There it is, James. Coming on in. That is James back there coming in. Jeez.
Monty Python.
Monty.
Ali G.
Yeah, it looks like their exports to the U.S. cars, 9 billion pounds sterling, medicinal and pharmaceutical products, 6.5, power generators.
Breaking out. We're starting to pick up speed, volatility, moving a little bit quicker. Watching this Dom.
The ladder here, still thin. Then on the ES, yeah, it's creeping higher, 56.81. 20,008.
Pretty much stopped.
Yeah, it really is. Holding pattern, Hoag. All right. Dow's moving out of all of the equities. Dow's moving, continue to move higher. Now above overnight VWAP. Last trade in the Dow, 41,430. About 30 points higher than overnight VWAP. ES and NQ, not quite there yet.
All right, I'm out. I'm out for scratch.
Okay.
I just
wouldn't go.
Yeah, just out for scratch, and I'm not liking that. I'll get back in if I see it start to break back above.
We do have net gas inventory came and went. Nothing really market moving there. Forecast.
Still asking about my walkout theme.
Yeah, what is it?
Probably
Yeah, we need that answer, Dakota. What is it?
If I had to choose one right here, right now, it would be Feel Good Inc. by Gorillas.
Oh, I like that. We need a DBA concept
Andre, you
trailer.
know, Gorillas is the guy from Blur. Speaking of walkout music.
Is that what? Say that again? Gorillas? Same.
Yeah,
Gorillas.
The guy, it's the guys from guys from Blur. It's huge in the UK. There's an export.
I did not know. Okay. Huh.
There's an export.
Yeah.
And toothy actors, as we mentioned earlier.
Yeah, the chat had fun with that. It's about the teeth. I mean, come on, be nice now. We're all.
We don't have bad teeth. The actors don't. They just have big teeth.
Yes, yeah. Big heads too. Actors always have big heads. Looks good on the big screen. See if we want to keep moving here. We are just jibber jabbering, just in a whole, twiddling our thumbs here at Topstep.
Yeah. I'm back in. I'm back in long.
Oh, yeah. What do we got?
98.
Okay. 20,098. One lot. That's trade 20,105.
Might have lennied that one earlier, but that's okay. I'm back in it.
All right.
We get momentum into these 100s. Follow through. Maybe come up and test these 130s, 120s. Under contract coming in at the ask 111, I think. 112.
I see that. Yes. Nice catcher, Dakota. Hunter offered at 20,000, 112. ES did take a peek above overnight VWAP. Still holding on right there. 56.85. Now 86 is trade in the ES. Looks like the NASDAQ's the laggard out of between the Dow, ES, and NASDAQ. NASDAQ, 20,105 last trade. 107 is now 108. Starting to pump higher here, Dakota.
Yeah, let's see. We need us to get into those 20s. Break through and hold above 110. Go fill that
3 points of liberation close.
Hey,
there we go. 111s.
Okay. 113s. Dakota, you still looking for 120, 125? for an exit? Are you
Yes, sir.
actively are you working an offer actively, or how do
No,
you?
not yet. Nope. I'm watching this. I don't like to work an offer or take profit. We've seen what has been happening, right? Like this market could
They
just
see
rip
it.
on a yeah.
See, they run away from it.
Well, you
Side.
keep your stop, but with the tweet bombs and stuff, you don't want to limit your upside. If you're going to
Very
deal with
true.
like the possible slippage of your stop from one of those, might as well take advantage of it if it works.
Yeah, that's basically it, right? I'm always gonna have a stop in, but then yeah, if a tape bomb or something comes in and it's in my favor, I'll be pretty upset if I have a take profit at 20 points and where the market's 200 points higher. Yeah, we see no follow through. Plus 2 points on that one.
Come on, no.
Somebody asked,
Plus
the
2 points.
close was about 56.71 in the SPX on Liberation Day, which
671.
means that it's about 56.90 in the futures right now, in the ES futures.
Okay, 56.90. Yes, April 2nd. Oh man, what a day!
This market's still just too choppy, not clean. Still just waiting for this press conference or whatever this announcement is.
Now for Trump, pushing it back. I mean, Dakota did take this trade. Dakota, you're still in this trade, right?
I closed it for plus 2 points.
Ah,
Plus 2
okay.
points. It just
Okay.
too much of a mess in
Okay.
terms of this price action. It's not very clean. It's just you could tell this market's kind of a wait and see and hold and
Twitchy.
yeah.
So somebody asked the question why there's no slippage on your profit, but there is slippage on your stop order. It's because there are different types of orders. If you are long and you have a sell stop order, you are guaranteed to get that price. You are sitting in the market as an offer, and even if Trump declares negative tariffs or something, and I don't know, it explodes
Negative.
upwards.
Yeah.
Your order will be filled at that price because somebody will buy it. On the other side of that, say that you're long and you have a sell stop, your order is not actually in the market. It's just when that price level gets hit, it's going to try and make a market order if you have a stop market order, and it may have to chase, and that's what slippage is.
The only place
Be
I've had
careful.
positive slippage on a take profit is options.
How?
Yeah. Explain.
Market open.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
I don't think
Dakota.
that even is technically slippage.
Cheeky. Dakota's being cheeky. Okay, I like it.
Hey.
Well, hey, nice cut there, Dakota. Nice cut indeed. Seeing a little bit of selling here in the NAG. I mean, 20,006, 058 print. See some selling in the ES as well. Down about 10 points in this 5-minute candle. 56.75. Nice cut there, Dakota. Pro ball trading right there. You can get what he's looking for. If the reason you got into a trade is no longer there, get out. That's exactly what we saw Dakota do. And manage the risk as well.
JD, I think we're still looking good on this crude trade, but it's just hanging right at the IB high, just hanging around. I think everything's just hanging around right now, waiting for something to happen with Trump.
Yeah, it's in the chat. Also, I mean, the longer they wait, is this bearish? I mean, if you have some good news to deliver, you'd be very proud. Get out and pivot right away, right? And the longer you keep pushing this, the more uncertainty.
Line of Pinkos.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely put your tinfoil hat on, but yeah, it's now our.
Well, Hoag, we've been in this trade for an hour and a half. If you want to move our stop into profit, I'm not against that.
Crude.
But we could be handicapping
Whenever we do
ourselves
that,
also.
we get
Whenever we do
stopped
that, and then it runs our way again.
Plenty.
We are in the money, about 60 cents in the money right now on that crude trade. We got house count long. You see the top of the screen, 58.97.
JD, where
How about
would
just
you
one time?
stop to?
Hoag, how about just one time? Let's not touch this trade. Let's
Ooh.
not touch it at all.
That's the plan.
All right.
All right, we're not touching the
Red.
There
trade.
you go. Orders from
Trump
headquarters.
has
Yep.
not talked.
That's the plan.
No, it still hasn't. No. Guaranteed tape.
Hope
Incoming win.
says past two combines with two others halfway on the don't sell gold mantra. Whatever works.
Figure. This deal has not been announced. Well, you got our eyes on the juice, everyone. We are watching. We're scanning for anything coming out on the wire. President was scheduled to speak about 40 minutes ago. Has not. Did see one headline trickle in on Trump cut tariffs on Range Rovers and UK made cars to 10%. Nothing further for now. 20,057. We are in the range of a range right now.
He posted an image
of what
is all an hour
what
ago.
was it?
It's
Range
just
Rover?
No. It's that World War II Victory Day of the four soldiers hoisting the flag.
Right on.
Uh-huh.
Feel that, believe. Yes, there is a celebration of military. He's having a celebration with military mothers at 11 a.m. Central. It's on the calendar if you're on the juice, but maybe that's what that post has to do with. Just incredible times, Jack. We're living in absolute incredible times.
Can't beat them.
Hey, all right. Well, if you got a sec, can we talk about the 10-year and Fed funds?
Yeah, I'll actually talk about the here. I'll take a glance at the 10-year rates here.
All right.
If you go to my screen, and then I'll just hit the news because I wanted to go over some of the Fed Watch stuff and how that's changed. Here we go. Here's our 10-year yields on an hour chart. There's not too much doing right now. Since the bounce off like that 4.15, we're sitting right, once again, 4.3 has been the happy place for a while now. You know, if we go out to the day candle here, you can see this congestion along here. But news stories. Let's talk Fed Watch. We got another Fed meeting in the books. Here we go. Your next meeting, put it in your calendar, is June 18th. And right now we are priced in for 83% chance of no cut again.
Wow.
17% chance of a quarter point cut. If we go to the next one, I like looking out to the end of the year for more comprehensive. If we look at the end of the year probabilities, the last meeting of the year will be December 10th. We are looking at the plurality looking for 0.75 percentage point in cuts by then, with a quarter point on either side. This has come in a little bit. I think even a week or so ago, I feel like we were looking for more like 4 or 5 cuts, and now we're looking for more of 2 to 4, with 3 being the best odds. And then lastly, I wanted to refresh those GDP contributions just so we can look. We might have, so the GDP number that came out that was negative was highly influenced by imports, which subtract your net imports, exports, factor in the GDP. That's why it was negative, but we're going to have to keep a very close eye on things like the consumer spending numbers or real estate things, because presumably this will not be as negative. Although April, we ran our highest trade deficit yet. So it'll be big, but it won't be that big, I would guess. So we'll have to see.
What was it again? 41. What was that number? 41% or something? The imports were up. It was basically, I mean, it's an anomaly essentially, Jack. Is that how we're kind of viewing it? Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's anomalies. People are stocking up ahead of they're front running the tariffs. Taking a look back to, I still don't see Trump. Hopefully those military families don't have to wait too long at 11.
I see what you did.
Well,
there,
market's
Jack.
pushing lower here in the NASDAQ. Maybe we go back down and test 20,000 evens. Market's getting a little impatient.
About 50 points. Yeah, 50 points to go last trade. 20,057. Gold looking to make a little move higher here. 33.56. Up about 4 or $5 in the last couple minutes. See if NASDAQ, we want to take this a little lower here. Closing in on the lows. 20,025, about 15 points to go, or now 14 points to go if we want to print some new lows in the NASDAQ. ES, 10 points off the lows, 11 points off the lows. Last trade 56.71. Tilt, everything's just 50-50 for the most part right now.
House account, long a crude contract. Everything else
Smart.
flat at the moment.
Nothing on the wire. Nope, nothing yet.
Still nothing.
Incredible.
Pump is
Absolutely.
pulling a Lauren Hill right now.
I like that.
Yeah.
What could it be? What could the holdup be? And I start asking yourself, I mean, is the deal not agreed upon? Is it not? I mean,
They're finalizing the details.
yeah. I mean, he advertised this yesterday evening, correct? That this was coming, that this was in the works. We saw the markets react, and now it's like, all right, what's taking so long, Mr. President?
This market's just been mess. It's just chop. No good trades.
Got some squirrels running around on my roof.
Lauren Hill. Alan Faith Hill. No. Violent noise by the dip. Love it. All right. Oh, fun stuff we got coming out later on this afternoon with Hoag. We love doing this here at TopstepTV. We like to always focus on the mental side of things as being a trader. The tip of the week was earlier, practice emotional control. Well, we have a trading performance coach coming on. Peak performance coach Robin Dane joined the show with Hoag after Top Quiz at 1:15. Robin's a trader and has been coaching for almost 40 years. She'll be on here. We'll drop that form in the chat as well. Get your questions in for that session. It'll be about a 45-minute session. I know I kind of put them on the spot in tunnels back there in the production. We got a graphic and we'll put it up with Robin. Talk through the top 3 mistakes and how to overcome them. Have questions. We drop in a form in the chat soon. But yeah, 1:15 Central. There she is. Absolutely. Top 3 mistakes traders make and how to overcome them. That's what we do here at TopstepTV. We got the form in the chat, pin to the top of the chat now. Get those questions in, and we'll be sure to cover those throughout. Hoag and her will do absolutely fantastic job. Again, after Top Quiz, 1:15 Central, performance coach Robin Dane joining us. Dakota, if you'd have a question, what would I'm putting you on the spot here again. What would your question be for peak performance coach Robin Dane? Anything specific to you or things you see maybe in your VIP, your pop squad? Things that maybe they ask on their behalf. What would you be?
I think a lot of my questions are evolved around the psychological side of trading. Like that's where a lot of my questions stem from, is the psychological aspects, handling of emotions, dealing with days like today, right? I know a lot of traders, they go into a day with a game plan, and if the market doesn't go their way, or if it's not the price action they want to see, maybe they try and adapt and blow up or hit their daily loss limit, and then they're frustrated. Then the next thing you know, they just stop following their game plan, and they try and make their money back twice as fast, and it just spirals into a very ugly thing, right? And the whole concept around you typically don't realize when you're being an emotional and you're on tilt until after the damage is already done. So that's probably where all my questions stem from. I don't know an exact question, but maybe the overall concept of it.
Yeah, self-awareness, being recognizing when you are, on tilt or lost emotional control a little bit. Yeah, absolutely. And there is the question for a pin at the top of the chat. I'm Dane joining us this afternoon, 1:15 Central Time, right after Top Quiz. Yes, more VIP check-ins coming. Come on, you know that. You know we got that.
So all I'm seeing so far is, per Reuters, the UK and the United States have agreed firms for a tariff deal with the British government agreeing to concessions on imports of American food and agricultural products in exchange for lower tariffs on British car exports. If
Yeah, I mean,
that's it, I don't
uh-uh.
I don't know. I don't know.
No, it's. You've seen this on. Was the source there, Jack? You said Reuters.
Yes.
Okay, nothing. All right, here we go. Trump, UK's Prime Minister UK is on the phone. They're on the phone right now. These are the updates we're getting as we speak. They're on the phone talking right
phone?
now. This is incredible. No,
They're trying to make a
announcement.
deal.
I love it.
Yeah, last minute deal. They're on the phone speaking here on Topstep TV. Where else can you get this? Amazing, amazing stuff. Absolute riveting. Market action.
Sometimes, I just have a smile on my face right now.
I know you do, Jack.
I love it.
I know you do. I know. I see do. We got the crude. I mean, crude is just absolutely flatline right now. 59.60 last trade. 61 is now print. It is a tight range. It looks like the Nasdaq's a little itchy or twitchy to the downside. You see that pop around 20,115. Sellers did smack it down to 20,050. Last trade 20,044. All right, speak. Is that true? Gone live. All right, here we go. Got some headlines. Trump, tremendous deal for both nations. This is a very special day. This is what we've gotten so far.
Every day special.
This is a tremendous deal for both nations. All right, here we go. See if what the market wants to do with this. All right, I just concluded a rare earth deal with Ukraine. Speaking with Zelensky soon. Let me know if the markets start moving. I got the headlines here, Jack. Not seeing. We went from tremendous deal to Zelensky. I just reached a breakthrough deal with the UK. It's coming from Trump, hitting the wires right now. Markets seem to be just holding.
Doing a whole lot of nothing. Maybe still looking for longs here in this area.
UK is one of the most cherished allies. Again, it's coming from the president right now. See a little bit of a pop here. A little, yeah. Emphasis on little.
Okay, yeah, he is.
Is it on live?
He's live. He's in the Oval Office. This should be one of the easier deals because when you count, so we only run a slight deficit on goods, but when you include services, we actually have a surplus with the UK in trade.
Oh,
so not a ton of meat on the bone there.
All right. Yes, I see. See, the president is speaking in the Oval Office right now. Again, last couple headlines. Tremendous deal for both nations. Just concluded a rare earth deal with Ukraine. Speaking with Zelensky soon. And I reached a breakthrough deal with the UK. Another one, US-UK deal. Increases market access for US exports. Increases access for US beef and ethanol and will reduce non-tariff barriers.
Beef.
Yeah, Marcus doing anything?
I am long one NASDAQ at 79.5.
079.5. Okay. NQ. That's straight. 20,085. So looking for those 120s to the upside, Dakota?
Yeah, yep, the upper end of this range. This 120s, 118s.
All right, another one from Trump here. Final details will be written up in the coming weeks. The UK will fast-track U.S. goods through customs. Things will move quick both ways, but final details will be written up in the coming weeks.
I'm trying to listen to him at the same time. I just can't do it.
Yeah,
I close that one minus 10 points.
Yeah, after that.
Here we go, straight down.
Yeah.
Right back down to those lows.
Yeah, sounds like, all right, yeah, new lows coming in. Yeah, we will receive new market access for U.S. chemicals and machinery. Again, the headline that seems the market grabbed onto, the final details will be written up in the coming weeks. We're seeing new lows here, 20,000. All right, now we just saw the 19,000 handle print. Look out below. Crude selling off as well.
20,000 NQ.
Sell the news.
Yeah. 59.40 last trade in crude. So NASDAQ did put a new lows, 19,996. Back above the 20,000s for now, 20,017. Trump, U.S. Treasury Secretary meeting with China will be interesting. Another one. We have many meetings planned. Every nation wants a deal. Okay. Not. What's the market going to make of this? Market's just shrugging its shoulders for now. Dakota, you got out of that long.
Listening. He's still talking.
Yes, I'm out.
Yep. The deal includes plans to bring the UK into an economy security alignment with the US. Nothing very, very specific just yet. Again, the one that really caught the market's attention for the time being. The final details will be written up in the coming weeks. We're seeing some new selling coming in. NASDAQ now 19,985. Now 979 is print. New lows there. New lows in the ES 56.53. Dow selling off. All three of the equity indices are selling off right now. Another headline: U.S. and UK will work together on steel. The market does not seem to.
He's got the prime minister on speakerphone. He's talking right now.
Is that really? Is that really what's going on?
Yeah, I'm listening to it. He's got Keir Starmer on like an old school office phone on the desk.
Yeah,
this is awesome. I love it.
This is
I think what's happening right now is the market was looking for clarity and we did not get it.
Going to be uneasing on steel. The U.S. and UK will work together on steel. This is, man, he's got him on speaker. Incredible. Here we go. Starmer, the deal will boost trade and create jobs. A lot of nothing for the time being. Let's take a look at the markets. Back above 20,000 in the NQ, 20,008. Bottomed out 19,979. Again, we cannot stream it. We do not have the rights to it right now. But stay tuned. We got we're posting the headlines in the chat. I will break them here on air as well. We do not have the rights to the stream or to the Oval Office.
I'm listening at the same time here.
Yeah, I mean,
Keir Starmer's still talking.
Okay.
He's definitely taking a very convivial tone.
Around, yeah, it's really nothing being announced for now. Nothing.
All right, I'm long from 23.
2, 3, nice. Okay. Long one, NQ, 20,023. Last trade, 022. Look at the ES 56.53 new lows. We just put in about 10 points higher with a bounce. 56.64 trades. And we are keeping an eye on the headlines coming out of the Oval Office right now. Nothing. Not getting the clarity that the market was looking for just yet. Maybe they finish it with a banger here. The encore, if you will. Something to make this market move higher. But right now, we are not. Market's not getting the clarity it's looking for.
Let's see if we break through these 30s.
30s, okay. What upside on the? Well, I guess stop, Dakota.
This is just pure momentum. Yeah, I'm going to trail this. Small size. Nothing yet.
Unreal.
We tried to peak below 20,000. We held, and we're right back above. So I'm just seeing if we can hold 20,000s. Find some buyers stepping in here.
All right, Starmer. The deal is a fantastic platform, including on the tech side. Okay. 20,033 last trade in the NASDAQ. 56.65 last trade in the ES. Markets are looking for anything. Need some fuel to go higher or lower. Gold selling off a little bit. 36.
Oh, there's some selling.
I'm out. I'm
I don't
out.
hear anything on the live. That-
Markets are twitchy right now. Markets are definitely twitchy.
It seems like we keep trying to bounce off 20,000. This is that level that I'm still looking for longs here.
Got a little update on the crude trade
Oh, yeah.
that we're in.
What do you got, Hoag?
So we gave back the initial balance high, but the anchored VWAP from the open is still higher. We swept a whole bunch of stops below that, and we haven't closed a 3-minute bar below that. So we've seen some buyers coming back in. We're still holding on to that position. We have not lennied yet.
Hell yeah. Still in this thing, Hoag. I love it. Again, house account long. One crude, $58.97. Last trade, $59.48. So about 50 cents in the money there.
All right, he's letting Starmer off the phone right now.
All right, this is might get interesting here. Or maybe not. Or we're just holding pattern until we got Euro close at bottom of the hour, 30 minutes.
Okay, I'm long. I added to this.
Long 2.
All right,
long 3
Starmer
now.
Out.
Long 3 from 018.
Yeah, 018. Last trade. 027.
We've been trying to break those 20,000s. We haven't broke it yet. Buyers keep stepping in so far.
Is he still speaking, Jack?
Yeah, Trump's still speaking.
Okay. Long 3. NASDAQ 20,018. Let's trade 20,032. The tilt, nothing on the tilt. 50-50 across the board. 50-50 in gold, 50-50 in crude, 50-50 NASDAQ, ES as well. 56.65 last trade in the ES. Gold.
Trying to get a 3-bar reversal here on the 5-minute off those 20,000. Still just sporadic.
They're going to take questions. So that could be interesting.
Oh, excellent. All right.
Starting questions.
We got a New York. Okay, we got a New York Fed headline coming out. Current and expected views on financial situation deteriorated sharply. New York Fed coming out with some headlines. April labor market, income and earnings expectations all declined.
Actually, not questions yet. Okay. Lutnick talking, so trade carefully.
Oh yeah, look at that. Yeah, look at this lineup. Look at this picture, incredible. Crude maybe taking a turn for the higher, 59.63. I was about to say gold. Look at the 5-minute lower end of the range right now. All right, something
I'm out. I'm out.
I mean,
it's just too freaking sporadic right now.
Sure is. Something's gonna hit and right back. He is speaking indeed.
I still think we can hold these 20,000s and go up, but this market is just bleh.
Yeah, maybe keep an eye on gold. Gold might be the first one to move, and then maybe we get some reaction in the equities. I'm just looking for anything right now. Like Dakota said, just can't make up its mind. Dakota's, Dakota, someone in the chat said 5th times it's getting this long 5th time's a charm. You have conviction, right? How would you?
Same setup, man. It's the same setup. I don't mind getting in and getting out on the same setup. If you've watched me trade before, you're used to this.
Gold smack dab in the middle of the range.
I'll let you know when the questions start.
All right, sounds
Lutnick's
good.
talking. I don't know if anyone else is going to talk.
Headline from Lutnick: our 10% tariff stays on. It's the latest scene. Take a look at the NASDAQ hovering around this 20,000 even level. 20,004 last trade. ES can't make up its mind right now. 56.61 last trade there. Smack dab in the middle. Yep. Hoag, I see that 33.59 last trade. All right, now beneath these 20,000s for now.
It's still an area I like longs.
50-50 on the tilt.
We've been at 20,000 since Thursday.
Yeah, he's just kind of doing a pump up right now about the deal.
Okay. Wait, remain patient. Till we get clarity. 56.58 last trade. We've been seeing these prices for like all morning, like Dakota's saying. 56.53, so about 5 points off the lows in the ES. Now, new 5-minute candle just started, and we see some buying. Oh, okay, holding beneath 20,000s for now. The market's trying to figure out what to do. What do we do?
I'm going to try to get back into it now. Oh, 13.
All right. How many times?
3.
13, 20,000. 013. Last trade. 20,000, 014. Okay, seeing a little bit more buying here in the ES. It's just
Dakota.
The question is if we could get through these 30s.
Right there.
We just can't. We need to get above them, get through them.
Last trade, 20,000, 030, 031 right now. Dakota's looking for a push through those 30s. Some more room to the upside. Crude, $59.62 a barrel. How's it counting again? It's saying all morning long. Crude oil that never, the trade that never goes away. Well, I've been in this trade for what, 2.5 hours now, Hoag?
Yeah.
From 58.97 last trade, 59.65. Oh,
Dakota, yeah, I'd be low in the Nasdaq is 20,025 if that helps.
Okay, thanks. I mean, that's kind of where we've been struggling at right here.
Yep.
Trying to get over it again. Question is, can we get momentum above it?
4 O's. What I mean, Dakota, you want to clear the 30s. We're down trading 20,040 price.
Yeah. I'm not seeing this as clearing the 30s yet, though.
Okay, yeah, I was just going to ask what price.
It's just we haven't had momentum, right? I'm looking at this as a zone, these mid to upper 30s, and see how we're just kind of hesitating right above them. I want to see a blow off the top. I just want to see just a nice momentum burst to the long side. If it happens, you'll see what it is.
Who's here?
God candle.
Oh man,
I think we're getting
What's
it now.
up?
I think we're starting to get it. Yeah, this is kind of what I'm wanting to see. This momentum to the upside. Not like the power hour, not like some huge thing, but just some follow through like this.
Hey, tell you. What's up, Hoop?
Who's
jumping on this moving train? What's up, Hoop? Dakota's in a trade right now. Long 3 Nasdaq 20,018 last trade 20,055. Let's track this trade, Hoop, and we'll bring in and get your thoughts on what's been going on so far with this market action. Dakota, did you shave one? Or are you still long all 3?
Yeah, I shaved one off at 54, and we're pushing. Now we're starting to see that momentum.
Yes, we are.
Got 60s.
Headline. Yes, we are. How about this? Headline from Lutnick. UK government nationalized British Steel as part of this deal. All right, Hoop, what's up, man? Welcome aboard. Thoughts on the trade so far? It's been pretty quiet. Been waiting for this announcement. Not getting a whole heck of a lot just yet. Patience. What have you been trading any other markets? The Aggies? Anything outside of the big 3 here?
I'm looking at what I wrote when you first came in the room. Practice emotional control.
Oh, yeah.
And waiting and waiting, and he's coming in the room, and that's just, we keep living with this environment, and I don't have to worry about that in Golbex. So I'm trading better in the overnight, like Dakota was
Hey.
saying, and I'm going, and I locked it. I was starting to mess around. I locked it up this morning again, and it's just, it's out of my control. So if I have, I do trade a couple different accounts. So I locked one of them at about $1,000 on, and I'm looking for a trade, somewhere. Like I'm looking in corn. So yeah, it's just this environment we keep getting in the morning, and I with those guys at night, at slow markets, and it's just, there haven't been any tape bombs at overnight yet lately. So that's kind of where I'm at right now.
Love it. I love it.
Carving it up
Dakota's
in
saying,
slow market.
yeah, Asian sessions, perhaps
I
a
got
little
short
less
one
noise.
ES.
Oh yeah, let's
because
rock.
Dakota took off one.
Yep.
Looked like we were slowing down on a pretty big pop there
All right,
against the larger trend.
Let's go short one ES. What price did we get, Jack? Trading 56.70.
56.73.
There we go.
So a little bit against us.
All right.
I closed off another
Let's
one
see.
at 65.
There we are.
Okay.
If we stay below VWAP.
Okay, you have VWAP 56.81. Dakota is out of 2 now.
Yep.
Long
20 on
one.
1 plus 50 points.
Nice job. 6 times the charm, Dakota. How about that?
Paper cuts.
Yep.
Right.
It's the same setup, everyone.
It's absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Starting to see the long
And I
tilt.
talked about it since we got in.
Questions are started.
Oh boy, here we go.
There we go.
Dakota, what was your entry on those?
0.15.
Nice.
Nice.
Sniper like.
There's still more room up. Go test those 120s.
Hoop, when have you said you started to trade the Globex session? I was asking, what's that? It's the Asian, sorry, the Asian session, the reopen here, 5 p.m. Central, and obviously you're not getting the tape bombs yet. What markets are you trading in the overnight?
Gold
session?
is cooking. Gold cooks in the overnight. I mean, especially getting into like when Aaron comes on around, and believe me, it's not that late for me, but for everyone else it is. But
right,
once you start getting around, 12 o'clock, you start getting near Europe. Gold. I mean, the break in gold last night was the motion,
Yeah,
of how
it was.
fast and how much stuff was just. I mean,
just
it's like watching pork belly market 30 years ago. I mean, that thing just goes.
I was just going to ask.
Yeah,
the gold. So once it goes, just get on board and ride the wave. Essentially, has been the trade.
It was funny when Jay and Dakota were trading overnight, and people were like, "Yeah, we should top, get in. It looks extended." And I think, when we get directional overnight, you just have to. I know it doesn't look like a great in, but more often than not, right, Dakota, you just got to get on the train and get in, because you just don't get a lot of pullbacks, because it goes.
I'm surprised. So many people in the chat think that this is a different strategy than I've always traded it, or it's not. I talked about this as soon as we came on air on Fast Markets about this setup. It's a technical. I'm a technical analysis. I'm a technical trader. And I said, if we pull back down to this zone, I'm looking for longs. And I've been saying, I'm looking for longs. I'm looking for longs. This is the zone I want to see. It's a big zone. Yes, that's okay. Just like any market, it's not an exact. If it was an exact price, then trading would be a lot easier. And I got in and out of what, 5-6 trades, 4, 5, 6 trades, and finally got the trade I wanted, and it's working out pretty well. Risk reward. That's why I lose 70% of my trades. You just seen it. I lose 70% of my trades. That exact reason.
Dakota, I feel like you're a really good trend trader, momentum trader. This kind of feels like this is a reversion trade to me, because you're trying to buy the lows. And I know technically, this is what you're doing. This is what you're looking at. Maybe that's why people are kind of feeling like it may be something that you don't usually do.
Maybe. But I thought I've demonstrated this a lot. I know you and Andre have seen me trading for well over a year now. I I don't know. It's maybe something
you
that
bought the breakout last night. I mean, he bought the highs breaking out last
I
night.
did.
in
I
the
did.
NASDAQ. It was freaking great.
After we ripped up 200 points, I'm like, all right, I'm long. And then
Yeah, everybody's
I
like,
made
what?
another 50 points on top of that. So it's just technicals, right? It's just
Mhm.
breakouts, reversals, breaking trends, three bar reversal, head and shoulders. I look for technical opportunities and ways to manage risk. Look at this, pushing up into these 80s.
Yeah, you're getting the push.
DBA concepts.
TBA
I
concept.
love that, by the way. I love that.
Vandalay Industries.
That's right.
Like this crude trade is just stuck to the IB high.
Gold stuck too.
Yep, right in the middle of the range. Smack dab in the middle of the range. Right at last week's
Bitcoin.
high in gold, 33.6380.
Micro Bitcoin over 100K.
The futures in the spot market were at 99,788.
It's a swing traders market now. It's a tough day trading. It's the ranges have gotten tighter, so it's almost become. I mean, you can still trade it as a day trade, but it's become more of a swing trade type market now.
Well, we tested those 90s again.
I wonder if I should move. I had my stop above VWAP. Now it's a little bit. We'll see. Still Q&A going on here. We don't know exactly when this is going to end.
Will it ever?
Let's go see overnight highs. Overnight highs.
Well, we can expect 100 more of these over the coming months. So
I know.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
prepared. They're talking beef.
Yep. Oh, talking beef. Yeah. And that's the other thing that's a killer right now. Cattle's in rollover. So it's, you know, when any market starts to get into rollover, what does it do, Hoag? It just distorts everything that it normally is doing.
100%.
Yep. Crude and rollover. Gold is like, did you see that rollover moving open interest in gold overnight, Hoag?
Yep. I've been watching it with you.
Holy cow. I mean,
yeah, it's happening fast and early.
Well, and the amount of open interest that's going out to the further months too. Like it's not just going into August; it's going out further. So that's what starts to tell me we ain't going anywhere just yet.
Yeah,
I'm trying to test these 90s in the NASDAQ.
Yep. What's your target? 120?
Yeah, I want to see these. It's not exact, right? I don't have an exact target. I'm going to trail this up on 100 tick and see if we could catch just a nice move higher. I mean, 120s, this zone, it's more of a zone, is going to be the first area I'm watching. I mean, we are getting some hesitation here as we've got to 090s, but we've already rallied, 100 points off from that low, 115 points off from that low. So you see, I'm just trailing up to stop. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, Marie's
5-point loss, 10-point loss,
ES.
10-point loss, and then boom, 70 points.
It's on a ladder.
Let's get through those 100s. Come on.
Yeah, we're going to get stopped here. Yeah.
There we go. 20,100.
Trade.
Right. Still long 2, right, Dakota?
I'm long 1 now, Hoag.
Long one. Okay.
Nice trade, Dakota.
Thank you.
Crude going back up there.
Going back to
I think
Liberation
yesterday
Day.
was the
close.
Lenny. Yesterday was showing the true Lenny yesterday. I felt bad for Dolby. Power hour.
Oh,
That was
yeah.
such.
Oh my God.
What'd he do?
We've all been there. Oh
Yeah.
Go
He
tell
was
me.
long
for sure.
19,800 even, and it turned around, stopped him out for break even, right? Hoop, and then the
And
market
just
just
ripped.
pumped. That was 300 points.
Yeah. Oh man.
Oh man,
I
yeah,
felt
that
bad
was-
calling him a Lenny.
So did I. We've all been there.
Dolby's off today.
We're still
Oh,
hanging
yes.
out right here at 100 even.
That's
We
the
have
overnight
all been
VWAP. Yes.
All right, I'm trailing the stop. Move my CYA at 53. Trying to hold over 100 now. Move my CYA to 68.
370 lots ES offered 56.88.
Am I sharing my screen? Okay.
Let's go over to Dakota's chart if we have it.
If not, let me know. I'll reshare it. It disconnects sometimes. All right, moved my CYA. Oh, there's a breakout. 130s.
Ooh. Wow.
Ooh, stop.
Wow, tape bomb. There it
What was
goes.
it? What was
There
I
it
didn't hear
goes.
anything. He's still talking.
I think that's some stops hit right
No.
there. And
Stops above
Got out
VWAP.
before him, luckily.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm out. There we go. 100 and
Banger.
I think 10 points right there. So
100 point
well, I was
banger.
down for the week. 3 losing days this week and back in the green.
Love it.
What's your P&L, Dakota?
6,087.
Beautiful.
Nice.
5 attempts to get into that trade. Didn't work.
Yep.
The last one did. Very tasty. It was fun to watch.
It's hard to do though. And I tell you, it might it's easier said and demonstrated than done.
Yeah, oh yeah. No doubt. No doubt.
DBA
concepts, Sony.
There goes gold.
Back to the lows.
Equities rally, gold goes down.
Uh-huh.
Nice.
We're at yesterday's
There's my screen.
highs. Or at least that's what I'm seeing in the Topstep levels. Looks like we didn't get there to the open of the futures, though.
Nice trade,
We are
Dakota.
at exactly now the
Good.
close Liberation Day candle.
Surging like.
Yeah.
3 up, Dakota? Can't read it.
All right. Headlines. It could be that tariffs on China would go down. Trump asked if China tariff can be lowered. It could be. Maybe that contribute to the pop here. Take a look at the ES 56.91 of about 40 points or so in the last 25 minutes. NASDAQ. So I just saw Dakota take a long to the upside for a nice profit. Last trade in the NASDAQ 20,130. We bottomed out at 19,979. So up about 140 points or so from there. Dow moving to the upside, 41,522. Gold, like Hoop was saying, gold ticking lower, 33.58. Crude just not impressed one way or another. 59.64. Crude just chilling right now. Take a look at the tilt. We got the longs on the equities in the NASDAQ and ES right now. We are cooking to the upside. 20,137. Dakota, 6, like you said, 6 times the charm. You had your conviction.
Yeah.
You managed your risk. And boom.
You were able to ride that winner.
I mean, it works out pretty nice. And tell you what, chat sure does get quiet.
Oh boy, here we go. Man, Dakota, if you guys like that, a little passive aggressive trash talking from Dakota, click like, follow, and subscribe. Nice trade, Dakota. P&L up $6,000. Number 6 on the big board. Great stuff. Hoop, any trades, any price levels you're looking for?
I'm going to be, once again, I locked up my one account, and that's it for me for the day. Like I said, cattle's and rollover, so the price action gets a little wonky. I'm going to, practice emotional control.
Love it.
I would probably buy ES in a pullback now that
Right.
it seems like some of this stuff is kind of cleared out of the
More headlines coming out here.
around 80. Yep.
More headlines. China has more to gain than the U.S. from talks. Jump on China. We could lower tariffs if talks go well. I might see China's president after weekend talks. This is all coming from the president right now. Are these questions, Jack? Is that what's going on Q&A in the Oval Office right now?
Yeah, it was. I lost my video. I'll have to go back and find it. Let me
All right.
see if we're still doing it. It was definitely the China news, I think, got this really cooking.
So we are still not done. Pushing higher here. NASDAQ 20,157.
Yeah, he's still talking.
Okay, cool. I took Rolls-Royce tariff down to 10% from 25%. Yes, coming up against
What
these
a move.
57. Yeah, 5,700s. Last trade 56.98.
Wow.
Yeah. Oh. Headline: Trump. Chinese tariffs can't get any higher than 145%. We know it's coming down.
Capped them. Nice.
I mean, yeah. There you go.
Capped them.
Yeah. There you go. We know it's coming down.
Be off the races. 57.20, looking for some resistance maybe in the ES. Consolidate there.
Okay. Hoop. Take a look at gold. Gold selling off here. 33.46. Gold down.
Mhm.
Gold down about $12 in the last 60 seconds or so. Still selling off. 33.45
That could
now.
be a trade to enter on a pullback.
Gold.
Mhm.
Yeah, we said gold was in trouble today. Maybe Hoag, right? You were talking about it this morning.
Yep. Island top.
We do have London close in just under 4 minutes. 3.5 minutes till London close.
I can see selling gold on a pullback on the bounce.
Okay. Last trade 33.49.
Maybe up against 60.
So
You're looking for gold to bounce up to 60?
53.52.
No, yeah, and then would look for a short up in there. Yeah, it's the problem with gold is it gets these V-shaped moves, and you've seen them. It's a rough one to peg. So you gotta. I'd rather try and sell it up against there. It's just momentum wise
52.70
stuff
is the IB low.
Yeah. Somewhere up in there. Especially if the equities keep cooking.
Yes, trying to figure out these 5,700s. 5,700 even last trade. All right, more gas in the goose for the NASDAQ. 20,165. Now 166 prints. 67s. Hello. All right. Yes.
Naturally, a lot of the questions are about China.
Okay. Well, that's the big one, right? That's
the
big one.
Question is, what gets big time players Hoag in this market? We still, the volume's still pretty light on the ladder and the dome and every day. So what gets big, the long-term players? Is this we get China off the books over the weekend? Is that gonna clear the runway to, maybe feel like bigger money gets in the game? I don't know.
You talking
They're
gold?
still on the sideline.
Yeah.
In ES. In the ES.
Equities?
I think they're all still sitting on the sideline and
Clarity. Yep.
Yeah.
Commitment of Traders
Clarity.
last week did say that there was an inflow in some funds and banks in the equities. I don't think that they're all in, of course. I think there's still a lot of uncertainties that they're looking to see resolved before really getting in. But they start to feel the pressure, because if they're not invested correctly, and the market continues to try and push to the upside, that's when they start getting squeezed to get in. I don't think, again, we're quite there yet, but you just got to watch for it. And we kind of took out one uncertainty yesterday in rates. Okay, everybody was pretty much certain that they weren't going to do anything, but you still have to wait. So as we start peeling off these uncertainties, a lot of these longer time frame traders that are on the sidelines are going to start to feel the pressure, because they're going to be missing out. So I think we need a few more good things to happen before we're really going to squeeze them back into the market.
Well, and Dalton said that, big money isn't afraid to be late.
No.
If they'll get
I like
in,
that.
they don't mind. They get in.
Yeah.
They'll
Hey,
get in
Bomb.
higher.
Hey, Bomb. What just hit? Something hit. What is the headline saying here? We want China to let our business in. We want to compete in China. China wants to do something. What was the headline that did that? We did see it pop up to 20,200 in the NASDAQ. We're now trading back 30 points lower, 20,160 last trade. We saw a pop in the ES up to 57.08. Call it now beneath 5,700s, 56.92 last trade. What the hell hit?
Hoop, the longer time frame is not price sensitive. I think that's what Dalton is really saying.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. If they want to get in, they'll get in.
Yep. All right. This might be it. I think the 10% baseline is set, is not a template for future deals. I mean, this market's just grasping for anything right now. The template 10% is probably the lowest end. This is
a couple big orders coming in right there on NASDAQ at the bid.
What'd you see?
Seen 50. Now we're seeing 100 at, I think, 58.
Okay, here's another one. We won't do a similar deal with cars. Still getting in on this. Tilt's around 50-50. We saw that bomb hit.
Tune in to TopstepTV. You would have found out.
What would you have found out, Dakota, if you tuned into TopstepTV? What would you have found out on this day?
It says, I blew up 2 accounts just not knowing Trump is talking.
Oh, well.
Boy.
That's, 100% Dakota. All kidding aside. Absolutely. Stay tuned in to TopstepTV. Keep you updated with the news and the wire and the econ calendar schedule throughout the day. Earnings as well. We are your trading buddy. Trading can be a lonely journey. Doing its own lone wolf. We are your trading buddy. We're here to watch each other's back, watch each other's six. We got Dakota. We got Hoop in the house. We got Jack in the house. We got Gabe back there. I think we can do...
How about that, Dakota? 33.59.20. We just broke $7 off it in gold. That's
amazing.
The V shape. Yeah, it's
amazing.
Starting to recognize that it's different than a lot of markets with the way it moves, for sure. Yep.
Yeah. Do you mind if I recap this trade real fast?
Yeah, go for
by
it,
all means. Please do. Number 6 on the big.
Yeah, so
absolutely.
When we came on air, the first thing I said was we were up here in the NASDAQ. We were trading like 130s, and we were starting to start to sell off. This is what I was looking at. I was looking that we broke out overnight. I was looking for a retest. Now, it's not exact, I know, because everyone's seen me get chopped up, right? Everyone you could draw this differently, but the idea is the same. A breakout, a pullback, and then a continuation back up. Nothing's 100% in the market. We very much could have easily just kept selling off, but I was perfectly fine taking that risk. While we were selling off and waiting for the Trump news, we were slowly starting to get down towards that level, right? And so I zoom into a 5-minute chart, and I talked about this. I said, okay, this is the zone. This is the area. I mean, you could draw this as a bigger zone. I could even say plus or minus 50 points. It's a pretty big zone. So originally, I was looking for longs around this level. Around, what was this? I don't know. You guys have to go back and rewatch it. And I was looking for breakouts, loss. And then we broke down. We tested 20,000. Everyone's seen it. I took 1 or 2 losses down here at 20,000 for 5-10 points. And then I was able to finally get in. And I'm also using this 100 tick chart over here on the right-hand side to help me try and get in. And you can see every time we tested 20,000, we held it. And then I kept trying to buy through breaks of pivots over here on the 100-tick chart? Well, we finally did. I ended up getting in at 20,015, and then the market just ripped higher. I mean, it's really simple when you do kind of a recap like this, but honestly, trading can be simplified to such a level, but how you manage your risk, I think, is the most important part, where you can take loss after loss after loss, not blow your account, and then still be able to trade a setup and have an upside down win percentage, but be able to have a higher risk reward.
Absolutely. Keep the math on your side, Dakota. What you're trying to say, keep the
Yeah.
math on your side, 100%. Oh, hey, look, crude. Someone hit the buy button. Crude just printed new highs, 59.97. Last trade, 59.87. All right, Gabe, come on in here. You always deliver the good news very, very well. We got this live performance bonus, man. How cool is this stuff? Let's
Hell
let
yeah.
the people know that weren't tuned in or haven't been living under a rock. Gabe, what are we doing around here with live funded traders, man?
And we are doing something exciting. If you guys didn't know, yesterday we've been talking about it, but yesterday at the end of the day, we ended up launching the live performance bonus for Topstep X traders. Now, this is in the live account only. I know a couple common questions in chat. Is this for express funded accounts? No, this is a incentive for our live funded traders in Topstep X. This is the first performance bonus of its kind in the industry. There are 7 bonus levels. When you complete all 7, you'll earn up more than $250,000 in bonuses on top of any payouts that you take. No one else is doing this for their traders. So let's kind of break it down a little bit. It's very simple. There are 7 tiers. If you hit your profit target for one of those tiers, you earn your bonus that's associated with that tier. You can earn 1 bonus per calendar month, and you just keep climbing that ladder. And just super exciting. It's obviously, we want to reward traders for their consistency, for their skill, and their profitable trading month after month. But if you have any questions, we're going to drop a link in the chat real quick for you, just to give you kind of a one-stop shop for some good overview and FAQs. If you do have questions, we are also here in the chat for you as well. But definitely a great program. I know Dakota spoke highly of being one of the first prop firms to introduce an extra incentive to keep our funded traders motivated to continue trading towards that live funded level where it's pro ball, right? You're in the big leagues. So love to get your thoughts. If you have any feedback for us, obviously we are always open to feedback. As you know, we take in a lot of what we see online. In addition to our chat, it goes right to our team. But let us know. I'm excited. I think this is a great way for us to continue to find ways to innovate and make it more attractive to work towards live funded instead of sim farming for the majority of your career. But that's what I got for you guys, and we're going to send it back to you for these markets.
Thank you, Gabe. Good stuff. No one else is doing it yet. Yet being the keyword.
Yet.
We will see something similar, but yes.
Yeah, where there's one, there's always others that like to follow. But that's okay though. That's good, right? That's really good. Yeah. It's a good thing this market's in, this industry is going in this direction, and that's what you want to see. You want to see others do that. Lead by example. I think more importantly, MP told me this, Andre, because I had some in-depth conversation with him. He said it's kind of like investing, right? Longer term investing. When you're choosing something like this, it's like you want to just hitch up with a company that you really believe in. You might have small critiques, which you're always going to have, like, I wish this instead of this little details. But over a longer period of time, you're investing your own time as a trader, and knowing that this company is continuing to provide these types of things. In a year from now, what's it going to look like? Are you going to be passing XFAs and getting into a live account? And are there going to be more benefits? Are there going to be more opportunities? That's kind of what you're investing in as well, right? You're not just investing in what you currently have. You're also investing in what the company is going to be doing in the future. And so that's why I've been so adamant about why I'm excited to be a partner with Topstep, because this wasn't here last year. And this year, it's even more enticing. I'm happy that I went through all that process to get a live account, because now all of that commitment we've taken for the past year has led to this. It's the same theory. You don't eat the fruit when you plant the seed. You have all that time to be able to go through and have that patience.
Agree. Absolutely.
Yo, Andre, real quick.
What's up, Gabe? Yeah, hit me, Gabe.
I forgot to mention, this is something that I need to emphasize.
Yes.
You probably have seen some of the confusion floating around Twitter, and our lawyers, of course, were lawyering it up a little bit. Andre, I'm not sure if you saw the tweet, but just know one of the biggest questions is this bonus able to be taken out of the account? Can you actually withdraw this bonus from the account? And you can. The only thing is you just have to meet the same eligibility requirements to take a payout. Our program hasn't changed. There's no other additional restrictions. You just have to hit your 5 winning days of $200 or more. Or if you are eligible for daily payouts because you've hit 30 winning days, at that point, you are more than able to add that bonus to your next payout.
All right. Thank you, Gabe. Here's a big one hitting the wire here. Better go out and buy stocks now. It's coming from President Trump right now. Better go out and buy stocks now. Fed Powell is always late, but the big one that just hit. Better go out and buy stocks now. Remember what happened last time when he said this?
My
It was,
God.
this is new highs here in the NASDAQ. 20,231. Now 3. Yeah, just mark it in. Just mark it in the shit. 57.15 last trade. Holy moly. Yes. Headline coming out. Better go out and buy stocks now. Dow moving to the upside as well. New highs in the Dow. This is what a time to be alive. 20,000.
Only we had a runner.
Now 240.
I was waiting for you to say that.
Let's go. Look at this thing go.
Long from
on the hot
015
session
and-
highs. Yes.
I mean, yeah, what a turnaround. Bottomed out. This began. We bottomed out 19,979. We are now putting in new highs on the session. Like Jack just said, 20,246 in the NASDAQ. Bottomed out at 56.53 when this announcement began. And we are now just about 60 points higher, 57.16 just printed.
Trump
man, oh,
really
man,
said
gold.
that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yep.
Still
Yeah,
talking.
Not a
Still taking
second thought about
questions.
it either.
What in this world are we watching?
Better go out and buy stocks now from the president. Look at all those green candles. Look at,
Which stocks?
yeah, I mean, good
Find
ones.
Google.
Oh, yeah!
Yeah, the tremendous ones. All right, new highs. New highs printing here in the NASDAQ. We're off to the races. The president says go out and buy stocks now. The market has listened, and we're making new highs. 57.18, 57.19s now in the ES. NASDAQ got the memo as well. Now 20,260, now 261. Look, where are they going to take this thing to? Dow, up, and away. Look at that. Who starts that? Dakotas, look at that. Look at those green candles. Amazing.
Dude, I
Absolutely
don't know
ugly.
what to say, man. I mean, are we now
Just
insiders
buy.
too?
Just mark it in. I mean, literally, the boss just said buy, and 57.23, now 24, now 25. We are cooking the upside. New session highs in the house. All right. Better go out and buy. By golly, the markets have listened, and we are making new highs. 20,287, 89's print. I'm gonna be saying this a
There
lot
goes
now.
gold.
Yep, gold selling off 33.42. Tilt still not convinced. 60% long, 50-50 for the most part. Wow, just wow.
Just buy
You think you-
stocks. Awesome.
Do you think he's going to tell us when to sell them?
Exactly.
Well, I mean,
Can he tell me when I could do some covered calls too? Maybe.
Absolutely.
How about that?
Amazing.
Yeah, sell puts now.
Absolutely.
Yeah, exactly.
I can't.
Alright,
This
so
is
we'll
the
make another-
level that I wanted to sell, but I can't do
Jack,
it.
you
Obviously,
can't
because
step in front. You can't step in front of this.
Can't
Boss
step in
just
front
said
of
Micro
I'm
Bitcoin new highs.
Yep.
we're above 100K in Bitcoin spot.
Mhm.
All right, let's scalp this, mark it up to the long side.
Absolutely. Is he still going, Jack?
Yep.
Is he just gonna? Does he just? I would just drop the mic after that one.
Yeah.
What else is there to say, really? Click like,
Stocks
follow, and
now.
subscribe. That's what they're else to say. Click like, follow, and subscribe as we continue to make new highs. The boss, President Trump, did say, better go out and buy stocks now. The market's certainly reacting to it. Put in new highs. 57.29 in the ES. 20,294 recent new high print in the NASDAQ. Something tells me we're going to keep going higher here.
Yeah, I'm long.
Didn't he call Powell a fool this morning
Yeah.
too?
I'm long.
That was the other one.
What price, Dakota?
93.
Doesn't matter.
I'm out
Yep.
at 03.
That's how you trade it.
Yep, just get in.
Nice trade. Update that P&L when you have a chance. That's
Yeah,
how you trade it.
6,200.
There you go. All right, coming up against this 20,300 level in the NASDAQ.
Yeah, I'm gonna scalp this.
Yeah, absolutely. That's how you trade this.
Yep.
57.31 new high just put in the ES. Gold continues to sell off. 33.41.
Mm-hmm.
Man, oh man, incredible! Absolutely incredible. I mean, yeah, this is. I mean, twice in the last month we've gotten the heads up from the boss to just go and buy it. This is incredible. This is historic. I mean,
100%.
Here we go. We will put 100% on toys if Mattel goes outside. You are now he's targeting company. I heard he went after Hollywood as well earlier this week.
I've seen that.
Yeah,
100%. Yeah,
Mattel's in the crosshairs right now.
On movies.
Another leg higher.
You scalping it. Every long trade opportunity I see over here, I'm gonna scalp for a few points.
Absolutely.
100%.
That's how you trade it. New highs print in the NASDAQ 20,313.
Cooking.
Dow up and to the right as well, 41,801. New highs on the session. The tilt saying 50-50 for now. Hey, we do have morning recap coming up in about 10 minutes. Then we got Doom joining JD and myself. It looks like the party's just getting started. Yeah, you guys get Doom. Love him. Here we go. The U.S. is doing well even without a Fed cut. Powell's probably not in love with me. I mean, this is...
Yeah, he's... Well, Andre, we won't show it now as we're making new highs. One of the next segments you're on, we had Powell talk to us tomorrow, so we have a recap from that, an abridged version of his interview.
Absolutely.
Maybe if this slows down, we'll show a few clips.
The headline's just getting better and better. This is just getting juicier and juicier. Yep, we got Doom. Also, we got Top Quiz. Then we got the performance session with Robin Dane in the house. That's after Top Quiz. We got VIP check-in. You know what's coming at you all week long. But right now, President, if you are just jumping in, we're seeing that the President did say, better go out and buy stocks now. And we have continued to put in new highs. Gold is selling off 33.39, 33.38 now last trade in the gold. But yeah, this is incredible. This is incredible. 57, absolutely amazing. I mean, yeah. Is he still going? I mean, he's probably seeing what the market's doing. Yeah, definitely.
You're just taking a short in gold. Damn it.
All right, Hoop's in. What price you get, Hoop?
Oh, I should have taken it, and I'm not going to chase it.
All good.
Yeah,
all good.
337 now. No FOMO.
If we pull back to 260s, I like 260s for longs.
Okay.
It's basically the overnight high that we made.
We get there. Let's see if these pullbacks, let's see how deep or shallow these pullbacks are going to be after that headline came out. We got about 8 minutes left here in Fast Markets. Got a morning recap. Hoag, start off slow. Not a whole lot to recap.
Wow.
There's a lot to recap now. There's a lot. And might be probably just getting
this might get big money off the sideline.
Hoop, great call.
Right?
Yeah. Great call.
Don't want to miss out, right? Just buy.
Good going.
I mean,
the person asking the question, this is confusing, sounds exactly like James Harden.
James Harden?
Questioning Trump for a second. Yeah.
How do we not have 1,000 likes, man? He asked. Great question, man. How would we only not have 1,000 likes? Only 750. Click like, follow, subscribe. We get to 162,000 subscribers by Power Hour. Let's see. Right now, we got a 300 lot upside, 57.35 in the orders in the ES. I don't see why that won't get filled. Everything just look out above, just up and to the right.
150 bid, 731 filled.
Okay.
Crude going for those highs again.
Oh yeah.
300 offer at 57.35 3/4.
Yes, chat. If only we had a runner.
I mean,
you did well for yourself.
You did okay.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah. One tweet away from this thing turnaround, right? I mean, so absolutely,
yeah, exactly.
it's
One tweet away.
well played. I mean, remember how it was we're getting trouble, getting above 20,000. 20,000 kept, kept getting long, cutting
we
the
may
trade.
never see
and
20,000 again, Andre.
oh wow,
Oh boy,
I mean, you promise?
Never.
You promise?
never.
If you buy stocks now, you're good.
You're good.
Yeah, I mean, he
Those cattle.
literally knows the magic words to send the market higher. I mean, it's not. You figure out the
He's
playbook.
literally telling you to buy.
Yeah, straight
Yeah.
up. He's literally just said it. I mean,
You
what
can't
more of a
get
signal
any
do you
more
need?
clear.
What I mean, you got top step daily levels. Those aren't going to do you any good when we got. I mean, technicals,
Exactly.
fibs, RSI. Who needs any of this when you got the boss saying go out and buy stock? That's what you come into your
Do you
top
have a
step
risk
TV,
disclosure?
and that is. I mean, that's not financial advice, JB. I mean, it kind of is. The boss just
No.
told you. Where else?
I
you
don't
get
see
that?
a risk disclosure on that tweet either, or wherever that
Yeah.
came from.
That's absolutely incredible. Gold's still selling off 336. JD, we got some hot streaks. How's the hot streak going with this market? Come on in, JD. I gotta see how these hot streaks are looking. It's been a couple days.
Yeah, we got some decent hot streaks right now.
Yeah,
Hey, sound off in the chat. What kind of stocks is everybody buying now? The boss has said to buy. All right. Here are your fun to trader hot streaks. We've got Luke still on top. 61 days worth $11,243. He made $517 between the ES and the MNQ yesterday. Richard's still hanging around too. Made another $250 trading the micro ES. 54 days worth $11,338. Robert took about a week off. He's back in the markets though to continue his hot streak. Made about $600 trading the micro NASDAQ yesterday. Now at 42 days worth $33,415. Big hot streak for Robert. Dariel's still in there too. Made $903 trading the micro NASDAQ yesterday. 41 days worth $10,393. And Leon, our hot streaks P&L leader, $206 trading the micro NASDAQ yesterday. 41 days worth $53,699 for Leon. That is some pro ball trading right there. I'm going to reach out to the risk team and see if Leon is a candidate for the live markets. 41 days, $53,000. That's a decent streak right there. All right, folks.
Nice.
There you have it.
Oh yeah.
Good stuff there, JD. Interview's
Yeah.
still going on.
Okay. Just
Interview's still going.
Yes, it is.
Pull back a little bit.
Yeah, Dakota looking for those 260s. Last trade 284, 20,284, I should say. Gold is just selling off. Look out
30
below.
buck break almost. Wow.
Yep. Last trade 33.
Sold 400
You
at
called
around
it.
57.25.
You called
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
I mean, you said
Came right to
360,
60
but
and then didn't pull it. Yeah.
it's not exact, right? That's where.
No. Yeah. It's an area, right?
Mm-hmm.
It is. It is indeed.
Nice trade.
Wow.
That's why you're
all
a
right.
hoop trader.
That's absolutely, man.
840 lots offered 57.27 ES.
Thank you, Jack. Yep, I see that. 800 offer 57.20 or 57.27. Yep. Oh, by the way, Rising Star Doom coming up with us just became really live funded with us. Awesome stuff. So make sure we'll tune in with that with JD and myself.
Pullback.
Just went from live funded. Yep. There's a pullback. 20,278 last trade.
Coach Jay, what stocks? I actually bought inverse ETFs.
Yeah.
Whoops.
Sweet. We'll update on the on that crude trade, Jack. We're 4R now. $1,000 unrealized, I do believe.
Oh, I'm gonna have to tell you, I'm not seeing CL on my live. I think it only has the things in the live account that I'm paying for. Maybe
Gotcha.
I don't have CL.
Yeah. Yeah, we're up about 100 ticks on that right now.
Nice. Excellent.
Hey,
stuff.
Trump. The stock market will really rally now.
Oh yeah, here.
Oh, there.
You can't make this up. You can't make this-
Yeah, that one slipped through the cracks. Nice catcher. Yeah, the stock market will really rally now. We'll see. If we go get those. We get those 57.27s in the ES. The upside offered 800 times.
What in the world?
Absolutely.
Do you think he let Nancy Pelosi know ahead of time or no? What do you think?
Wow. I mean, there you go. That is that. Yeah, that is They're all on this.
All right.
Incredible.
Crazy.
Who takes the next jab?
All
I
right.
think Jerome Powell might.
What happened?
Oh man.
57.24. Yeah, we got that 800
I
lot
think
offer.
he's
57.
leaving.
Yeah, we done? Wrapped up?
We are done.
Okay.
I'm done
All right.
now.
Yeah. Wow. Absolutely incredible. All right, let's see if we can fill this 800 lot in the ES. Last trade 56.27. And it
It jumped up.
Moved it. Oh, you dirty
31
dog.
and a half.
Yes, you dirty dog. Okay.
Ooh, that might be a spread, bro.
Yes, it could. 57.26 last trade. ES. Watch that 800 lot upside. Offered 800 times 57.31. Wow, Dakota, nice trade today, man.
Lightning there. They held that 800 lot till it came within 2 ticks and then jumped it back.
Incredible.
4
Absolutely
points.
Incredible. Wow. Yes. All right. Yeah. All right. We're coming up on time
Now it's
here
gone.
for fast. We come up here in time for
they
fast.
moved back
Started
again.
off slow. Started off slow. Yes. It was. All right. They're playing games in the ES.
Moving
We were
up.
rocking and rolling out, folks. It was slow, and we were waiting in a holding pattern the entire time. Dakota showing amazing patience, getting in the trade, getting out. For the reason he got in was no longer there. He got out, got back in. Nice $3,000 winner. P&L up over $6,000. Hoop joining us, jumping on this moving train as well. Always good to have you, Jack. See you later today. Anyways, we got morning recap coming to us. We got Rising Star Doom in the house. Just became funded. Also, we got VIP check-ins. We got Robin Dane joining us.
Nice.
Man, oh man, a lot going on right now. Marcus has woken up. This Top Step TV, it is good to be back. Let's go.
Welcome to the morning recap. What started out to be a pretty slow morning certainly became very exciting very quickly. Just going to go over the house accounts trades, the other trades that were taken, and take a look at what is going on with these markets. I find that lately gold has been probably the most interesting market to me. We'll take a look here at the opening range trade. This is not gold. This is crude oil. Here we go. Here's gold. So we took the opening range trade to the long side. I really like that idea. But we've got, the opening range, first minute, we broke to the upside. We took it, gave us a little bit of profit. But once we kind of put in the initial balance high, we saw the market, well, actually, let me go to the 3-minute chart for this, folks. Opening range trade broke to the upside, took us out, then went up and put in the initial balance high, put in a failed upside auction, and then with the new information that's come into the marketplace, it's been assisted to the downside by that information. But I want to go back and take another look at what happened with this island top. What is an island top? An island top is the market gapped higher, spent 2 days up there, and then gapped lower. It has been unable to close the regular trading hour session gap to the low from the regular trading hour session yesterday. So what does that look like on the regular trading hour chart only? So it's not really going to show it because gold technically settles at 12 o'clock or 12:30 Central. This chart goes all the way to the end of the day. So when we look at the low from the regular trading hour session yesterday, that low is 33.8330. The high from the regular trading hour session today, 33.7570. So we've got a gap to and a gap from a move to the upside that is a reversal pattern. We should be looking at opportunities to the short side today, which unfortunately the opening range trade broke to the upside. Looking for some possible shorts up here. Did too much talking, not enough trading. That's all right. Let's take a look at what's going on in crude oil now. So the opening range for the last 3 sessions has remained either the high or the low of the regular trading hour session. You can see right here, this gold bar is the opening range, the first minute, and it never returned back to that level at all day before yesterday. Here it is yesterday. That gold bar is the first minute, and it never returned back to that level yesterday. So we've got one to the upside, one to the downside. Opening range today. Opening range again, left at the low of the regular trading hour session, the DAL or the dead ass low. And we have been holding that long ever since, 8 o'clock, 8:03, 8:04, 8:05, whenever that triggered us in. And we're just doing our very best just to not lenny this trade and let it go. As for possible targets, the only thing that I'm seeing is if we can take out these highs, we're looking at 60.64, a naked point of control, a point of comfort. And if traders are eyeballing that level, they have a tendency to bring price to that level. So we're going to hold on to this and just hold tight, see if we can get up to that level. I think that would be a really decent target for it. All right. So we are looking at the E-mini S&Ps. When the boss says buy stocks, I guess you got to buy stocks. But earlier in the session, House was looking for a short right around 10:10, kind of before all of this rigmarole started to happen. What are we looking at in the longer time frame here, though? We had 2 naked points of control above price. We've checked both of those in the regular trading hour session. If we're going to continue this upside move, I can see us getting up to 57.49.75, which would be the next naked point of control, reference level, comfort level, visual level. We could see doing that today. Who knows? ACH, anything can happen. But take a look at the opening the trade today in the S&Ps in the house account. These arrows have moved a little bit on me. That does happen from time to time. We're going to try and put those back where they should be, 83. All right. So looking for maybe some continuation of the downside. I mean, you can see, from the high here, we're putting in higher low, we're lower highs, we're putting in lower lows, lower highs, lower lows, put in another lower low here, putting in a lower high here would have been a nice spot to possibly look for a short. We were also looking at the overnight VWAP as a potential for resistance. Unfortunately, that one did not play out, lost about 10 points on one ES on that trade. But the exciting stuff, I mean, look at this. So Dakota comes in and he looks at a shorter time frame chart. I'm going to move these a little bit so we can get a better look at what we're seeing here. So he comes in and he sees, kind of focusing on this trend line. He says, I'm looking for a place to buy it, but I really want to hold off until we get a chance to see what happens at this trend line. What does he call it? DBA Corporation or whatever it is. And 1, 2, 3, 4 points of contact on that trend line, breaks out above, comes back to it. What was resistance became support. 5 trades. He tried to get into this trade 5 times, took small losses each time. Finally, he got the good one. Finally, on the 6th attempt, got long 3 NQ, 20,015. Nice. So where did he get out? Well, the first one he got out at 20,065, a 50 point win. Second one he got out at 20,095, 75 point win. And the last one, the third out, at a 100-point win. And that's pretty much when the president said, hey, now's a good time to buy stocks, and it just went. He did take a couple of little scalps up here, up the highs, right back at last week's high. Where do I see a target? Well, I don't see any naked points of control. I need too many visual targets above last week's high. We do have the 10% off the March all-time high. But if we do see this thing continuing to grow legs, I can see us getting up to this 20,530 weekly kickoff high. We're going to get to a point where we're going to start to see some of the longer time frame traders now getting a little bit of heat because they may be missing out on some of this participation. That could be enough to bring those adults back into the room. We're just going to watch gold here. We talked about this morning. This island top, to me, was really the first shot across the bow in the favor of sellers. Now, some folks were talking, Anne Marie was one of them, that was saying, you know what, this really felt like a blow-off top up here. And boy, wasn't she right? 34, 36 weekly kickoff high. It was a naked point of control. And it just looked above it, closed, opened the next overnight session, and just got buried. The most important feature or nuance, I think, in gold right now is the fact that we did leave this island top. And, there is, if you look below, there is a gap, naked point of control, a gap, another naked point of control, another gap, another naked point of control, which is basically the weekly kickoff low, 3180, and another gap, and another naked point of control inside of that gap, and another naked point of control, and another gap, and another naked point of control. There's a lot of weak structure below in this market. Unless something happens and somebody comes in and starts to continue or begins to buy gold, this market is possibly in some pretty big trouble. So hopefully you've been able to use that information today. Hopefully you've been able to profit from some of that information. Hopefully you've enjoyed the day so far. There's a lot more to do. Don't forget, we have Robin Dane, a trading coach for 30 some years. I'm really looking forward to that session. But coming up next for Rising Star, we've got doom coming up, and not too much doom in these markets, at least in the equities today. But he's going to be joined with Andre and JD. Enjoy the session, and we will be back with you in just a couple of minutes. This is TopstepTV. Let's go.
Yes, we are back with the rising star, none other than Doom himself. Just became a live funded trader here at Topstep. We got headlines flying around. Trump saying a deal with China might be happening soon, and even more. So we got white smoke billowing from the Vatican. JD, what do we know about the new Pope, if anything? We were just talking about in the green room. Is this true? What are we seeing?
Nothing
there?
yet.
We got a new Pope. Okay, but white smoke.
So far, we know that a new Pope has been elected. There's white smoke coming from the chimney of the Sistine Chapel, which means a new Pope has been elected. We don't know who it is yet. They're about to come out, well, maybe in the next 20 minutes to half hour. They should be coming out to announce who the new Pope is. But so far, we don't know yet. We'll keep you apprised of that situation for sure.
Absolutely. Good stuff.
Yeah, exciting news coming out of Rome.
Yeah, maybe we get the video feed from that chimney at the Vatican. We'll see how that goes. Anyway, let's get ready. Doom, first of all, congratulations. You are now going live funded with us. How did you do it in these wild times with the headlines flying around? Market very sensitive to tweets. How did you do it, Doom?
Oh, I ain't gonna say luck. I have quite a complex strategy, but size down. When you get past your 10, 15 green days down, that's a recommended approach during slow markets. And I did. Andre just got into a short position. How you guys like to say cheap short of the highs?
All right, what price, Doom?
I'm getting my hook here on the 5 minute. Let me move this out of the way. I'm in at 295 and a tick.
All right, 295 quarter. Short one mini or one micro?
I'm sorry, 2 micros. 2 micros. 2
micros. Okay.
If it goes my way, I'm looking to build up into this position and potentially add a little bit more. 62s.
62 downside. All right, Doom short 2 micros, 20,295 quarter. All right, looking for a downside target of, you said about 260 or so.
I'm going to add it 62. I'm willing to add, and my stop is above the last high wick on the 5 minute at 326 and 3 ticks.
All right, we'll get working on that. Yeah,
full disclosure, we do have what are you saying, Dre?
JD? No, I said go ahead. Talk about the video from Doom's a little choppy right now. We'll see if we can get that figured out in the meantime. Go ahead, JD.
Oh, sure. I was just going to say, full disclosure, we got Doom in a trading combine right now because he's being transferred to the live funded account. So it doesn't have any open XFAs to trade right now, and the live account is still not processed. So we got Doom in a trading combine for right now. Full disclosure.
Yeah, Doom. How about it, Doom? Finally comes full circle, man. You're going live fun with us. You'll be sure to come back on. We get that account up and going. But right now, Doom short 20,295 quarter in the NASDAQ. Let's take a look at the ES price. 57.28 last trade. Biggest mover. One of the bigger movers is gold down and to the right. Gold, when the analysis began, we're trading around 33.61. It's just been lookout below in gold. Last trade, 33.14, putting in a low of 33.09. Man, oh man. Just incredible stuff. Again, for those just tuning in, the president did come out and say, go and buy stocks right now. Also, I wouldn't be surprised if a trade deal was reached with China. Doom, it's just headlines. I mean, you have a complex strategy. Obviously it's working, but the complex strategy, I mean, it's obviously sensitive to these headlines. And, how are you managing stop losses, letting the winners ride? For those that are asking, how did you do it, man? Tell us.
Cheap VIP and add into your position and try to press it further down as far as you can. And just be aware. I'm looking at the last very right edge of the chart. And that's it. I'm concerned technically what's happening now. I don't care about what happened an hour ago or maybe 3 hours ago or yesterday. What I have here on the 5 minute at top, on the stochastic, divergence on the highs. This is a decent reversal signal on my end. Completely technical. News literally before I got on live with you guys today, just right over my head.
Shit, there you go.
Nothing wrong with that.
Take a look.
Wrong.
Yeah, absolutely not. Let's take a look at the tilt. 50-50 across the board. We are still in this crude oil trade in the house account. JD, update on that. We're along from $58.67. Last trade, $58.68. We did see $60 even print how are we managing this trade behind the scenes, JD?
We haven't touched it yet. We're still long. We haven't moved our stop. Hoag and I agreed that for once we're not going to touch it, and we're going to see where it's at going into the close. We've given back some profits right now. We hit a high of, what was that high? $60 even to the tick.
Yeah.
Big fat round number, $60 even. And we've given back about 35 ticks so far. So we're still up just over 2.5 R on this, close to 3 R on the trade. And we're not going to touch it. Obviously, if we see some giant selling coming in, I'm really not willing to take a loss on it. I'll play it by ear. If huge selling starts coming into this crude oil market, I'll dump it in the money.
Okay.
Possibly get back in a better trade location. But for right now, haven't touched it. Stop hasn't moved since we placed it when we got into the trade right after 8 o'clock a.m. Central Time. And we're just letting it ride out right now. We're up about 72 ticks on the trade.
We'll take it.
So decent opening range trade. Opening range low has remained the low of the day. Same thing happened on Tuesday and Wednesday. Tuesday and yesterday. Opening range remained the high or low for the entire trading session. So we were kind of looking for some follow through to that pattern today, and we're getting it right now. Sound off in the chat if you took that opening range trade in crude oil and you're still holding on to it.
Who did take that?
Let's hear your stories.
Low. Yep. Jimmy feed going in. No smoke anymore. All right, we're working behind the scenes to see if we can get that feed. Apparently the smoke is not being shown anymore, but news is we do have a new pope elected. So we'll keep you posted on that. All right, Doom. Take a look at this trade. 20,290 last trade. Look at the 5-minute chart of the NASDAQ. Bit of a range. I guess lower end in the 5-minute, call it 222. I'm sorry, 20,270 lower end. Upper end, obviously 20,320. You took the short because it's a cheap trade. Where do you put your where do you put your stop on a trade like this for a cheap trade?
I got this 5-minute bar right here. It's above the previous high. Very cheap, risking $130, and the possibility of this thing fading at least 30% of the move.
Okay.
Interesting.
Typically, I'll look to get 1-to-1 or slightly past 1-to-1 on half of the position if I decide not to add. After all, awareness. I'm against the trend here. So at 1-to-1, I'll most likely take one out and move my stop back to even and just let it play out. If it shows more fruition, continues down on the 5-minute chart, maybe past 15 exponential moving average, I'll consider adding. I kind of trade as the market reveals it. I don't have typically a preset price. What am I risking or what am I willing to risk on a setup? As far as I know,
I kind of feel inclined. I feel inclined to get in on this trade with you. I kind of like what you're talking about here, Doom.
Okay. 20,280 is the last trade, now 85s.
Doom's entry is 296. We're about 15 ticks away from there right now. Do see volume kind of petering off just a little bit.
Absolutely. It's drying off a little bit. Yeah, we got a 30-year bond auction. Top of the hour.
Oh, yeah.
May or may not move us.
Could be a market mover.
Right now. Yeah, okay, yeah. Doom is short.
Possibly.
We look for, maybe we could in on this, this trade with this trade location, JD. I mean, obviously, if it goes lower,
trade location.
We want to get in, but
location.
Might be the bottom end. Yeah, it might be the bottom end of the range.
Start scaling in. I'll start scaling in some one lots. How about that?
Yeah.
I clicked to join the offer, and
that's the 1 minute doing.
Ran away from me. I'm gonna switch over to the 1 minute view.
What is the 1 minute doing, Doom? And why do you look at the 1 minute? You've been looking at the 5 minute, and why are you going to the 1 minute? What are you trying to see?
I was on 1,000 ticks. When it's making moves like this, you want to go really low on the spectrum ticks, 500, 1,000 ticks. during Asia, 100 ticks. I'm looking at the moving averages. Pretty much that's what I'm trading across over the moving averages. And we go on the 500. We're already downtrending on the 500. And that was somewhat the basis of the entry. I think I entered, yep, right here. And that was it. 50 in yellow is the 50 SMA. This is I'm kind of debating on pushing break even here because we're consolidating pretty good on this 5-minute bar. We're holding the low so far. It's close to the middle of the 5-minute auction. I'm just gonna wait out on the close, see how it goes, and figure out from there. My stochastic is already down in a low end of it, and momentum is MACD. It's above zero. So potentially, I don't want to be fighting the market if it gives me a clear signal that we could continue further up.
Oh. Well, Doom, I got to ask you, clear signal. Short. When the president says go buy stocks, do we need any more clear of a signal than that? I mean, I'm just joking, but still, he says that. I mean, that is like as clear of a signal as it can get, and it's I mean, taking a counter trend trade, but it's tough. It's tough to get in these shorts. When you see
I have I have my technical signal, and I'm a little bit thick-headed and thick-skulled. President or no president, when I got a signal, I got to take it.
We did just get in one house count short, one micro, 20,288. So if we get some fall through the downside, we'll add into this. But right now,
20,288.
Not much happening.
288.
We're in the money by a couple ticks, but
take a look at the ladder here on the Nasdaq. Pretty thin, upside and downside. Look at the ladder in the ES. Last trade 57.27, pretty thin as well. We got a 200 lot up around what would be the high of the day, 57.35 quarter. Just wait and see right now. In a holding pattern. 50-50 on the tilt. Oh, what do you got for me? Hoag's got negative delta in the Nasdaq, minus 22,000. Counter trend, Hoag would say. So, let's see, minus 22,000, plus 900 delta in the ES. Last trade 57.28. Last trade in the Nasdaq 20,293 until 50-50. I was kind of short one micro. Doom, short two micros.
Keeping our risk pretty tight. Just above new highs right now.
Take a look at the... Okay, nothing on the wire. It does say Trump has any remarks at the White House event for now. Gold bottomed out at 33.09, up about $8 off that. 33.17. It was just down and to the right when the president started announcing framework for the deal between the UK and the US, if you want to call it that. Again, for those who are saying Trump did come out and say this is a good time to buy stocks. This is the second time he said that in the last month or so, and it's up and away. Absolutely incredible times we're living in. That's why you come and tune in and watch Topstep TV. Saw someone in the chat saying, I didn't know Trump was speaking. That's why you come to Topstep TV. We got your back. It can be lonely. We're always watching each other. We got awesome cheers like Doom, Rising Star, coming out with us. I remember you're struggling. You come out with us, struggling. Now you are live funded, man. How does it feel? I mean, what did you go tell everybody? Or you're just like, just another day in Doom's world?
No. Even the wife kind of oblivious to the fact of the stats from self-funded trader to a live trader. Like, I saw them moving. I was like, yeah. I didn't want to go with the whole hour and a half explanation of it took me.
Doom, are you hiding money from your wife, Doom? Is that why we're not talking about it?
Yes. Big money.
Big money's right. Incredible.
Big money. And I'm sure she's not watching. That's why I'm willing to tell you. Guys, I send her shopping. Like, hey, credit card, go enjoy yourself with the kid. I'll be live on
There you go.
Topstep TV. You know, business as usual.
Damn right, Doom.
We'll have you back on in a couple of weeks so we can pick your brain about the major differences between the XFA and the live account. What's your favorite part about it?
Yeah,
Benefits of going live.
I was in a live account before, and I don't see much difference.
Oh, that's right.
That's
right.
I'm in love with the Topstep X platform, just because the news tab is right here, and you get a wide variety of news, including the president speaking and so on. Like most calendars that I've used before, economic calendars I've used, that they don't have that.
Mm. Have you seen what we're doing for the new live account balances?
Yeah, perfect time to go live.
Live account balance.
How about that?
Very, very, very appealing. Very appealing.
Isn't
very
it?
appealing. Yeah, that's great. You know, you get down, you perform, you put in the work, you do your job, and you get bonuses. That's great.
That's second tier
Just
too,
another-
going from tier 1 to tier 2. Yeah, look at that image there. You go 15 to 20 grand. It's like 100% bonus. You make 5 grand, we'll give you 5 grand. That's awesome. It's very attractive in my opinion.
Very.
Doom's, yeah, you're going live at just the right time. Another perk of going live, you got direct access to our risk team. They'll work with you, moving your limits, as well as size, all like that. I mean, seems to be a lot of interest in live. That's what we're all about here. Topstep Pro Ball, real trades, real profits, real losses as well. But yes, also full transparency. Well, we bring on traders like Doom, rising stars, man. Doom, you're a rising star. Do you ever think you'd be a rising star here on Topstep TV?
I never take anything. I
love
I take life just down the river, whatever comes across. I'm considering reversing the position right here because I'm thinking of continuation of the trend.
Yeah.
Reverse button.
I'm looking to exit. All right, I just got out of the trade. Lost about $35. I was only short 1 micro. I did not reverse, just covered.
I lost 38. Same risk. Close. Stop at 268 and a pick 205.
What was your entry on the reversal? One more time.
305, 304, and I take this.
304.
Yeah.
If we get another dip, maybe I'll join you.
Yep. Okay.
Yep.
And
Doom, if you make $1 million, if you make $1 million in your new live account,
$250,000.
we're gonna give you $250,000. Can you believe that?
Just for being good at your job, just for doing what you're supposed to do.
Just for
$250,000,
being good.
5% bonus. That's nobody does that.
No, they don't. They don't. But they will. I can assure you that they will start. I'm sure we'll start seeing it pop up. But hey, that's what Topstep does. Keep pushing, keep evolving. Always listen to our traders in the chat and feedback. We love the feedback. So that being said, I'm going to segue this thing. We got this Trustpilot and now we got to keep looking for more feedback. We can drop the link for Trustpilot. That would be amazing. Yes. If you like what we're doing here, if you want to light us up, let us know. Yeah, there it is. Let us up in the Trustpilot. We'll have that pinned to the top of the chat for 15 minutes or so. But yes, get that Trustpilot link in there. Where is it?
So for the younger audience, you make $1 million, you get a free Lambo. Can be that.
Oh, no, I mean that's what they all want.
Free Lambo.
There it is. Okay, there it is. The link to the trust. Link to the Trustpilot survey is in there. Maybe we'll pin it. But yes, please let us know how we're doing, what we think we can do better at, what we're really bad at. We read every single one of them, and we will adjust and adapt accordingly. Is this trade looking? Doom, you flipped too long, correct? You went from short to long?
Yes, and
yes. Yeah. Most recent update on the new Pope. Right now he's donning the white the white papal cassock, and the ceremonial fisherman's ring.
There it
Before
is.
being led through the hall of benedictions and out onto the balcony, known as the Loggia of the Blessings. There, his identity will be revealed to the thousands gathered below and the millions
Wow.
more around the world who have closely watched the conclave. So,
Look at that.
new Pope introduction is imminent.
Yeah. Coming to you live on Topstep TV. Didn't see this one coming when we first started Topstep TV. We'd be breaking news with new Pope. But hey, that's what we do here. We got about 20 minutes to the top there. I got a 30-year auction, top of the hour. Doom. Now what price you long from, Doom? I missed
it. 304 and 3 ticks.
304. All right.
New Pope brings me into give a shout to my dear friend, Father Derek. I've been helping him a little bit with trading. He spent 3 years kind of learning how to trade and sharing gains with the less fortunate.
Really?
Yeah.
That's a good story. Is he a Topstep trader?
Yeah. He trades.
He's a Topstep trader? Really?
Yeah. Father Derek.
Father Derek, Topstep trader.
Really?
Sharing the gains with the less fortunate. Real OG, man. I'm telling you. He's great.
Well, you gotta get him on. Father Derek.
If we got our production people in the background, if you're listening, see if we can find Father Derek. Maybe put a call into him. A priest making money, trading futures, giving back to the community. What a story.
Where else but Topstep? Emery, okay, he needs to be guessed. Agree. We are looking high and low, far and wide for Father Derek. Come on here and tell us what he's up to. We'll tell you what's not doing a whole heck of a lot. The markets, the Nasdaq's in a bit of a range in the 5-minute. Last trade, 20,306. Last trade in the ES, 57.32, about 3 points off the highs there. What up, Doom?
Looking for a first take profit at the top of the Bollinger Band. That is a humble trade, 100 points. 408. Let me put my limits so.
Yeah, 408. Last trade.
4 points.
Yeah, starting to see some buying coming in.
406. I put my sell limit at 406.
So we're tapping on some new highs here in the ES. Last trade, 57.34 a half, about a point off those highs. See if NASDAQ wants to follow suit. NASDAQ about, 5 points off the highs. Hit me, JD. What do we got?
Ooh, we got our high in the NQ, 20,325 in the orders. We're getting real close to that right now.
Yes, we are. The market want to wake up.
Doom's current position for the people in the back. Doom is long 2 micros from 20,304.75. 2 micro NASDAQ. Long 2 MNQ. 20,304.75. Call it 20,305 for the sake of the overlay.
All right, new highs just printed in the ES. NASDAQ got about 5 points for that. Last trade, 20,320. Recent high, 20,325. See if gold wants to keep selling off here with the move higher in equities. Crude pushing higher here as well. $59.87 a barrel for the black gold at Texas T. Hype put in $60 even about 30 minutes ago or so.
Bullet traders in the chat. Bitcoin just popped above 100,000 again. 101.145. Bitcoin up 4% today. 4.25% Bitcoin today. Big move.
Rejecting the last guy. Not good.
Or sort of rangy right now.
Let's see.
Looking at this 5-minute chart, we are pretty rangy at the moment in the NQ. Got to bust out of this for sure. Our crude trade still doing well. We do see some buying volume petering out here just a little bit. This is the pattern that scares me when you're long. When volume and volatility start to die. Just volume dropping as we rally, which tells me that, how would Mo put it? The buyers are becoming wooden.
Wooden buyers, yes.
Plastic to wood. Yeah. We'll keep an eye on it.
Ah.
Still at the highs of the session, just underneath highs of the session.
Maybe seeing a little bit of a squeeze here in the NASDAQ. Might be feeding this rally a little bit. Shout out to Hoag. What's that delta? It was minus 2,200 in the NASDAQ. I'm guessing it's peeled back a little bit. We started to see a little uptick here. 20,314 last trade in the NASDAQ. But, yep, delta is pairing back a little bit to minus 1,700 in the NASDAQ. ES plus 600. Again, it is lunchtime trading. We got Lunchbox Trading coming up next. How about that? JD, I believe you're on there. Indeed. JD with Anne-Marie, Indiana. Yeah. And then we got Top Quiz with Gabe and Alyssa. And then after that, a very special segment, High Performance Trading Coach Robin Dane in the house with Hoag. We'll get those links for the questions up there. There it is, pinned to the top of the chat. Get those questions in there. That's right after Top Quiz. Also, you know what's coming up? We have another VIP check-in for Season 3. Yes, Season 3. I know. Do we say when the draft is? Ballpark? Are we allowed to say? JD?
I'm sorry, say that one more time, Dre.
Are we allowed to say when the general time of the draft for Season 3, VIP Season 3?
When is the general time for the draft?
It's in June.
We get
I'm told, yes, sometime in
yeah.
June. In June, but yes.
You haven't gotten an official confirmation date, but you got a couple weeks. Just keep filling out those forms. Keep coming to TopstepTV. We'll keep dropping forms and keep filling them out. And you'll be good.
Yep. That plane ticket. Oh, all right, Doom. Chop around this 5 minute. Chopping around. Keep tapping on some highs, though. I mean, a couple points. It seems like, do you ever time stop your trades, or you stick to this? You stick to it and let the market tell you what's happening.
I stick to it, especially if I'm in the direction of the market and I get a good signal. Now, an issue I had before is, particularly these reversals are decent, but in my, I wouldn't say greed, but more of ego and kind of, when you marry the trade, you can't fight the market. I was looking for a short. It didn't pan out. As Andre earlier said, can't go against what the president said. He said buy stock.
Yeah, I mean, straight up.
Did we pull the
second time in a month?
Did we ever pull the chat this morning after Trump said that? The president said go out and buy stocks. How many people in the chat are looking for stocks to buy right now because of what the president said? Are you going to buy stocks this week? By the end of the week, will you buy stocks?
Yep, straight up said it. Can't make this up. Speaking of which, S&P's heard that. Just tapping on some new highs. 57.37.5 new highs just printed. See if we get the 38s to trade. New highs in the NASDAQ. 20,330. It's printed. Dow following along as well. Tilt 50-50 in the ES and the NASDAQ.
Printed a new high, pulled off just a little bit. At the top of the range right now. We're back inside that 5-minute range. Minor liquidity grab. Got a 100 lot offered in the micros at 32 in the orders. Don't see 100 lots in the micros all that often.
Oh, here we go. Pull up in the chat. Will you buy stocks by end of the week? Yes or no? Week, man. It's got to be yes. Oh, wow. No is taking early lead. It's got to be yes, though. Got to be yes. I mean, Australia laid out the plan.
We should have put it in a form. You know?
What's up, Doom?
What was that, Doom?
Is that allowed to technical tunes?
Come again, Doom. Sorry, you're breaking up. Every time you move your mouse, you're breaking up. Yeah, what'd you say?
Yeah.
Is it all right to technical audience?
Take the poll of the audio. Yeah, what do you want? Depends. What do you want to ask?
No, 3-day chart, 200 average. Just look at it. That's where I average in on stocks and options. It worked out so far. I can't complain.
There you go.
Get that poll going. Yeah, all right. So lower right-hand corner of the screen, you'll see the camera on live feed at the Vatican. Waiting for perhaps a new pope to be announced, introduced to the world. But yes, the white smoke was billowing from the chimney of the Vatican. Will be live. We'll cover that here on Topstep TV. Wall-to-wall coverage of the new pope announcement. Right now, stocks are keeping pushing higher here. 57.40 last trade, new high in the ES. Is the squeeze underway, Hoag? NASDAQ, 20,333. To the right. Here we go. JD, do we take the trade? Did we get along with them? Or we
did not
cut the short? Okay.
I cut the short. Yeah, we lost 30, 35 bucks on that. Nothing huge. Took a few points of risk.
Pulling back results.
Liquidity grab. Anne-Marie's looking for shorts pretty soon. She wants to see a liquidity grab and move lower. We'll talk about that a little more in just a few minutes.
Well, results on will you buy stocks by end of week? 70% say no, they will not. No, they will not buy stocks. All right, well, hey. Well,
should have sent out a form, like
100%.
If you're not going to buy stocks based off the president's recommendation, who do you listen to buy stocks?
I mean, yeah.
Is there somebody in your life who says buy stocks and you do it? Or are you a free thinker and you could do it on your own?
Kramer. No, inverse Kramer. Austin, Kramer. No, come on. Yeah. Pelosi's a good one for sure. Pelosi and now the president getting in on a little financial advice. No disclaimer needed when the president says it. It's just look at the charts. Absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible.
Vivek thinks the new pope is going to come out and tell him to buy stocks. That would be hilarious.
That would be amazing. That would be absolutely amazing. Pope. Again, coming up next, lunching with the ladies. JD will be joining Anne-Marie and DSCD in the green room. Hi, D.
Morning. How are you?
Good morning. Hello, Mike's hot right now, but yes, on the other side of this, can't wait to get D's reaction and take on what these markets have been doing so far. First half of the trading day.
Honestly, we live in such times that if the Pope comes out and says buy stocks, I won't be surprised.
Well, the Pope's getting an attitude now. Man, oh man, this is.
I'm like Carmen trades in the chat. He's still poking fun at Dolby from yesterday.
What happened?
Dolby probably sold the high tick and moved the stop to break even.
Oh no! Oh no! Did he lose
trade
it?
of the week on yesterday?
Yeah, Did he lose it? Or was he? It's like, I mean,
the market was just moving too fast. Scaled into a long. Got a great trade location.
600 lot offered ES 57.39. 600 offer just came in. And
got crude oil moving too.
Filled.
Crude oil is still pumping higher. We're on the highs in crude.
Here we are.
See, we take out that $60.
59.94 last trade in crude. Yes, looks like we might have a zombie rally going 57.39. Now 57.40 is trade, about a point off the highs there. NASDAQ drifting up into the right, 20,337 high. About 4 points off of that. We got the house count is long this crude trade. Doom, thanks for coming on, man. We got to work on your connection next time you come on. Yeah. We could really start trading when you come live. We'll get that connection figured out. But any words of wisdom before we get out of here and turn it over to Lunchbox Trading, Doom?
What I said the last time you guys had me. Mr. Mo said, never give up, never surrender.
On that note, JD, that was amazing. Absolutely amazing. JD, we could get out of here. Get you over to Lunchbox Trading. This is Topstep. We got 30-year auction coming up in about 5 minutes. We got Lunchbox Trading after that. This is Topstep TV. Let's go. New Pope. Let's go.
Click like, click subscribe. This is Topstep TV.
Welcome back, friends and traders. It is time for Lunchbox Trading. Go grab yourself a snack and grab a seat after that, because we've got Anne-Marie. We've got Coach Deanna, head coach of the Chameleonaires, Topstep VIP. Anne-Marie back from vacation. Trading it up already. What's up, Gabe? Did I just hear Gabe in the background?
I did.
Oh, well. Anyway, let's move on. All right, we got Coach Deanna. We got Anne-Marie. We got the markets. Welcome back, Anne-Marie. You were on yesterday, but I didn't get to catch up with you on air. How's it going?
I know.
Are you in the markets today? Are you trading it up?
It's going
Are you just easing back
great.
in?
I was trading earlier, but I wanted my head to be clear, so I am not in any trades right now, though I do see a potential short setting up in the ES, but it still will be, you called it right. You just said a little bit ago I would be looking for a short, but it's into a higher low. So we really have got to see what they're going to do up here.
Mm-hmm. We'll be talking more market structure in just a minute. Deanna, what's up with you today? Are you up, down, nothing
I'm
done?
up.
What's going on?
I'm up. So I've been trading copper and natural gas today. They started off a little bit sketchy, but I was right on the direction, slightly wrong on the timing, managed to turn it around. So this one is up over $2,000, so that's quite nice for a Thursday right before my move. But yeah, so copper is having a neutral day. I was expecting the mean reversion to happen, but this morning I was just a little bit early, maybe a bit too eager to make that happen, and then it turned around right at my average daily range low. That was located at 455.55. That's a nice number. And then we went straight up to the value low for previous day COMEX. That was 463.80. Overshot a little bit and then just turned around, so I caught some there. Quite a nice run back down to VWAP. And and natural gas just kind of melted lower, so I caught a little bit of that action as well. And that was it. That's my day.
Nice. How much time are you planning to take away from the markets when the move happens? You
Oh,
gonna be gone
not
for a
much,
week,
you
or will
know.
it be-
No. I'll be back on Monday. Yeah, I don't really take breaks unless somebody forces me with a stick. Uh,
Has that
but
ever
yeah,
happened?
I've got a whole weekend to set up, right? So there's no need to take any time off. We got the Starlink. We did manage to mess the dog gates up, so I'm gonna have to be taking them one by one on a lead, which is not ideal. But it is what it is, so that's going to be fun. My weekend is going to be my new job, dog doorman. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see how that goes. Other than that, all ready for the move. It's a bit chaotic. Obviously, everything's like happening. We're trying to pack everything up. So once we finish with this session, I'm packing up my computer and having a nice sort of takeaway meal and enjoying the rest of the day in preparation for the big move.
Are we going to get those cool lights in your new office?
Ooh.
Well, we'll see. I mean,
Set
I'm
up?
getting, I want to get like a neon chameleon. So that's something I've got planned. I don't know whether I'm going to make that on Monday, but that's coming. And maybe some, nice lights again. I've only got one light here. A bit limited what I can do with this space. The new place, I mean, the my office is probably not going to be too much bigger than this one, but I think it's going to be a bit wider, so I'll have a bit more space to play around. We'll see. We'll see. I don't know what it's going to look like yet, so it's very exciting. Building a new studio.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, the physical act of moving is always the worst part, but once you're settled in,
Yeah.
I know.
it always makes it worth it, right?
Yeah, for sure.
We've got 90 boxes, and that doesn't include the beds. It doesn't include TVs. It doesn't include computers. Yeah, so it's unbelievable how much crap you tend to accumulate over 20 years.
Wait,
true.
you've lived
It's
in the
true.
same place for 20 years?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
I know.
I feel you.
Yeah.
How much? Well, we could dig deeper in this. My question was going to be, how much stuff did you end up throwing away? Were you digging through closets? Like, why do I still own this? Or why is this still in this home?
Yeah,
You know?
my husband is
Just start throwing
particularly
stuff out
bad
the
at
window.
that. He's a little bit bad. He's a bit of a hoarder.
Purging.
So we found some stuff in the shed. There was like pieces of like wooden boards where we did like the cladding for the shed. And then for some reason he kept these like little tiny bits of wood. And I'm like, why are you keeping that? Just throw
I
it
might
out.
need
I'm
them
not-
sometime.
Yeah. And he's like,
had
you
a
never
plan
know
at
when we're
time,
gonna
yeah.
need it. So yeah, it's funny. Is it like a man thing? Is it a male thing? I don't know.
No, can I
Emily?
tell you,
No?
my husband is the exact opposite. If I don't have something put up in a closet and it's gone, I have to go to the trash can to find it. It's just if it's not put
Well,
up, you're out of luck. So
That's funny.
yeah.
So what?
But
He
he
doesn't even
was-
ask you. He just throws it out.
Oh no, listen, he threw my favorite tennis shoes away because he
Oh,
was
boy.
like,
Oh, boy.
you left them out and they just look like you need some new
Like
ones.
they
I'm
need to
like,
be thrown out.
oh,
Yeah.
yeah,
Oh my
bad.
God. Yeah.
Yeah, he's
The
crazy.
nerve.
That
But
would not be a
20,
good thing.
20, 23 years in the military. He's squared away.
Yeah.
So that's it.
Oh yeah. Yeah. See, my husband is comes from IT banking background, and luckily he's just as messy as I am. So most of the time he doesn't really mind too many things. So yeah, we definitely agree. But we have a breaking point. At some point it's like, okay, this place is a mess. We need to do something about this, and then both of us kind of tidy up and stuff. So we get on really well. Right. So I understand we've got a crude oil on in the house account. Is that right?
Yes. Back to the markets. I know we want to talk a little market structure, but let's get back to this crude trade for just a minute. I know there's a couple of people in the chat that may have piggybacked us on this trade, and they're holding it, waiting for us to get out too. Disclosure: don't follow us. This is not financial advice. But in the case, well, we were talking about this in the green room. So, D, you're speaking of sort of an anomaly. Not really I guess it's not an anomaly, but we're talking about time of day in crude oil, where you reach a certain time of day and selling pressure starts to take over in this market. So we did adjust our stop in this trade. We moved our stop up, our CY up to 59.57. So we're locking in 2-to-1 R on this trade right now. But
Love
there's
it.
a case for just getting out of this trade right now, isn't there? What's
There
this
is.
late
Yeah.
anomaly that happened?
Yeah, so basically, crude oil has this behavior where, in and around about this time, and then all the way to probably another 50 minutes, you can have a fierce turnaround in the run up to settlement. This is statistically something that happens a lot. So whenever I'm holding a trade, I would be very careful to keep holding it. Now I understand you have 2-to-1 at 59.57, but if this begins to break structure, which I think is already doing, to be fair. We kind of almost touched, well, no, actually, we did touch 60. And then since then, it's just been coming off. I would just take this. I wouldn't really hold it and wait until it comes back all the way down to 57 because you've got an extra 30 ticks. So then you're turning, 3R to 2R for no reason. And it's a dangerous time of day. And I think we're seeing some sellers coming in as well now. Again, if we go below 80, I would just take it.
Below 80, just take it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can actually move our stop up to 3-to-1 R. That would be 72. So we're locking in 3-to-1 R. Does that sound a little more reasonable? I do see that double top on the 5-minute chart.
Trade.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Plus, it's toppy on the 1-hour chart. And we could actually use market structure right in this very picture right here.
Yeah.
Okay.
In terms
Yeah,
of
let's talk
looking
about
at,
it.
right? So simple concept for folks that maybe hear the term market structure, but they don't know exactly what that means. It's something that you can use when you trade, completely dependent on the time frame that you're looking at, but relative to bigger pictures. And so, D, if there's anything that I say and you go, yes, but please just hop in there because I know that you've got a great solid piece of foundation in there, and you know it really well. So for me, when I take a look at oil, I know old school guys don't like looking at the Globex Open. I'm a huge proponent of setting out trades from the Globex Open. I do it for every single instrument and pitch for the Discord channel. It's always sitting in the Discord channel in the Strategy Lab tab in the mornings. So you can see how the trade has set up, where the support legs are, where the resistance is, where you want to get in, where your stop is, and so on and so forth. So that being said, we had this big move yesterday. That's also, what is this number, JD? This orange number up here.
Let's see.
I see it.
Oh,
This
that
is
would be
my top step
yesterday's
level.
value area. Yeah, I believe that is
Okay,
yesterday's
so
value area high. Yesterday's high. 60.26 is
yeah.
yesterday's high.
So we could look at that and go, you know what? That's a really sweet trade and a great target. But if you only have one contract sitting in there, it's a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush, as they say. And so I would say if you're only in one contract, then it seems better to take it where we see some relative resistance showing up here. But here's how the framework works. So here we have, on the big picture, we have a swing high and a swing low. That makes for one single rotation. I like to put a Fibonacci on it. I love the 50% line. It tells me a lot of things, including if the chart starts rotating to the north, if it starts messing around in this 50% area and holds it, along with a moving average that's upside, then we've got upside pressure. But at this juncture, we have this great big move. We've come from the bottom all the way up to the top. And so we know a lot of people are seeing it. We know a lot of people are going to take profit. And so it might be, well, what's going on inside of that? And so I would draw another fib to this market structure wave. It's a tiny one inside of the big one, but that same number that D gave you at that 59.80, that's that 50% line. So that wave of swing high to swing low gives us a new region where we can see, all right, if those sellers don't hold this region, we're very likely to rotate back down. So why do I do something like this? Because I talk to a lot of traders that go, you know, I just use a 20 tick stop, or I just use some arbitrary stop. And you can't use an arbitrary stop. You're going to find yourself getting death by 1,000 cuts if the ATR is expanding on the day. So you have to think to yourself, wait a second, if I take this trade and I'm positioning with other traders, what in the world are they thinking about doing? It is a game of chess. We have to think about what people sitting on the other side of the trades are doing when we get in there to compete with them, because it is a competition for price, right? And somebody is going to win and somebody's going to lose, right? And so that's that setup space. Now notice this, if it loses the 50% edge, then literally it's got to move all the way back to another top step level. That's 59.40. But if it loses that edge below at 59.32, it's got another run all the way back to 50. And then the structure is moving into this area, which is swing low to swing high. And so if you're thinking to yourself, wow, you know, I think oil is going to move up, you can use these little measures you can frame them out on your hourly chart, and then you can go to your 5-minute chart and you can say, all right, let me get a little bit more mechanical strength there. Whoops. Don't want to use that. What happened right there? Operator error, as always. You can use your 5-minute chart to say, hey, let me see what structure is building here, knowing that you have the big picture to work on first and the little picture to time your move. And on top of that, if you've got the implied vol moves that are telling us, listen, 60, they don't want it to go any higher, or they're going to have to either puke, which could drive it higher, but usually they will try and force it down early. Anything to add there, Dee? What do you think?
I love this analysis. It's kind of similar to the way I look at things. Maybe I look at things in a slightly simpler way. I don't use fibs, but I use a concept of swing high, swing low, and the technical supply and demand. Now, some people will be familiar with this, but basically, if we look at the established swing, I call them established swings. Straight enough, I use the 50% move to validate those. So if you have move up, then it creates a new low, then you have a new reference high, new reference low, and then I just put my my zones up at the top area, and I like to use a concept of market equilibrium that then changes downwards, and that's actually what we're seeing here. When we create a bearish engulfing, at one point the two candles that created the market shift, they looked the same, and then if the structure on that micro time frame breaks down, then you create a new supply. That's kind of how I look at it, but we come to the same conclusion, right? So this is some kind of a high that is a dangerous zone for further upside. Furthermore, I have the average daily range high there, right at 60 level. That's a round number. We're coming into a time of day when reversals are very likely in crude oil. And, you know, to me, this is just generally a danger zone to keep holding this. Now, the house account caught this really nicely, and
I
you
know.
guys held it all the way. So amazing trade, absolutely amazing trade. But there comes a point where we have to ask ourselves whether we are chasing a negative risk reward, because what was the entry? Tell me the entry.
Entry
JJ.
price, 58.97. 58.97.
58.97. Okay. And where was your original stop?
Original stop was 25 ticks below that, so 72. 58.72.
72. Okay. So at the moment, we're sitting on 1, 2, 3, about 3.5 R. But what happens if, let's say, you are considering that all of this is profit, and now you're holding for what? How much higher? For an off chance that this might actually go all the way up. So you're effectively risking all of this to gain this. So to
Yeah.
me, that becomes a negative risk reward side of things. We're chasing a little bit more to eke out, you know, a few more ticks in a very dangerous area. Yes, sure, it can keep going up, but we've already got 3.5 hours. So, you know, why don't
Yep.
we just be happy with that, book it, and just go, okay,
Yeah.
that was an amazing trade. Well done, everyone. This was awesome, right? What a day.
Exactly. And it's the 3-day implied vol move.
Mhm.
So there are a lot
Yeah.
of things going, you know, not a bad idea. Hey, listen, it feels awesome to catch the top. All of us love doing that. But at some
Yep.
juncture, it does become that measure of negative risk reward. That's a
Yeah.
great point, Dee. Great point.
Yeah.
Well, you sold me. Hoag, are you there? I'm working on an offer.
And then
We're
Hoag
out of
is
the
going to
crude
turn
trade.
up and go, you rang.
Order filled.
Order filled.
Order filled.
You
There
guys should
he
be brokers.
is.
You know? We covered the gold trade. We are out at a 90 tick profit, made $900 on a one lot opening range trade in gold today.
Awesome.
Amazing. That's how you do
Crude,
it,
crude,
right?
crude trade, crude trade.
I'm still going to call you
Crude
Lenny.
trade.
I
Why?
know.
Why? Why 3.5 hour? Then, like in my book, that's like, look, if you're doing 3.5 hour trades, you only need to be right, like maybe 25%, maybe if that.
I'm not
So you can
saying.
afford to be a complete muppet and still make a ton of cash. The best way to do trading, right?
I'm not
Well,
saying it
guys,
wasn't
I don't
a
know
great
if,
trade.
and I don't know how close. I've always got one eye on the news, guys, but apparently we've got the Lord on our side now too, because we have a new pope, and apparently he's a native of Chicago.
What?
Really?
Robert Francis Prevost, a native of Chicago, will be the next pope and has taken the name Leo the 14th, according to the New York Times. We're on a mission from
Is he
God
gonna
here,
ha-
folks.
Is he going to have
Oh my
a Chicago accent?
goodness.
Wouldn't that be great? Deep dish at the conclave after party.
Oh
They're
my
gonna start piping
gosh.
in Lou Malnati's or
Yes.
something. Is there a conclave after party? Did I just make that up? There should be a
There
conclave
probably
after party.
is. There probably is.
We'll keep you posted on that. We have video of the balcony. I already forgot the name of what they call it. But once he comes out to introduce himself, or to show himself to the world, we'll
So
pipe
does he
it in.
speak Italian? Like, I certainly hope so.
I was just going to
That'd be a
ask
bit
that.
weird.
Don't they all have to? Isn't that like a?
You would
Yeah, I would
guess
think
that they
so.
would.
They're all fluent in like a half a dozen languages.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, I can see
I
that.
think the last pope was.
We might have Jack coming
ahead.
in. Jack's got a few things to say about it. Let's get him in here.
Would love to hear it.
Jack always has the best takes on things.
I know.
Come on in, Jack. Anyway, though, so we're out of the crude trade. We got God on our side, and everything's looking good today. House account's up, stocks are up. Here's a question: President Trump said to buy stocks today. Are you guys going to buy stocks because the commander in chief said so?
I only listen when Price tells me. So
Same.
Sound
Price,
advice.
Price
Sound
is my
advice.
face. Yeah.
I also think we've come up a bit too high again to stop
Yeah.
buying stocks. So, I looked at, I had a DAX trade on earlier that was long, and I looked at it, it's almost back at all-time highs. It's crazy. It's insane. And I was like, what are we doing? Like, what was all that about then? And it's like, here we are. DAX is like, yes, everything's fine in Germany, no problem. Yeah, what tariffs? Tariffs? No, nobody cares about tariffs. So yeah, it's to me, it's all technicals. So if something falls to some technical levels enough, and then we see a little bit of a pullback, I typically wait for a weekly chart to turn around and to tell me when to get in, and then I start buying stocks. But I have been stung before where I held something for 3 years or 4 years, and I'm like, oh, this has gone high enough, and then I would book it and I would close all my all my trades, and then it would go to high heavens. So this time around, did some bargain shopping again, held some of the old stocks that I had. Like I've held Palantir since it was like $9. I don't think I'm
Oh
ever selling
my
that.
goodness.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's a trade.
I'm never selling.
That's a good trade. I got
Yeah.
it at 60 and thought I was doing good, but 9 is fantastic.
Well, funny story. I almost ended up working for them when I was still in the IT recruitment business, and I know you had a IT recruitment company as well. But basically, I wanted to kind of spread my wings a little bit and learn how things are happening. And then I worked for an agency, and then I was like, maybe I should work for a big company. So I actually went through like a whole interview stage. But one thing I didn't like about them is that they don't really have any progression. Like once you are in a role, that's it.
Yeah.
Like you
Yeah.
don't have any
No
promotions or anything. So I
hierarchy.
didn't.
It's very
no,
flat.
no,
Yeah.
yeah,
Those
and I
organizations are
didn't
super
like that.
flat.
Yeah. So in the end, I ended up with my own recruitment company. We had that for about 2 years, and then COVID happened, and then it all just went completely dead. So anyways, back to the markets.
So do we
Excellent
buy
markets.
this dip? Do we buy this dip coming into the ES? It's pretty shallow, but
Let's take a look.
What do we think? See, it's time framing higher, right? In the last 1 hour candlestick formations.
So I pulled up the intraday SPX levels, and we do have a
guys.
converted. Oh, sorry.
We've got Jack coming in to give us an update on the Roman popery happening in Vatican City.
Popery.
Right now. Jack, what is
we
up?
have
Popery.
various popery.
Popery.
Yes, JD, my fellow papists, rejoice. We have Leo the 14th, first American pope, first Chi-town pope, cardinal of a
That's
suburb of
amazing.
Rome, I believe. So he does speak Italian, but this is a trading show. So what I wanted to show was, if you can share my screen, the absolute madness that just occurred in the betting markets, the event markets. As you'll recall, yesterday, the big favorite was Parolin, followed by Luis Antonio Tagle. But in the last
hang on a
hour,
second, Jack. There it is. There it is. Okay, we got it.
here it is. This is why be careful voting on events, folks. This is today at 8 a.m. You could have scooped up. Look at this. At noon, you could have scooped up Robert Francis Prevost, our new pope, for 1.3 cents to make $1, which means $30 million were bet on the Pope on Polymarket alone. I can't even get Kalshi to load, probably because everybody is screaming at once. And anyone that was holding the new Pope, congratulations, you just had the luckiest trade of your life. And that is your
Is there a
papacy.
case? Is there a case for insider trading accusations against the Vatican right now?
I don't think so. Actually, that was JD. You'll be glad to know that's the first thing that I looked at. If we go out to 1 month here, in early April, the new Pope was at 2.5% chance, 2.5 down to 0.7. Let's go to the day time frame, see if there's any leaks, any leakers. No, it appears this is a
clever way. What a clever way to find that out.
Yeah, it turns out that this is just a pure gambling market. You can say what you want about the Catholic Church and the College of Cardinals. They ain't no leakers. And it would be hilarious if we found something to the contrary. That's all I got for you guys right now. I am going to leave until we get the next Pope. I'm done.
Hey, Jack. It would appear
I hope
the Pope
not,
is on the
Jack.
balcony right now. Am I seeing that right?
Yeah, it does
Probably
look
couldn't
like
zoom in on
he's
that
up
anymore.
there with some cardinals and such.
We're gonna have the
That is
Pope speech, like Jerome.
bananas.
I wonder if we could pipe in audio. Let's not worry about it right now.
Yeah. Anyway, so I converted the SPX levels into ES, and I'm seeing some interest around 57.20. That's kind of where it stopped.
Yes. 57.17 is also the implied vol move on the day for 1 day.
Well,
motion.
sometimes when they retest it from the upside, and we're sure,
Yes.
reasonably, like you're never sure, right? But if you're
Yeah.
reasonably sure that that's like an area to fish for longs, I would be looking between 57.22 and 57.17 as a nice little zone.
Is that a zone to catch a bid on, or just a target zone?
Long.
Should we be sure?
Yeah,
right now?
longs. Longs.
Okay,
No,
okay.
I
Yeah.
wouldn't short this.
Yeah.
No.
Keep that in mind for our compatriots on the next segment, or I could throw a trade on.
Because
Also.
here's the thing. Whenever you smash over a what should be called resistance, when it retests it, it very rarely breaks down fully without some sort of an up move in the same direction. And more often than not in equities, it tends to be a new support level that you can kind of bounce things from. Now,
Exactly.
yeah,
Exactly.
so
Love
that's
that.
something that I like doing in DAX. Obviously, I trade YM here and there. Haven't traded ES much this year yet. I mean, you know, I pop a trade in there every so often if something really catches my eye, but it's not a product that I always have on my charts. But I know it well because I was actually put on an ES desk in my very, very first job as a prop trader, and I promptly asked to be moved away from the desk because
Just
the thing
kidding.
was moving.
I don't want to
No,
be
it was
here.
12 ticks. 12 ticks of average
Oh,
daily range. That's what it had in 2013. And I just thought to
you know what?
myself, how
I
do you guys
remember
trade
that.
this?
I remember that.
I didn't
We'd
get
move
it.
like
Yeah, now I
3
get it.
points. We would. We'd move like 3 points a day. It
Yeah,
was awful.
yeah. And they're like, go
Awful.
on, trade that. And I'm like, why? So they put me on crude oil, and I love that. I was, you know, young. I was ready to trade 3 lots immediately on new accounts. Not something I do these days. So things have changed, definitely. But yeah, I'm glad, you know, I'm glad the equities are back to their zombie rally selves. Nothing seems to stop them, and therefore, anytime something overshoots some call strikes, well, there's probably going to be more call buying there. It's a pretty decent bet, just statistically speaking, technically, statistically, however you want to spin it.
Came right down to your
Nice.
20 level in the ES.
Yeah, right on
Stopped
it.
right on it.
And buyers coming in.
There is-
Momentum is a little down. Go ahead, Dee.
Yeah, there's also a possibility for a liquidity grab. So below 57, that's why I like your level, Anne Marie. You said 57.17. If we get a bit of a liquidity smash, that would be the ideal situation. Not sure if we're gonna get it because sometimes they're just gonna kiss the call level and then just go. But let's you know, let's wait and see. So it's a zone, like anything. Very interesting.
Man,
Pretty
did we
good.
run the
Keep an eye on
gambit of conversation today?
This is it.
Things our husbands throw away or don't throw away. The Pope
Oh yeah,
moving
yeah.
ran the show today. All kinds
We
of
still got
things
20
going
minutes
on.
left. What do you want to talk about next?
Oh.
We'll stay away from the weather.
Yes.
How can I
Let's
stay
go
away
back
from
to-
the weather? I'm English. You always talk about the weather.
Right. Good to talk.
So
Let's
we
go back
talk
to
about
market structure for a little bit. Anne Marie, when we
Yeah.
were in the green room, you wanted to talk about market structure for one of our gold trades this morning. You want to run through
Yes.
that one real quick?
Yeah.
Yes.
That was very interesting.
Would love to. Would love to. I'll show you what the structure showed us. And here we've got gold on a 1 hour chart, and we've got top step levels sitting right in this area. I'm going to hide them for just a sec so that the chart isn't so noisy. So, wait, how do I get, man.
There's a little eye somewhere,
Yes,
and then you
yes,
click on
yes.
that and you hide them.
There we go. All right, so here we are. And a lot of time, here's the main reason I like to talk about this market structure. And I know I was so glad to get on Lunchbox Trading today with Dee because she has that same rhythm and would add all kinds of color. So definitely want you to hop in here as I'm chit-chatting about this stuff. So gold had this massive run up from the low a couple of days ago, and literally we were about, maybe it was 34.20, and I said, man, that's got to be a blow off top. And so far, that's what it ends up looking like, just a little bit. But when we talk about market structure, an easy way to do it would be, you go to your 4 hour. If you went to your 4 hour and you just said, all right, what have the traders been doing? So in grand fashion, they literally have moved from 35.10 all the way down to 32.10, which I got to give Dee props. I was in the chat with her last week. Robert and I were both in there chatting with her. And she said, hey, I think 3,200 is a great place to look for a long in gold. And she was absolutely spot on. I thought it would fall quite a bit more than that. So I missed that trade. But this is the big wave we're on. This is the 50% line. And so it gives me a big framework of what price action looks like. Then if I go to the hour and I go, all right, I want to trade some of these cycles, right? Low, high to low, low to high, whatever. I want to take care of that. And so, like always, I have the setup. Oh, I need to use this one. I have the setup that says, hey, let's go to the Globex opening range candlestick. And that begins at 6 Eastern. I know all the cool cats do Central, but you'll bear with me because I'm the resident not cool cat. So what this tells me is that this chart is now underneath the 50 line, and potentially the range break is going to walk through all of these small cycles, right? So you always go from left to right. Okay, so you have a swing low to swing high. It breaks out of here. That's a market structure break. Price action goes long. I like to use the 10 simple moving average on the hourly to keep me in focus. And we just simply walk it all the way up. You'll notice right now, there's a little space. This was a tiny space of market structure break, but it's still resumed to the upside, continuing time framing higher, as volume profile folks like to say, and we moved all the way to the top. Yesterday, we had this consolidation space. Here we are at the 50. Opening event, they tried to bump off of it, but here's the market structure event that I was watching. High-low. See that 50 line right there? As soon as it lost that level, that tells me the chart's in mean reversion. It's coming into some bigger moving average, coming into more consolidation. But if you simply look at, okay, I'm just going to look at the last swing high low. Don't go overboard with this. You can drive yourself crazy building 6,200 of these things. Just look at the big wave up to the wave down and then watch the wiggles inside, realizing that those wiggles are just wiggles. And, traders have to get their wiggles out, and that's what's happening right here. And as soon as it breaks that line, it tells us that the structure is breaking down, and we have a likelihood of moving into those lower edges. So when I stare down something like that and I see, okay, I've lost my 50%, my tight moving average, I think that might be a 10. It's flat and sort of coming off. I'm breaking my 50 simple moving average. And so underneath that, it tells me, okay, price is going to run the show. And this markup or distribution at a profit is now in a space where they're going, all right, let's see if we can go right back down where we did all kinds of major distributions, which, might put us at this 32.78. That's the line that I'm suspecting that inventory sits in. But it can really give the trader exact regions, not exact prices, but exact regions where they should see things fail. And then they wait for them to fail so they can measure the risk and say, all right, well, the high is, that 34.24, which is the weekly implied vol move, another reason that the short opened up in the overnight. breaking down from that edge, you can easily say, okay, I see what's happening here. Now I've got high, low, lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low. I'm time framing down into the old support zone, which could indeed end up being 3,200 if we happen to get, by some glorious event, we happen to get something good out of this weekend in China, other than, people jawboning at each other. So that easily is that framework. Why do I share it? Because I find with traders that, one, traders don't have any, I should go along here. And teaching them about market structure allows them to sit down and develop control over a process that's just theirs. And you and I all know that when we've got something that we know is ours and we can build self-confidence in it, our trading confidence allows us to sit in a trade through small rotations, just managing our risk and saying, it doesn't come right up here, but it is moving. And Doom's reversal from short to long did the exact same thing. It's working on a big framework. He collapsed down into that 5-minute rotation. The market generated information told him, listen, if I'm right on the short, this is not supposed to happen. And so he said, I'm reversing. And that's how we use that market information. His stop was very manageable. He took a little bit of a haircut and then it was off to the races. And so this is a way that the individual trader can go, I'm going to get a handle on this. And once you get a handle on this, then you can add all the fancy pants stuff. Or you can say, all right, I have my structure here. I know Dakota's 3-bar reversal. That's the ideal place to look for a 3-bar reversal, right into these market structure events, right into them. And if we could go into Dakota's trade this morning, let's take a peek at that one. Right? He took the long, really beautiful. He uses trend lines. I don't, because I don't know how to draw them. I'm just going to be honest. I have no ability to draw a good trend line. And so
I'm with you.
I know. I'm like, okay, well, that didn't obey that. Not for a quick minute.
Someone asked me this morning, it's like, Dee, can you draw a trend line? Could not find one that was valid with 3 catches. Not doing it. I was like, Dee, just stop
so bad
right now.
So here's a super interesting thing. For his trade, it came, notice what happens. There's a breakout level. Here's the 1 hour. So if it breaks north and it's pulling back, this actually is a 63 exponential moving average. Most hedge funds that trade intraday use the 63 simple moving average. And so I popped it on there so I could always see what they were looking at if they were trading with any kind of thing that had to do with the 63. But what we notice is the breakout in the early part of the day when the market's opened. Take a look at where that is. That's the first breakout line, and it came right into that zone. Here's the next very interesting formation. Literally, I could geek out on these pictures all day long, drawing stuff that fits. But here's that 50% line. Market structure, low to high, that's just about exactly where Dakota took his trade. Just about exactly. So we could see it coming in. For me, I was hoping to see the dip into the area. I was trading the ES on the other side of that, but I was hoping to see the dip into this zone just a little bit closer to the 50. But as soon as I saw it popping off of that 63 simple moving average, and I used the hourly, I started looking for reversal action, and you could see how clean it looks on the time frame formations. It just comes right into the zone, right into it. And my favorite thing to do, how do you know a chart's going to reverse? 1, it stops heading lower. 2, it breaks resistance, near term, swing high. And 3, it holds a low on the pullback. So until it stops making lows on the 5-minute structure, you can't really take the trade unless you're bottom picking, and then you can start using the old swing lows, the breakout of those, to take the trade long. But you could be sitting waiting on the trade to come to you, and that's going to give you so much of a feeling of personal power. It really, really is. You're going to go, yep, I'm going to be patient. I'm going to wait it out. I told the folks, hey, listen, if you can't, go to your trading journal and write down and describe every single trade you take. Stop taking all of those trades until you can document what you're doing so you can learn the lesson the market's trying to teach you, right? Most of us are like in 50 trades and we're like, yeah, whatever, I'm going to do X, Y, or Z. And then we never learn the lesson. It's like going to class and reading your phone instead of, really looking at what, oh, I
So
used
what
to
you
teach.
described,
Go ahead.
what you just described on the lower time frames. Now, obviously, we have a slightly different way of looking at the same areas effectively on
Yeah.
larger time frames. So
Yeah.
now you went into the low time frame and effectively described exactly what I do, right? So whenever I'm
There's a
staring
reason
at
for
a
that.
potential setup, yes. And here's the thing. Everybody who's been trading for a hot minute, everybody comes to a similar conclusion because
Yeah.
ultimately we are trading market structure, right? We're not trading some different thing that nobody else knows what's happening. It's the same price
Exactly.
over and over, maybe with a slightly different behavior, but it's still the same price action, right? That's exactly what I do. So I will have my levels, and yes, maybe I'll take my levels from the profile and the options and supply and demand. But at the end of the day, when I'm entering a trade, I like to use either a 2-minute chart and then look for those microstructure breaks where if I want to take a long, well, the first thing that I want to do is for the highs, most recent highs, to be broken to the upside and for
Yeah.
the price to sustain above them. Now, I do
Yes,
have some more
exactly.
sophisticated ways. Like I look at the volume profile and I want to see POC not move against me. I want to move it with my trading idea. If that doesn't happen, and if I can see this little red line here, keep moving lower even after I enter the trade, that's a bad sign. And therefore, sometimes I'll be like, actually, this is not working out. Let me close it. That would be one of the things that will get me out early. But generally, this is that's it. Like literally just what you were describing. You look at the market
Yeah.
structure, you wait for the break, you're relying on larger time frame areas that you know are structurally sound, and you're just waiting. That's why I call myself market stalker, because I sit and wait. And until my
Yeah.
setup appears, yes, it can
Yeah.
fail, it can succeed, but at the end of the day, to me, it's all data, it's all probabilities, and me relying on setups that I've seen playing out over and over. That's how I can run relatively low risk trades that go for like, 300, 400 ticks
Exactly.
on some days.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So I
And I
love
have
that.
to give you
Yeah.
props because the reason that I said, wait a second, how can I explain this better? Because, I tell you guys about my brain being literally, you put a fan on in a room full of post-it notes that have lost their sticky, right? So my brain's all over the place. And so when I watch D in Euro trades, and I've watched D for a long time, I noticed that she has the ability to go simply, hey, listen, look from this high to this low. And so I've been watching her for a while and I thought, how can I make that fit me? And so the big takeaway is that when Dee teaches or any of the coaches teach, and you look at something they're doing, don't be afraid to go, I like that, but I think if I do this, it makes more sense to me. And start developing a system that's yours, but based on the things that everybody looks at. Everybody looks at these swing lows and swing highs and where support and where resistance are and where volume sits. And you can add all the fancy stuff later, but get the groundwork so that you can start building consistency in how you trade. And that's really, really key to it.
Beautiful. I've got nothing to add. You're muted, JD.
Oh, $5.
A lot of questions.
$5.
I was typing in the background. I have a super loud keyboard, so I got to mute when I type.
Yeah.
Anyway, we are out of time though, but there's a lot of questions coming through in the chat, so we're gonna clip what Anne Marie and Deanna were just talking about market structure. We're gonna put that out there as a one-off video for everybody, so you can go back and take a look at that and watch it. That was super insightful, super informative. Thank you both so much, man. I don't think we've ever packed so much into 1 hour on Topstep TV before. We covered at least 7 different topics. Thoroughly.
Need to have girls on. We can pack a lot of stuff in an hour.
That's true. And we can jump from one conversation to the next and not miss a beat.
Seamlessly.
Easy.
Those transitions were perfect. Anyway, thank you for joining, Deanna, Anne Marie. Always lovely. Always appreciate both of you coming on, sharing your insights, your trading knowledge, helping us get out of that gold trade. I think you saved us some dough there too, both of you. All right, we're going to step aside. Crude oil trade. I keep saying gold. Crude oil trade.
I know.
We're going to step aside. Gabe and Alyssa are coming in for a top quiz in just a minute. This is your chance to get an extra spot on the VIP list. Get another entry into the VIP draft for June. So stick around for that. And then Hoag is coming on for a nice talk with Robin Duane, a high-performance trading coach, so make sure you stay tuned in for that.
Yeah,
we'll likely be clipping that for a one-off video also. All right, again, Deanna, Anne Marie, always a pleasure. Thank you so much for your time. Everyone else, stick around. We're going to take a break. Top quiz coming up next. Topstep TV. Let's go.
All right, hello everybody, and welcome back. We are here with Top Quiz and Alyssa. Alyssa, what is going on? How are things going on your end today?
Things are going pretty well. Gabe, how are you?
Excellent, excellent. We're training some new folks this week, so super excited to get some help behind the scenes in production, but we have training going on, but lots happening. VIP forms about to drop for the day. Before we do Top Quiz today, I do want to kind of point out we are going to be swapping the pinned link for the VIP form. So right now, go ahead and jump into the Top Quiz. The link is pinned in the chat for Top Quiz. We'd love to have you play with us today. And then after we start the quiz, we're going to go ahead and drop the VIP form, which is going to be up until 3 p.m. Central, so until the end of Power Hour today. And just if you're not aware, the Top Quiz, the top 5 winners of Top Quiz are going to receive automatically an extra entry into the VIP drawing for the upcoming draft in June. In addition to that, there will be 20 randomly selected winners that get 3 out of the 4 questions correct or more. So just another great opportunity to get an extra entry into the upcoming draft. So definitely come and play with us. And then we're going to go ahead and drop the form in afterwards. And that'll be up once again until the end of the day. So let's go ahead and get this game rolling. Are you ready, Alyssa?
I am ready. I'm a little rusty, but we're manifesting a 4 out of 4.
Let's go. Now, Eddie did the questions. I know he's out today, but Eddie did the questions. So I know the answers, so I'm obviously not going to play, of course. But let's see what stumpers he has in there for us today. I'm sure he has 1 or 2 at least.
Okay, for sure.
All right. Go ahead and get going. All right, top quiz for, what is today, Thursday? Thursday, May 8th, 2025. Here we go. Question number 1. Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson's dad was also a pro wrestler. What was his pro name? Was it Tornado Johnson, Hurricane Johnson, Rocky Johnson, or Howard Johnson?
It's Hurricane Johnson, right? I had a Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson birthday party theme a few years back.
Did you
So I
really?
should know this. I did.
Well, that's awesome.
Oh, Rocky, yeah.
Well, it was Rocky. But that's okay. A for effort. A for effort. All right, let's check out the top 5 real quick. We got Rav God ATL or AT142. Alyssa's Pitbull. There we go. Pure Luck and Top Quiz. Very original name there. All right, let's go ahead and go to question number 2 of the day. What was Tom Cruise's very first film? Was it Endless Love, Legend, Porky's Revenge, or Ernest Goes to Camp?
These are quite Eddie questions.
They are.
I think it was Legend. I don't know. I'm just saying things.
It's all good. It was Endless Love.
Oh,
We are
I actually
not
picked that
off
on
to
my
a great start.
No, I
Did you
picked it on
really?
my phone, so it counts. That was the first one I picked, but then I second guessed myself.
Okay, so you're double dipping. All right, I see how it is.
Yes.
Okay, you're fooling people. On there, you're telling them to go
I
Legend, and then in
am.
the actual game, you're telling them to. You're giving us the right answer.
Gotta keep you on your toes.
All right. I guess so. Here's your top 5 so far after 2 questions. We got Let's Go, Justin, Rav God, All I Do Is Win. Shout out to DJ Khaled and Trader 1747. All right, here is your third question of the day. What were Thomas Edison's last words? Shit, it's getting really hot. It is very beautiful over there. Hey, y'all, watch this, or please clear my PC browser history. Oh, that's
I mean, it has to probably be, hey, y'all, watch this. That's what I would say. Or, yeah. No. Shoot.
It is very beautiful over there. I thought it was shit, it's getting really hot, but hey, you know.
That was what I was leaning towards at first. That's the one that called to me.
All right. Well, after 3 questions so far, we've got Let's Go, All I Do Is Win, Trezzo Cash, Rav God, and Justin in the lead so far. And the last question of the day. How many horses have won the Triple Crown? 13, 6, 3, or 23?
Another one that I would just have no idea about.
I know.
Lucky number 13.
Okay. Let's see if you at least can get one correct. Actually, technically, you got one correct already, so I shouldn't say that. Two correct. You have
There we go.
officially gotten your second question. How many horses have won the Triple Crown? It is 13. So if you are a Kentucky Derby fan, pretty evenly spread out numbers, by the way. I know everybody's kind of torn on that one. That would be a little bit of a stumper if you don't track horse racing. Let's go ahead and check out our top 5 for the day. We have My Life Chris in number 3. We have Bose DK in number 2. And our number 1 spot goes to Let's Go. Your runners up in 4th and 5th are All I Do Is Win and Gucci Mane. Let's go. Those are your top 5. So congrats to you. And then we're going to go ahead and draw 20 additional winners that got 3 or more correct. So stay tuned. We'll drop the winners for Top Quiz during Power Hour. And real quick, let's go ahead and knock out this VIP. So Robert, go ahead and throw that VIP form in the chat. If you do not know what the VIP program is, what do you get as a VIP member? Well, you get no fees on a trading combine for 3 months. You get 2 free resets per month, private Discord access to your team and your coach. And in addition to that, if you do pass your VIP combine, you get a express funded account with no activation fee. So very exciting. Stay tuned. The draft will be in June. I know the month, but I don't know the date. So keep playing Top Quiz. Keep checking in with those forms that we're dropping, and you'll increase your chances at joining us for this 3rd season. So we are very excited. But Alyssa, thank you so much for hanging out with me today. I appreciate you and your time. I hope you have a great rest of your week. Any final words of encouragement for those watching today before we transition off to this segment with Hoagland and Robin?
Studies say that if you add Alyssa's Pitbull into your name, you're more likely to win. So think about that going forward.
Okay. A little food for thought, chat. A little food for thought. Well, we are going to take a quick break. Coming up, we have a performance coach that we are very excited and grateful to spend some time with today. Hoag is going to be joining her to do a little bit of a Q&A and just kind of get a little bit of a background on her and hear what she has to share with us. So stay tuned, stick around. We will be right back in just a couple minutes.
Welcome, traders, to Why Traders Fail with Robin Dane. Robin, it's a great pleasure to have you with us today. I know you're out in Vegas, probably trying to stay cool. How are you feeling today?
Feeling really good. And people think it gets really hot here all the time. It can get really,
It
really
doesn't.
cold. I'm still working on heat. So we go up, we change our air conditioning and heat literally in a day. We don't have any transition. It just goes one to the other.
Well, folks, I'm going to introduce you to Robin. Robin has been a trading coach, a coach for lots of different things for 38 years. She kind of created an international reputation as a fear removal specialist. I love that reputation. For years, she was a dedicated coach at Tudor Investments, 10 years performance coach, pro athletes, poker players, you name it. 4 years, you may have heard her and seen her on the radio or on TV. 8 years, she worked with Tony Robbins. I feel like we're really lucky to have her with us today. Now, Robin is going to be talking about 3 main points here. First one is going to be the biggest reason traders fail. Then we're going to go into overcoming repeated errors, tools to change these, as well as trader tracking, the love-hate relationship of it, and why you need to track. So I am going to hand the reins over to you, Robin, and we're all looking very much forward to hearing what you have to tell us
And
today.
it's really a pleasure to be here. And I just loved the segment before with the 2 women that were there, Anne
Marie and
Marie,
Dee.
no, Anne Marie. That it was fabulous. It was like a intro to my session here. The 3 things that they were talking about that I'm very fussy with is consistency, control, and also confidence. And if a trader doesn't have that, then it's hard for them to move forward. But how do they build it? Because when they start trading, they come to the market with a preset group of memories in the subconscious memory from however they grew up, their education, if they played sports, their upbringing, their parents, all that gives a trader their subconscious memory. Well, why do I talk about subconscious memory when we're trading? When you make a decision in your trading, it comes from your subconscious memory. 70% of your reactions come from your subconscious memory. So if you didn't condition your memory correctly, or you start conditioning your memory incorrectly as you trade, it can really mess you up. And so traders don't realize that they get emotional blocks. Excuse me. So what's an emotional block? An emotional block can trigger all sorts of reactions when you trade. And some of the trading reactions is a trader will fail to enter when their indicators tell them to. You had some great indicators that were described this afternoon. But if you have hesitation, fear, or anything in there, an emotion, you won't take the trade. So let's say they finally take the trade, they finally enter. Well, now it's too late. Now they've got to readjust their whole strategy for what they're going to do because they're in at the wrong timing. That's coming from your subconscious memory and a fear. Let's say you're in a winning trade, and I'll bet happened to some today. When you're in a winning trade and the market starts to run, really, really run, and starts to take off, it's like, I'm going to hold on. I can get a little bit more. I can get a little bit more. I can get a little bit more. And what happens right when you wait just the last minute and you're making a lot of money, all of a sudden it flips on you and they tank it down. And when they tank it down, you're like, oh, I should have gotten out when it was up there. And again, that's coming from a fear. So you hold on to a losing trade too long, or you hold on to a winning trade too long and don't take your profit. I call it a lock it in. and Anne Marie talked about that. She said, when you get up there, if greed kicks in and you don't lock it in, then you do the coulda, shoulda, woulda, and you don't want to go into that coulda, I should have closed it then. If I would have done this, you can't go into the shoulda, coulda, woulda. So all these are coming from a trigger in your subconscious memory, and the subconscious memory triggers the fear because your body goes into what I call protection mode. And I use the example of a candle. If you never experienced a candle before, and I said, John, put your hand over the candle, you're going to love this. And he puts his hand over the candle and he goes, ouch. In that moment got formed a neuro connection.
Yeah, I've
And
done
then
that
I
a
say,
lot.
John, and I say, John, don't worry about it. Here's a list of 100 people that have done this before me, and do it again. And I convince him to do it again. Puts his hand over the candle. He gets burned. Ouch. The first neuro connection was a thread, but now it joined to the same neuro connection and it became a cable. Third time, John, I don't know what happened. This is not right. Do it again. What are you going to tell me, John?
No.
Okay. No. That no came from his subconscious memory because he was in protection mode. If your body knows it's going into harm's way, it's going to stop you from what you're doing. Well, it's great for a candle, but it stinks for trading. So
Yes.
when you go in, you have a loss, ouch. You might have a little loss. It's not such a big ouch. Then you have a larger loss, ouch. Then you have a really large loss, ouch. Now the neuro connection in your subconscious is so strong that you really start to react incorrectly when you trade because all of your reactions are getting filtered through your subconscious memory. That's why I'm going to give you some lessons here. I have my timer. I want to give you some lessons.
Okay, is it time for the Cambridge slide?
Yes, put on the Cambridge slide.
Okay.
Your mind is so dynamic. The words that you think during your trading, and I'd like you to read this, please. Do the best you can, and I'll keep talking. The words that you think during your trading will make a difference to what is happening. I'm showing you the slide because the power of your mind has the ability to read this slide and read the sentence correctly, even though it's incorrectly done. The power of your mind is to sort it out and use the words as they're meant to be. That's the power you have in your mind. But most people don't know they have that power. They don't have any idea that they have the power to do this. So you have to be cognizant of the words that you are thinking in the moment that you're taking a trade and recondition them so you're making the right words to have the right reaction. And the key thing is not to repeat a bad trade because you'll lock in bad information. So one of the things that you can do, or that I always suggest and it's for beginners as well as people who have longevity in the market, if they're not getting results. If you have a losing trade, you should stop, analyze the losing trade, figure out what you need to change, and then change it on the next trade. Do not take another trade until you've figured out what you did on the losing trade. I can't tell you how many traders, I'll go back and get it in. I'll go back and get it on this one. No, I can do it this way. Now you've taken 3-4 trades and each of them have lost because you haven't made the modification. I like the way the room was today because it was nice and slow. And the other day when I watched traders that were in there were real calm. They were the language wasn't always great, but they were calm. And so
Uh-huh.
that means they have confidence when they're calm. And so their confidence allowed them to take the trade properly. But when you're starting out, you're coming with all these fears and your money is on the line. So money adds another dimension to your trading. Everybody has what I call a level of threshold on their cash. And depending on if they're used to having money or not used to having money, their level of threshold to make decisions can change. So I had a multimillionaire call me and he says, Robin, I heard about you. I can't do anything right. And I said, well, what's going on? He says, I've been trading for three years now. I've been going to psychiatrists, therapists, and they can't seem to break me, and I can't take a trade. I said, well, how much did you lose? He said, I lost $100,000 in one trade. He said, but that's not a lot of money for me. I'm a multimillionaire. I said, it was enough to stop you. He says, yeah, I haven't been able to take a trade ever since that day. So his level of threshold was really high. That's not the average person, but that works for everybody. So your level may be $1,000, maybe $100. So your level of threshold on your dollar amount that you lose intensifies the feeling in the moment and makes you react differently. So analyzing the loss, and you know the expression, keep the losers small, make the winners bigger. And that's a true statement. So make sure you have risk rewards in place, that the number that you lose is minimal and that you analyze the loss right away. This is called a trader's block. If you keep doing the same thing over and over and over again, and you keep going into a fear, you have an emotional block. And most likely, you're not going to be able to fix it easily unless you go slowly, one by one, and replace it with winning trades. Unless you do come to me for some help. So I took this multimillionaire through a process, and I fixed him within an hour. And he didn't call me then the next session. And I was worried because sometimes when I unblock somebody, they get really crazy. And so I called him back. I said, Hank, where are you? You're missing your session. He says, I don't need you anymore. He says, I took 6 trades today. The first ones were flat. The rest are positive. He says, I don't need you anymore. He says, I'm going to just go off into the sunset. So he did. That's not the average person. So when you have a block, we have to disconnect the memory that you connected from the conscious memory to the subconscious fear. So in the trading example, John, when I asked you to put your hand over the candle, what do you think the fear is? I'm afraid what?
I'm going to get burned again.
Right. I'm going to get burned again. I'm going to hurt again. I'm going to do it again. Something's going to happen. That thought, when I told you to put your hand over the candle the third time, you didn't go through the mental process of, oh, this is going to happen and I'm thinking this. No, you reacted in 2 seconds. No. That's how fast your brain reacts to the fear. In a nanosecond. Nanosecond. Think about it. A nanosecond, your brain is reacting to the fear when you're trading. That's why you must analyze your losses, because analyzing them will give you new data and new information. Another tidbit I'd like to give you in this area is write 3 new things. If you want to really propel your learning in this business and really leap forward, write 3 new things in a journal every day you learned. And it could be one-liners. You don't have to write a whole volume of stuff. 1 line. What you learned today. I learned today that the moving average, when it hits this, is this. I learned today when it comes down to support the third time, if it doesn't break it, it's going to hold it. 3 lines every day. In the morning before you trade, read those entries. Just read them really quick. Go on to the next thing. So when you have a loss, you should have something you learned and figured out and changed. Okay? Now, number 2. So that's on the subconscious memory. Now, the words that you think are critical. You don't want to have what I call bad words. And I traded in a trading room with 100 guys. I've heard everything. So words are critical. Some of the words that traders use are very large. Trading's like a battle. Every time I go in there, I get shot down. Every time I take the long, I'm in the toilet. No negative metaphors. No negative metaphors. No negative words. Are you really in a battle? No. But your brain doesn't know that. Your brain thinks you're in a battle. So you don't want to put it into a reaction mode by thinking those words. So minimize the size of the words that you're using so that you don't pollute your subconscious when you trade. Have forward thinking words. I can do this. I'm going to look for the new entry. I'm going to look at what's working. That's a great way to also increase your profitability, is to look at your trades and double down on what you're doing well, not only the things you're not doing well. So you want to repeat that. A lot of traders don't define their strategy or plan. That's what I heard on yesterday when somebody said, what's your number one trading error? No plan. The plan has to be detailed. It goes from here to here to here, and you want to make it about 7 or 8 steps is what I've found to be a good set of a plan. Now, that's not everybody. Everybody's different. I trade differently from you guys. And so your plan has to be simple, and it's like a checklist. This is in place, this is in place, this is in place. Okay, we're good to go. I'm entering. There will be 3 or 4 that are priority items in your plan. The rest are nice to have, make it better, but usually you have 3 or 4 at the top that must be in your plan, that must be there all the time.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the plan part. So now, so words. Never use the word can't or the phrase I don't know. If you have kids, get that out of their language. Can't and I don't know is the off switch for the brain. I can't find a trade. I can't find a level. I can't understand the strategy. Can't. You'll never get it. Can't and I don't know is the off switch for the brain. Don't use them. So
You're just
language,
checking out.
Yep, it's gone. The brain goes, okay, I'm on a break. That's it. I'm done. And it stops. Doesn't look for anything. How can I find something in this trade? What did I miss in this trade? What did somebody else see in this trade? When I worked in the trading room, I would sit down next to the top traders. They would have me analyze what they were doing in their plan and have me teach it to the rest of the guys. And first thing I would say to them, where are your eyes going around the screen? What's first, second, third, fourth, and fifth? Where are you looking? And they say, well, I'm looking here first. I'm watching for volume here. Then I watch for time and sales. Then I watch here. Then I watch here. And then I take the trade. So notice where your eyes are going. If you see somebody that's trading a trade very well, ask them, what did they see first, second, third, and fourth? What were they looking for on the screen? Have your screen set up so you go from left to right in your plan. So when you know your strategy, you've got your items, go from left to right so that your eye is not jumping all over the place. Because your mind has to now take that information, put it together, and then formulate a plan to make the entry. And you want to make that as simple as possible. So when I work with somebody, I don't only work with their trading system. I work with what are they thinking? What are they saying? Where are they looking? How are their screens set up? Is everything flowing? Are they making the same error over and over? And so I look at the whole picture. Water. I said that really fast because I wanted not to forget water. Your brain is on hyperdrive. You are processing so much information at one time with all your screens and everything that's going on. Your body is, I think, 75% water. You have to have water to keep your brain fresh and thinking correctly. Water, not coffee, not Red Bull, not anything like that.
Hydrated.
H2O. Water, 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 water. And so I used to have the bubblers all around the trading room when I was there, and everybody would complain because, I'm going to the bathroom all the time now. I said, well, it's better that your mind is alert. So water's really critical. Water's really critical. Another one is super beats. If you want to do super beats and get a little jolt, it doesn't make you hyperactive crazy, but it's a good healthy thing for your system.
Super beats.
And you can get that at Walmart, really inexpensive, and you just add it to it and it tastes good. Okay,
I got a bowl of gummies right over here. Super beats.
You do?
Yeah.
Yeah, beets are good. Okay, our second one was patterns. We have a tendency to lock in patterns. Why? Our brain loves patterns, loves them. How many of you are wearing the same shirt that you wore the other day? How many of you go to the closet, you have all these clothes and you pick the same shirt out, the same pair of pants, the same this, the same that? Go to the same restaurant, you pick up the menu, a big huge menu, order the same thing. Our brains love patterns because it provides us certainty, consistency. It makes us feel good. With comfort, total comfort. It's the C word. That's great for different places. In trading, the problem is we can lock in a bad pattern. So guy called me, Robin, I took 6 trades today. I can't do anything right. I said, okay, tell me about the 6 trades. Well, I had 2 that were profitable and I had 4 that weren't. I said, okay, well, tell me what happened on the 4. He says, well, I did this, I did this, I did this. Oh, yeah, I did them all the same. I said, great. Now you know exactly what not to do. Don't do it again. He says, but I can't stop. Then I said, well, what happened to the 2 trades that you won? I can't remember. So our brain will lock in to the pattern and do it over and over and over and over again. Forget about the good ones. And we keep, I call it pushing the trade and doing the same error. That's the reason why I say when you have a losing trade, analyze that trade right away, or you're going to run into this second issue. You will repeat the same problem over and over until you switch it. So how do you switch it? When you find the solution to that trade, you go into your account, you place the trade, and you go for a short amount of ticks. Not 10 points, not even a full point. Go in for a few ticks till you lock in the right pattern, because you want to lock in the winning pattern. Go back to the winning trades that you did and look at exactly what you did for the winning patterns and go and do that. Say, oh, look at that. On that list, I was missing this when I had that losing trade. I didn't have that thing. So when you define your plan and define your steps, you can figure out what you're doing and not doing correctly to get the winning pattern locked in, not the losing pattern. So patterns your body will grab onto naturally. It's in our DNA. It's just what we do. But you as traders are not conditioned for this. When you start, what happens when when you go to play sports? What does any coach have you do? Repetition, over and over and over.
Fundamentals and
Tweak
repetition.
it. They tweak it a little bit. You know, Tiger Woods, get out there, lift your elbow. Ball goes in the right direction. Doesn't slice anymore. Coach, do it again. Do it again. Do it again. Why? Because then it locks it into the muscle memory. Brain is the same thing. The brain is more complex, but it does exactly the same thing. You want to lock in the mental pattern of a great trade over and over and over again. And you can't do that if you get sucked into and this is the bad part, the market is very seductive. It is very, very seductive because it's attached to money. And when a trader comes in and they're new and they have a good winning trade when they're new, it's the kiss of death.
Unbelievable. That's so true.
Like that. Be like that all the time.
Oh, yeah.
Well, that was easy. I did it. I can do it again. They go back in. What happens? They have a loss again. They go back in. They have a loss again. The pattern kicks in. They lock in the bad pattern. And now they're down for the day and they don't know why. So all these things are attached. All these pieces. The patterns that we're talking about in number 2.
Mm-hmm.
And in number 1, the fears that we had from the past. Have you had, if you're playing sports in tennis, I had it all the time in tennis. They would call me, I would do coaching for the kids because they were going to play a person that they had played before, but they lost to them. So now they had the mental block that they were going to lose against them again.
Mm-hmm.
And I had to turn around for that and change their thinking and change what they're doing. And that's why they would call me to do coaching. I had a girl who was a runner, and she would throw up before she was a long distance runner, and she'd throw up before every race. And her mother called me. She says, I heard about you. My daughter, she's ready to give up the sport. She's really good, but she gets sick before she goes. I took her through I had to unlock the fear from her conscious memory. We did the session together. She never threw up again. But those two things are strongly linked, and most traders have no clue that this is what's happening.
Let me ask you a question, if I can. Are you still with us? Did we lose you?
Hoag, I think she's frozen. We might need to get her a refresh here. Hey, real quick, while we're doing that, can you want to do a quick recap on where the market's trading?
Of course. Are you going to send her a text?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Where are markets? Well, S&Ps, seem to be holding above this previous high in the overnight session. It's pulled back to that level. I think Anne Marie was talking about 57.20s as a kind of an interesting area. It pulled back a little deeper than that, down to 57.12, but currently trading 57.27 quarter. Crude oil just put in another new session high in the last 30-minute bar, and has really not shown much of a push back to the downside by all intents and purposes here. It's pretty much closed for the day, but really just holding up near these highs. Any of these sellers up here at these highs are probably mechanical shorter time frame sellers. If they continue to hold and if you continue to see price pushing up against this level, that's when we might see the capitulation of any of these shorter time frame weaker hands, like mechanical sellers up here, finally give up, and we may see another push to the upside here by the end of the day today. It would be kind of unusual for that to happen after the close, but I can start to see it happening. As far as gold is concerned, boy, that island top really paid And where did it pay from? The overnight low yesterday, we were unable to close the gap. And the low actually from the extended trading hour session yesterday really put in our high here. We'd left that failed upside auction above the initial balance, and it's really, kind of pushed to the downside. This was a really, really kind of a a situational, a nuance told trade. The nuance of the island top, when the equity started rallying, gold started tanking. Currently trading 33.11, and it's going to be an interesting day tomorrow. Nasdaq, very similar to the S&Ps, of course.
back?
You're back. Thank goodness. You left me all alone.
Oh, I'm sorry. I couldn't. Nothing was moving. I had to log out and log back in.
And
It
the
just
restart.
everything
Excellent. Good job.
refroze.
Good
So
job.
I'm here. So my question was to you, John, and that's how I knew I didn't get an answer. Our third part was the tracking. Is that correct?
Mhm.
Okay. So most people don't track. And they don't track. I know as soon as I say tracking, I can feel everybody going, "Oh shit, she's going to tell me to track."
They all
I can't
say they
stand
do, but they don't.
I can't track that data. I can't stand it. I
Mhm.
don't track the way normal people track. I just am launching a new beta program for 10 traders at each session. It's you get the presentation, you learn the tracking system, and you get a follow-up a week later, and I do all sorts of bonuses. And I'm doing that because I'm finding most traders don't track, but they don't like what they're tracking or how they're tracking. They don't know how to track. I
Probably
developed this
painful.
system. And I developed this system whereby I used to teach a 30-day program where I had traders come in and I tracked them for 30 days. And we tracked it in a way they could actually see that they were getting better. Most tracking systems go by what you're making in the day, what you're losing in the day. You have small goals, for the day or the week or the month, and you have little, and you're managing um, your results by that data, and it's freaking boring. It is so boring, and most people do it for a little while and they stop. My tracking system works on determining and analyzing the quality of the trade. If the quality of the trade is there, the money's going to follow. So if you have a great trade and your entry was really good and you entered right where you were supposed to in your plan and you had it go along and you took your profit and you closed the trade and you locked it in, you had a high quality trade. And I have definitions for 3 levels of quality. So what happens at the end of the week is you'll say, and I rate them in a 1, 2, or 3. 1 is the best, 3 is the worst. So at the end of the week, the first week, I usually get a few 1s, a bunch of 2s, and a bunch of 3s, which are things you never should do ever again. Then by the second week, when we take the numbers, I get a lot more 1s, a lot more 2s, and my goal is to remove the 3s. And the numbers just keep going up. At the same time, the trader analyzes the trade on what they're doing, and they can see specifically what they're doing, and it incorporates also your mind, what your mind is thinking. So you have a piece in there that is your mind. Were you in fear? Did you get in too late? How did you manage that? Because you're not going to get every trade perfect. You're just not.
Right.
You're going to go in sometimes and get perfect trades in. The market's going to throw you a curve. And now you got to manage that fear and manage the trade. And if you go into the HWP mode, you're screwed. Do you know what the HWP mode is?
No, what is that?
The hope, wish, and pray.
Oh, got it.
If you get in a
Yes.
trade, It's in your
I've been
favor.
there.
And Trump gets on the friggin' news and says something, and the market curves on you, you have to go into the HWP mode. And that's not what you're supposed to do. You have to have
No.
a way to control it. That's why we have consistency, control, and confidence. Those are the three things you want to master: consistency, control, and confidence. So that program is the one that I'm rolling out for for 10 people. And I'll do 10 people at a clip because I want to get to them specifically. And I made it very inexpensive, not because it's not worth it, because this is what traders are missing. They're not tracking, and they're not tracking in a way that they like it, and they're not tracking in a way that they can see their improvements or that they're changing their numbers. And if you're just starting out, that's what you need. Even if you're halfway down the road, the guy that called me that said he took 6 trades and he can't do anything right, he'd been trading for 15 years.
Right.
So I see this throughout the years. I don't see it just in the beginning stages, but start out in the beginning and set some good habits and get these things in place and get your good patterns in there, and then you're good to move forward. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. So if you could post the link in there for that, it's called I just redid it. The profit pathway tracking
webinar
system.
Yep.
Yeah.
We've been posting those throughout your throughout the presentation here. So
all right. The other thing I want to tell you really quick, and then I want to get into the Q&As, is that I also do a thing called the emotional trading test. I do these individually. I don't have canned answers. I have similar answers, but I do not do canned answers. Yes, I go through, because when I go through, I have this questionnaire in a certain flow. And when the trader is going through it and they're giving me the answers to those questions, the flow of their answers tells me about the trader. Not only just the answer. I can tell if they've been in sports or if they were wealthy or if they were by the answers that they give me. So I have that up there, and I do that emotional trading test. Now I'm putting it out there, but I'm telling you now, if I get a bunch of them, it's going to take me a while to get through them, because I go through them one by one, and I do it very methodically, and I answer. Nobody does this in the market.
wow, that's amazing. It's very personal.
Nobody does this. No, it's very. I believe that if you're not personal as a coach, that you can't move a person forward. And so that's why, I interviewed with 7 traders at Tutor. I was the only female, the only one that didn't have a college degree, and the only one that didn't have a book. And I was the only one that all 7 traders picked, because I personalized my coaching, because your problems are not like the other person's problems.
Right.
So that's why I'm only taking 10 people in each of these groups for the webinar, because I'm going to personalize it. I'm going to offer something. So for the first 3 people that
Robin, you asked me to tell you when we had about 5 minutes left. We have about 5 minutes left.
Oh, so are they not going to give me extra time because we started late? Is Gabe not going to throw me another 10 minutes?
I don't know about that. We can just kind of go up until the hour, and then we got to kind of move on. I apologize. Okay. And we didn't get to the questions, but you've been on such a roll, and everybody has been really kind of relating to the things you've been saying. She's been everybody's been very, very into everything that you've been saying. So
so that one form, there is a link for that form, but throw me a question really quick. I'll try to do as many as I can.
Okay. The same setup, which can be a very solid in process setup, can be a winner or a loser. How do you adjust the losers to kind of keep them from becoming losers, or at least harming you You know, there are traders that take the same setup, and it may only succeed 3 out of 10 times, but they're making profits on the 3 that outdo the
That's the
losses
problem.
of the
So
7.
their setup is not being analyzed correctly to tweak it. If you win at a bad setup, that's another kiss of death.
That's a bad
If you
thing, right?
win money at a bad setup. So by analyzing it correctly, you'll analyze it. Was it a bad setup, or was it the market just gave me a curve? And it could be the market just gave me a curve. But if you have a bad setup and you haven't fixed it, and know that it's a good setup, it should work 80%, 85% of the time. A good setup, 80 to 85% of the time. And if it's not, it's got to be worked more. You got to tweak it more. And a lot of traders go for too much money. It's better to go for less money in snippets. So I analyzed a high-end trader, and he would go for, at first he was going for really long moves, and then we cut it like in half. And when we cut it in half, he was winning more, and all he had to do was increase size. So when you get good at doing smaller time frames and smaller goals, not 10 points, and you're going for a shorter distance in your setup, you'll make more money. All you have to do is add a contract. Consistency, control, and confidence. Okay, give me another question. So I hope that answered your
You got
question.
it. We're going to keep you here for a little bit longer.
Okay.
All right.
I'll do as many as
Everybody's
I
really
can.
enjoying what you're saying. So,
Okay.
so
I
this
love
kind of relates to what you were just kind of talking about. This question is, how does one get over the mental hardship of transitioning from scalping to holding for longer time frames?
You only want to hold for longer time frames. If you're going to transition and you know that longer time frame setup is working, like if you see the guys in the room and they've got a really great setup and you just can't hold it for long because your fear is kicking in, don't hold it for the entire time. Let's say they have a 2-point goal and you've been so scared that you've been closing it out after 4 or 5 ticks. Go one more tick. Go 6 ticks, 6 ticks, 6 ticks. You feel comfortable with that? Stretch it. Go 7 ticks, 7 ticks, 7 ticks. Work it until you're comfortable. You don't go skiing and go to the black diamond when you first start out. You go to the bunny slope, and then you pray you can get to the bottom without crashing into a tree or a person. But by the afternoon, you're doing pretty good. And you then go to the black diamond, or not the black diamond. You go to a green slope, and you try that course. Little by little, stretch it, stretch it, stretch it. Don't go one extreme to another. Extremes freak people out. Switching from sim to live freaks people out. Switching from trading at the CME on the floor to trading by yourself freaks them out. I can't tell you how many traders I've gotten going by themselves. They freak out because their atmosphere is all different.
Yes.
You have to stretch it slowly, slowly. Next question.
Yeah, you mentioned Ben Lichtenstein, and I would imagine that you know some people that I know if you've worked with that many people from the CME floor. So this is, this is kind of related to some of the things you've already kind of mentioned, but I just want to ask the question for this trader. When I'm up for the day, I'm super calm. But when I lose 1 or 2 and I'm down a bit, I start to lose it. And it's like, hey, market, give me my money back. A little revenge trading going on there. What do you do about that?
Revenge is a very big portion of this. Set a goal in your mind of what you're going to win in the day. This is one of the hardest things traders can do. Set a goal you know you can make. This is a trading game I teach. Set a goal you know you can make. definitely make, bar none, no matter what the market is, you can make this much in a day. I'm going to say $100. You go in, you make $100 and you stop and you go to sim. Hardest thing you'll do. Go the entire week and see if you were able to do $100 every single day. Here's the rule. Never lose in the day what you know you can make. So if I have $100 goal and I know I can make $100 and I go down 500, it's going to take me a week to get it back.
A week to get it. Sure.
Because that's what you know you can make. Increase it as you go. Again, a little bit at a time. $100. Is it boring? Yes. Will you become a successful trader? Yes. Or else you just keep losing 500, 500, 600, 700. Now you're in the hole so much, you're refunding your account. Set a goal you know you can make, and then stop and increase it and do it. You can do it for 3 days. If you have 3 days in a row, then increase it. Increase it $50.
Baby step.
Yep.
Baby
Next
step.
question.
Start on the green runs before you go to the black diamond, right?
Right.
How do I stop system hopping, strategy jumping, whatever you want to call it? This is one problem I have. I've
He's
learned.
not comfortable. He's not comfortable with the system he's got. He hasn't looked at them deep enough, and I call it digging, finding the bugs on the window. You're looking out the car window, you're looking down the street signs, you're looking at this and that, and then somebody gets in your car and says, John, when the heck are you going to wash your windows? Look at all the bugs. And your eye refocuses and sees the bugs, and the street sign and the road and the lights disappear. When you start trading, you need to dig. If you're not digging, a way to dig, and they did this to me in the trading room, I had the same problem when I started. They put me on a computer and they said, and I kept on losing in the beginning. And they said, you're sitting on the computer for 1 month and you can't take a trade. You can only watch the screens. I said, how can I make money that way? So I was hooked. All the things that I've created for traders, I went through myself.
Yeah.
So I learned more in that month because I saw the bugs on the window and my emotions didn't pop up, because you will filter through the emotion and you will filter through your subconscious memory when you are doing that. When you're doing that.
Excellent. One more.
Okay, go.
What am I doing wrong if my trades work well on paper or sim, but not so well in live trading?
Okay, you need to ask the question. He's filtering through a fear. And so he's comfortable and confident and secure when he's on paper. He should go to sim. You go to sim. You take 3 sim is not a bad word. Sim is not a dirty word. Sim, use sim. It helps you emotionally get set. So when you change a process, you change something in your plan, in your strategy, you're doing something different, do it in sim. Get 3 trades that work in sim that earns you the right to go to live. So use sim, earn your way to live. And because what is that doing? Creating a pattern of winning in your brain that allows you to learn your strategy. And if it's not working in sim, it's not going to work in live. And that will help you get over and help your brain build your subconscious memory for the confidence in that system and trade. Got another one really quick?
It's really all about avoiding fear, isn't it?
Yes. Yep.
All about
That's why I'm
avoiding
the fear guy. I'm the fear guy. Fear woman.
Yeah.
That's my
You
specialty.
may be hearing from me soon, even though I've been trading for
Everybody
30 some
has
odd
fear.
years.
I went through it today with that market. I went through it today. I got so wrapped up with when Trump was speaking, I totally screwed up myself. So when I was in the trading room and I said, I keep losing, you ask a question. If you ask a question, you can stop your brain. So I said to myself, okay, I'm going to ask a question. Because I kept chasing the trade. So somebody would yell out in the room, 100,000 shares of Microsoft is coming through, because we used to get messages from the guys at the brokerage into the trading room. So we'd all get ready to trade whatever they were going to call through. So the Microsoft's running. So what did I do? Of course, I pulled up Microsoft, took the trade, and it went down. So I said, I keep going in when they call out the thing, but it keeps going down. So one guy said to me, well, then do the opposite. If everybody's buying, you sell it. So I tried that. Then I said, I got to ask a question, because I know questions will stop me. So my question was, are you chasing the trade? If the answer was yes, I had to stop. I wasn't allowed to take the trade. Sounds simple, right? Microsoft's running,
Yeah.
Microsoft's running. Are you chasing the trade? Yes. I still took the trade. It was like my fingers had magnets to the keyboard. I was an addict. It was as close to an addiction as I could be. So I said, okay, I know what I got to do. I'm not allowed to take that trade. I have a question. I've got to answer yes, but I'm physically pulled to the keyboard. So I said, okay, how do I fix it? So you got to ask, how do I fix it? So I said, okay, I'm going to sit on my hands. Went through the process. Microsoft's running. Are you chasing the trade? Yes. And I sat on my hands, and I can't even begin to tell you, it took me 5 times before I could stop and not have my hands go to that keyboard. This is very addicting.
Yes.
Trading.
I always told people, before you do anything, before you take a trade, ask yourself one question: is this in my best interest?
Yep. That's a great question. I also like what's really happening, because that'll allow you to determine what's happening in the market. Why are questions good? Questions stop the brain and allow you, because it looks for the answer to the question. A good question stops the brain in the moment as you're trading and allows you to look for the answer to the question. That's good. That means you're not in your subconscious memory. Any kind of emotion, fear, apprehension, hesitation, you're in your subconscious memory. You're not in your conscious mind, but a question will pull you there. I'm so glad you brought that up.
All right. I can't tell you how much I appreciate you being here.
I could do this all day long.
We definitely want to have you back. As soon as possible. We'll reach out. Let's get another session going, because it's been so wonderful having you here. Everybody in the chat has just been really soaking up all the things that you've been talking about. And, yeah,
Thank you for having me.
You might be hearing from me soon as a client, because I think everybody needs maintenance once in a while, right?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. It was really a pleasure to do with you guys. I love this. I could do this 24/7. I'm ADD and I love to trade. I've been doing it for so long, and this is my specialty. I know the business. And I love getting people over their fears.
Well, we have been absolutely blessed to have you here again. We will have you back very, very soon. At this time, I'm going to hand it over to
no more of
Andre
this.
and Gabe. No. Blessings to you, Robin. It's been a blast. I can't wait to have you back on. And so
thanks
we'll
so
hand
much,
it off
John,
to
for your help.
my pleasure. My pleasure. Andre, Gabe, Quasi, let's see what's going on with you guys. We're just going to do a quick switch here, and we got you some more time, and it was wonderful to have you with us.
Thank you. I
so
appreciate
here you go,
that.
guys.
Thanks.
Wow, we are back.
Guys.
Yes, that was absolutely amazing. Robin Dane in the house. Absolutely great stuff. We are going to roll right into Power Hour. Again, we will cut that up and post that. We'll isolate it on the YouTube. Let's get ready to this Power Hour. Man in the middle, we got Quasi in the house. Ooh, my partner today got Gabe as well. Let's get right into it. Quezzy, how you trading today? What's your P&L? And
Oh man,
how we doing?
man, I did great. I was in the funded account. I think I'm up $12.91.
XFA.
Yes, FXA,
All right.
XFA, $12.91.
Yes, sir. Let's do it. Okay, good stuff.
sir.
Gabe, it's our first time on Power Hour together. I do believe you got the keys to the house account, my friend. Gabe. We gotta work on that.
Oh my gosh,
yeah,
dude!
man.
What a day!
Yeah. Oh man. Let's go. All right, Gabe. You got the keys to the house account. Let's start rocking.
Let's go.
Yeah, let's do it. All right. Quezzy, any levels you're looking at? You're up $1,200 already. What are you seeing today? Markets have not been easy, so to speak.
Oh man.
And
So
we got
well, before I even got on, I locked out. What's that, man? I caught that 19,980 level, man, and I just
really?
I just ride that long all the way down, man. So I took my profits and locked out. So I'm on a combine right now, but yeah, I locked out the XFA, and we're up $12.91 on that one. But I forgot I was gonna get on, so I accidentally locked it out. But since I'm gonna go ahead and trade a combine and see, I don't know, I haven't really looked at any levels recently, but I can definitely take a look and see what we have.
All right, sounds good.
Let's see what we have. I mean, we did try.
All right, Gabe, house account is up $140. A little bit of a drawdown, not too long ago, but we're all good. Keep our head above water. What do we think about trading here, Gabe? ES, NAS. I guess Fuzzy trades the NASDAQ, so let's check it out. That works with you, my man.
Yeah, let's do it. Yeah, let's trade what Quezzy's got going on. I definitely think that there's some possibility we continue higher. I'm a little bit leaning more to the upside today. With the bullish strength that we came in this afternoon with Trump. Obviously, we have that daily high that's just screaming at us at 20,537.
Oh yeah.
So I'm really interested to see if we can push back up to those 500s. But whether we get there this afternoon or we just get a range and maybe a retracement into the bottom half of the day or bottom half of the hour, we'll see what happens. But let's do it.
Let's do is right. Let's take a look at these markets before we get into the trades. Last trade, the NASDAQ, 20,274, about 60 points off the highs of 20,337. ES, last trade, 57.15. High of day, 57.41, I should say. Gold, seeing some big selling earlier today. Last trade, 33.08. Crude oil, making highs, $60.05. Last trade, 59.91. And the Dow trading 41,672. Quezzy, what kind of levels are we looking at here in the NASDAQ?
Let's see. Well, I see that we pushed into this daily fair value gap, tapped into these highs. Right now it looks like we're in range. I don't really see any. I see a few. I don't know if we're going to get into it while we're at the end of the day, but honestly, it looks kind of range bound for the most part. Man, we had this push long. Seeing that we gather some more liquidity, but for right now, it looks like we're just moving sideways. We don't really have any much movement. Everything's kind of thinning out, but yeah, still looking to see if we have anything possibly catch up. But yeah, the bias, mostly my whole bias is going long. I've been long this whole day, so if we do continue to stay above this level, I'm guessing above this this daily fair value gap, I'm gonna go ahead and just continue long. But if we continue to push down lower, I'm gonna see if I can find a short, maybe a scalp short. But for the most part, I think we're just moving sideways.
Yes, we are. All right, got a quick Delta update. Minus 6,400 in the ES, minus 2,500 in the NASDAQ right now. Maybe we get a squeeze going into the close. We got the 3 up right now. Look at Quezzy, the man in the middle, Gabe as well. Hey, this is our first time doing Power Hour, I do believe.
I think so, man. I'm usually on with Dolby.
Let's rock it. All right. Lower end of the range here. Look at the NASDAQ. Again, 20,281. We got a little buy coming here. We get the upper left-hand corner of the screen, hashtag Power Hour. Again, hit us up at TopstepTV on the X. We'll turn that content around to everyone about 5 minutes before the closing bell. Lower right-hand corner, we will get the countdown clock up there. Got about 45 minutes till the closing bell, 35 minutes until MOC. Quezzy, your charts are frozen. Would you mind resharing them if you be so kind?
Oh, awesome. Yeah. No problem.
All good.
One sec.
Oh, quasi sandwich. Yep. Take a look at the tilt here. Tilt 50-50 across. I mean, yes, that amazing stuff. Gabe, you're looking to the upside, perhaps. Is that just because simply starting to see some clarity on, the framework of some of these trade deals, or simply because the boss said go buy stocks?
I think a little combination of both, but to be real, I'm just kind of going off the technical pattern. I think that we're still kind of basing or consolidating around this lower end of the range. We had to dip down into kind of a swept a lot of these lows from earlier in the morning. We haven't really, sellers haven't been really able to bring us back below the 250s. So if we maintain above these 250s, I would be a little bit more inclined to see maybe a retest back up to at least 20,318 to maybe back up to the upside of this range. But if we break down and maintain strength below the 250s, then I would honestly be looking maybe to retest the just 200 level. I think there's another area of demand kind of right below at 20,210 to 200. So that would be kind of my next target if we were to fail at these 260s, 250s.
260, 250. All right, last
just kind of
trade,
waiting on price. Go ahead, Dre.
Okay, yeah. No. Quasi levels you're looking at. You said around the 260s, perhaps. Last trade 270. I mean, looking for some upside movement.
If we can get out, if we can break this range, I'm still long biased, but if we can break this range below this 240 level, I'm definitely going to look for a retracement. But if we stay above, I might just try to catch a scalp long. But if we can get some more volume, then yeah.
Indeed. All
Dre.
right. Yeah.
Guess
I know.
what? You know the time it is. You know what chat's about to say. Chat, guess what? Andre's about to get the house account keys, and I'm driving. So buckle up.
She is.
Andre trading.
All right. All right. Here we go.
Andre's trading.
Here we go.
Let's get it.
All right. Ask and you shall receive. Let's do it. Oh, we're gonna see. Oh, all right. Here we go. Let's see if we've got the brackets on. Do not. Maybe switch off that screen, but we'll rock with it. Here we go.
All right, so Quessy, because this is now Andre doesn't get the opportunity to trade on there very much, so we got to ask you: should we have him trade minis, or do you think we should have him bump down to micros just to kind of get his feet wet, shake the dust off a little bit? What you think?
Oh man, Quessy.
He's frozen. All right,
He's frozen. All right,
it's in chat's hands. Micros or minis for Dre? Chat. What are we doing?
Minis, ES minis.
ES minis. Okay.
Yeah, 100%. Let's go.
I'm seeing 10 mini minimum.
I mean, shoot, we can rock it. We'll see. minis. Everyone in the chat, minis. All right, let's get the above below going as well in the ES. Above below. What? No, NASDAQ's more fun. All right, Gabe, you're driving. Drive. Do it. Take it away. I'll look for trades.
All right, let me switch back to having all 6 charts up here because I know you usually like to have a couple markets on the screen. All right, so last trade, both the indices, the S&Ps and NASDAQ breaking down below at the lower end of its consolidation. ES trading 57.15s, NASDAQ trading 20,275 currently. Nothing really happening on, nothing different happening on the Dow and the Russell. Kind of still low end of the consolidation from the afternoon. Crude oil just chilling, 59.95, hanging out in the middle. Gold looking to push new lows of day potentially, trading around 33.05. But not a whole lot happening on either side. Waiting on Quessy, of course, to join back. And we got to figure this VMix stuff out. Robin DC. Now we got Quessy DCing. Hopefully we'll get him back. All right, so
yes, it was. Thank you. Yes, it was.
We got a little momentum to the upside here.
Good catch.
A little bid to the upside, 30 points.
Yeah. Shit. Yeah, that would have been nice. Shoot.
Right, we are pushing.
Yes, we are. Damn, I could have bought those 15s. Could have bought those 15s instantly. Yep. Damn. Be patient. Not going to chase. See where they want to take the. There might be a squeeze going on here. Hoag, feed it to me.
What do we got? All right, so let's see. ES. Do we feel like this is a fake out? Should we be trying to sell the 30s? See if we can push back lower.
I think it's gonna be. guessing they might buy this into the close. I mean, there's no reason to sell it at this point. I mean, we got this negative delta, minus 6,400 in the ES. See if they want to keep popping this. Damn it, could have bought those 15s instantly. All right,
Questy's back.
Cool.
Oh yeah, I'm back. Let's go.
All right. Questy, you in any trades right now? I know we had you DC temporarily there. Are you looking at any positions right now, or are you kind of just watching?
Yeah, just watching, just waiting for a setup. I see that we're pushing our levels. Wow, we're pushing.
And new highs. New highs broken the range, I should say.
There we go.
Popped it.
ES trading above in the 30s. NASDAQ 20,322 last trade. Anything on the wire?
It popped big time
Check
there. Saw 57.
Check the juice.
30s. Yeah.
Nothing since about 10 minutes ago.
Okay.
Meta was in talks to deploy some stable coins 3 years after giving up on a landmark crypto project. So let's take a look here. Let me bring up TradingView and let's look at some of the stocks.
Hey, you got the poll up in the chat. Let this one cook for a little bit. How many prop firms have you been with, right? Have you been with so far? Let this one cook for a little bit. What's the headline? What's the headline?
I'm not seeing anything.
Yeah.
Let me see if there's any size on the books here.
Cool.
There's nothing really larger than about 15 contracts to the upside.
500 up at 72 offered. Huh?
You looking at the ES at 72?
I am, yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
No.
Yeah, NASDAQ really nothing showing.
Could have bought those 15s.
Oh yeah, 550 on 72s. I see that.
What
do we got below us? Anything below size? 150, 143. Nothing major to the downside. Oh, maybe we go push towards those 72s, man. New high of day.
I mean, yeah, if we get this, if the squeeze gets going, by all means. Oh, keep me posted
we're getting a little
on
bit of a push, a little retracement. Do we try to enter on this pullback? Maybe just dip our toes in the water with a little one lot. Maybe risk. Yeah, looking at one lot long. Risking maybe I don't know, 18, 57, 18. So 8 points, 8 handles.
From what price? Right here, I'm seeing it looks like we're kind of in the middle of the range a little bit. I mean, look at the 5 minute. Upper end's 57.30. I mean, if this thing's going to run away, not going to chase. Not going to chase.
Yeah, we are.
Oh, but if we get a pullback,
that's
definitely what I'm looking for.
A pullback, definitely.
4,000. Delta is peeling off a little bit. Minus 4,000 in the ES. That's 4,300.
See if when's the last Truth Social post we got here? I don't know if that was just a random injection of volatility or.
I mean, come on. What's gold doing right now?
New low of day, trading 32.97.7 currently.
Shit, okay.
So looking at kind of an inversely correlated move with the equities right now.
Top of range here.
Last Truth Social post was just about the new Cardinal Robert Francis Prevost.
That's right, Chicago.
The first American Pope. Trump says, how exciting. What a great honor for our country.
You heard it.
Well,
gold still tanking?
Yeah, gold still trading 32.97s. That pullback was nice, but we're not seeing really any continuation quite yet on this move.
I don't see any confirmation.
Equities.
This might just run.
Oh,
this might be marketed in.
Wow.
Shit. Yup.
Wow.
Got those 15s.
That dip, man.
Yep.
Yes.
Hey, what do you? I mean, yeah. If they still keep hammering gold, maybe with some more room. We're about what 10 points off the highs in the ES 57.41 high day, 57.28 last trade.
Yeah, I gotta, man. If we get a retrace, definitely gonna take this long.
Yeah, I would love to see. So if we kind of map out the recent impulse that we saw from the lower 14s to the 57.32, I would love to see a pullback to maybe the middle of that, back to the mean, which would kind of be looking around the 22s, 57.22. Give us a little bit of a better discounted price. Kind of sitting around. Here we go. Here we go. But now we just got to pull the trigger.
Hey, can't go chasing here, Gabe. It's been a minute.
Oh, we're not chasing. This is is not chasing.
We're planning.
Waiting for that pullback.
How deep will the pullback be is the question. Oh, keep me posted on that delta. You growing? Selling those 30s might have been the play, Gabe.
Yeah, I mean, we're in a range, right? So it's definitely not trying to diddle in the middle, but due to the strength of this last move, I would be curious if taking a stab at a long to push back up to the higher extreme of the days, let's say the lunch hour highs that we made.
Yeah.
Was it you in?
I might just wait for these. Wait for these candles to print in the next 2 minutes before I might take this long.
What time frame are you looking at for a candle closure, Quezzy? What are you trading on mainly?
15 to 30 minute.
All right.
15, 30 minute. Okay.
What am I seeing? I'm seeing we are in a range, and it looks pretty quiet right now. That's kind of what I'm seeing right now. It's we got earnings.
And our range trader's out of office today.
That's right. So I'm not seeing a whole heck of a lot right now. 15s, pull the trigger on that. But besides that, just gonna chill. On the hour coming in about 90 seconds, and we got almost seen about 20 minutes after that. Right now, just
all right. So, Dre, about 60 seconds ago, U.S. weighs plans to slash China tariffs to as low as 50%, down from 145% as soon as next week. Sources from the New York Post, specifically, U.S. officials are discussing a proposal to lower the levy on China's goods to between 50 and 54%. As they begin what promise to be lengthy talks to hammer out a trade agreement, sources close to negotiations said.
Well, that's probably, the president did say buy.
That's probably what did it.
Yeah. Incredible. Let's tilt.
That push, though, came out before that released, so I'm not sure if somebody got the news a little early, but that would definitely be bullish.
Yeah.
This is not financial advice, of course, but that would make me feel a little bit more bullish.
Negative delta keeps growing, though. I mean, we've seen they'll hold it up here, or they'll put a top on it. Bond's still going lower. Bond's going lower. Okay. Bond's going lower. Yield's going higher.
Real quick, y'all, remember VIP form number 13 is pinned to the top of the chat. If you have not hit that already, that will be out at the or taken down at the end of Power Hour when we close the day up here. So make sure if you have not submitted it yet today, get your name in the hat. Get another entry into the upcoming VIP drawing in June.
Just waiting pattern right now.
Overstable says bullish would be removal of tariffs. I'd say even a reduction would kind of lean a little bit more to the strength side.
Yeah.
I mean, a removal would probably be a blow off top, but if we can get a little reduction, I think that would still build some confidence in the direction that we'd be heading. But once again, I'm not an economist, so I don't put a lot of weight on what I have to say. I'm just reading technical pattern more than anything.
We just play one on TV, Gabe.
Yeah.
27.
And throw up hundreds of disclosures.
Yes, we do. I'm going to go test these highs. Looks like NASDAQ's going to be pushing, leading the way higher here. I know I like the longs.
Aaron, yes, we were supposed to know the drawing is in June. Drawing is in June, but I'm not giving you the date.
Yes.
But you know it's coming soon. Season 3. Quessy, are you getting your name in the hat for that VIP season?
It's 4,600.
Say it again.
Are you getting your name in the hat? Are you filling out any of these check-in forms for the VIP? Are you playing any top quiz? You have not been in VIP before, right?
Yeah. No. I've actually filled out, I think, a few months ago, but never signed one ever since.
Okay.
We have it up right
Maybe
here.
while you're here, fill in that check-in form number 13 that's pinned in the top of the chat real quick and get at least another one in there for you.
Let's get it.
I see if the sellers want to keep pushing it lower. Tapped on the 30s. Now we're trading 57.26 in the ES. Maybe could take a long around 57.20 if it comes down there. It depends how we get there. If there's volume behind it, and they keep putting a cap on this with the negative delta. So definitely in the back of my mind.
Yeah, I'm with you, man. I like the 20s. I think that once again, that kind of puts you in more of a discounted range of this recent breakout segment. I think that it would be better to manage risk because your risk would be pretty much just slightly below the 13s. If you're looking to just keep it tight with the recent low. Reward to risk would probably look pretty healthy. See what the reward to risk would look like on the 20s. Even to, you can get about it's just to the high, just to 33s, you can get about a 2-to-1 from the 20s to 57.30. If we make a new high of day, then we'd be looking at about a 3-to-1.
Okay. 57.25. Well, how are we looking on the clock? About 16 minutes till MOC. Still haven't taken a trade. Not going to chase. 50-50 on the tilt. Anything coming out on the wire? Anything hitting? Nope.
60% long on ES, but yeah, NASDAQ's pretty split. Crude oil is also pretty split. Gold is leaning a little to the long side, 55% long in gold. Gold's kind of bottoming out a little bit right now. Trading 3,300. All right, here we go, Jay. We're getting that pushed down.
Let's see if they hammer gold. Yes. Yeah. 57.23 last trade. Is gold trading around the lows?
We are about $10 an ounce off the lows right now, roughly.
All right. $24s. How much more are they going to pull this thing back? 50-50 on the tilt.
And you said you was looking at the 720 level? Possible long?
In the ES, yeah, right around there.
720s.
Yeah. Okay.
Kind of correlate with the 290 level in the NQ.
Yeah.
Oh, how's it looking? How's it looking now?
Yeah, we're reaching, man. We're retracing. If I see we respect that level, I might take that long.
Around 20?
And there's a little fair value gap between 22 and 20.
Yeah.
Little order block at 57.20 or 290 in the NASDAQ. One more flush lower here.
Yeah.
James, while you're back there real quick, we're waiting for this market to do what we want it to do. Can you throw up those top quiz winners real quick for me?
There you go. It's 5,400 on the Delta in the ES.
Here are your top quiz winners. Special shout out to Feet Smella.
Oof.
Best name up there.
Good Lord. Good Lord. Deep Dish.
Gotta love it.
Takes Too Hot for TV. Gucci Mane.
Hey, I like that. Gucci Mane.
There we go. Shout out to DJ Khaled. You got All I Do Is Win. All you did is win.
What do they get? What do they get if they win top quiz? What was that?
Whoa.
Oh, there's that
Yep.
flush. Okay, there's a little bit more
Yep,
strength
hold
than
on.
I'd
Whoa.
like
Yeah,
to
yeah.
see. So at this point, I wouldn't be buying this dip currently. I'd wait for a little bit
I
of
just did. I just bought
consolidation,
two.
maybe a push.
Long
You bought
two now. Yeah, long two
Micro
from
or ES?
minis 57.18, 57.18 half, long two.
Wow, you bought this.
Where's your risk, Dre?
57.03. 57.03.
James.
Oh, I know. You see what James just put in there? Uh-huh.
I just did. I bought two.
Uh-huh.
Oh man. Like,
What's that delta looking like, Hoag? What's that delta looking like? Come on. It's about two. Well,
oh, we're getting a nice little bounce though. I mean, think about we're retesting that area of consolidation before that breakout. So I don't mind the location. It's just the fact that if sellers were to continue breaking through with some strength, that'd be a pretty quick stop out. But the fact that buyers are trying to step in, I think that's a good sign. Where'd you say your risk was? Are you looking at 12s or your stop at?
03, somewhere around 03, 57.03, somewhere around there.
I got you. That gives us a little bit of room, man. I don't mind it. What's the risk on that?
Nice.
Dollar wise?
Yeah.
1,500.
Okay.
No, those are just
Man,
emergency.
talk about getting your feet wet. You're just kind of diving in, aren't you?
Yeah, in case emergency break glass type stop.
Oh,
That's
good.
pretty much
Getting
what
a good
that is.
response.
Yeah. Well, MOC. I mean, 12 minutes to MOC. Definitely not going to take this into MOC. We'll see what they want to do here. If that negative delta keeps growing, yeah.
The closure above 22 would be great. Closure above 22 would be great. If you're an NQ trader, that would be a closure through the 300s. Go ahead, Quasi. Sorry, brother.
What's gold doing?
I'm just sitting on hands until I get a little bit more confirmation. It's a little bit more.
All right, a little more off the wire. Tariff uncertainty could potentially push back Fed rate moves to late 2025.
Shit, come on.
Also, Vance, Vice President Vance, if Russia is not negotiating in good faith, the U.S. will walk.
Great.
Wow.
Is gold moving at all?
Gold is still trying to push higher at the moment. Trading 33.03s currently.
Okay.
Looking to retest your entry at 18s. S&Ps, NASDAQ trading 20,278. Dow and Russell also trying to roll over slightly. Crude oil doing absolutely nothing.
I missed the MOC.
All right, Dre. So talk through us. Are you going all in, all out? You looking to add to this at all? Or are you looking to peel as we go up?
It depends on how close we get to MOC. If we get to MOC, this market's not moving. I'll cut. I guess I'll cut it one way or another going into MOC.
Okay.
I'm just trying to play the bottom end of this range. That sell candle looks like me a little overextended. I mean, nothing really hitting the wire that would say more volume to the downside. And we like the level of 57.15, 57.17. So we got it. Where are they going to take this though? Unreal.
I like your stop location though, because I know that's just an extreme kind of emergency stop. But if we briefly take out those 11s, the lows of this extreme low of the range, we could sweep right back above. If any trap any sort of sellers or potentially catch any early longs, and maybe push back to the higher end of the range. So if you're committed to that risk, then I'd say let's hold through a potential sweep of those 11s to see if we get a bounce.
Delta keeps growing. They keep 7,300 on the Delta. Man, oh man.
BK says, buckle up, boys.
Oh yeah, man.
When Andre took the keys, I double buckled, honestly.
It's been a minute. What are we doing on the clock? 9 minutes. All right, we're all right.
Tech says, are you drunk? Who's longing this? Plenty of people are probably trying to long the bottom of this range, my friend.
I mean, the boss said get long, buy it. So, 500 lot just came in on an offer. 57, what was it? 57.13.
713. Yep. I see that 488. There's 177 on the bid at 57.10, which is why I wouldn't mind seeing maybe a little slight sweep below those 11s to catch those, fill those bidders. The next real piece of size, and it's really not even that much size, would be about 200 or 195 on 5,700 even.
Okay. Gold selling off, or are they buying up gold?
We are currently stuck at resistance at around 33.05, retesting the lower end of where we broke out initially.
Okay. All right. Take that. We lost Quezzy. He's dropped off. Oh, man.
And what is up with us today?
I don't know. They're going to keep selling this shit.
Tilt is 50-50 dead even right now in the ES. NASDAQ is 56% short.
Okay.
Gold is 58% long. Crude oil, 56% short. About a little over 7 minutes until MOC. Nothing new on the wire.
Thank you.
Still waiting on Quezzy.
Quezzy, where'd you go? What are they doing with gold? What are they doing with gold, man?
Andrew says, Andre, relax. You got this, boy.
Oh, appreciate that. Yes, indeed. Well, we need to start buying this thing because MOC's in 7 minutes. But the boss said get long, and you got the pullback. I mean, 57.14 lower end of the 5-minute range. We'll see.
CJ, this is not straight up gambling PA right now. This is just prime
man.
range conditions.
Man. Harsh already.
You've accepted
top quiz
risk.
winner. Yeah. Yep. It's 400, down 400, down 600 unrealized right now. They're going to keep selling this. Unreal.
Let's see. Leah, rewind the stream about, what was that, 3 or 4 minutes ago? We hit top quiz winners.
Oh, yeah. What else we got? We'll see in 6 minutes. Quezzy, I see you. What's up, Quezzy? You back?
I think you're muted.
Man.
It's just one of those days, dude.
I mean, it really is. It really is.
Mistake.
Oh, good.
One of those days, yeah.
Oh, good.
Left the charger out, man.
No, really?
No.
Come on. Come on.
Yeah,
what happened?
yeah. I don't know. Like you said, it's one of those days, man.
All right, man. If we can just find some bidders here. Got that 57.11 or 57.11 level approaching. Low of the range.
Right
we got
Gotta
demand.
Gotta hold.
Yeah. We got demand at around 57.06 3/4.
Yeah, if we hold this level, man, I'm taking this long.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm taking this
around
long.
here.
If we hold this level.
Nothing on the tilt. Oh, how we looking? Is it up to above minus 8,000 in the ES? Yep, minus 8,100. They keep piling in here. Now time to squeeze. The squeeze needs to happen.
Yeah. Agreed. Just do it already.
No. Damn it, no.
All right, here's the push. We tried.
MOC is going to get
quick
it.
little
MOC
flush and rebound. Yeah, we got about, what, 5 minutes until MOC?
Yeah.
You said you're going to cut bait regardless, right?
Yeah. Have to. That's gambling. That's gambling, holding it into MOC. That's for reversal
All right,
challenge
here's the
stuff.
flush.
Yeah.
Here's the flush. We need to bounce off those 57.06s like immediately.
Yeah, they're gonna come tag me. Here we go, and right off my VWAP at 57.03. It's got to hold 200 lot. Came in on the bid. 200 lot came another 200 lot coming in on the bid. 57.07s. Buyers coming in trying to defend it right now. Let's see.
Retesting demand again. We're looking.
Yep.
Looking a little weak.
It's looking. It's not looking good. It's not looking good. It's got a hold right here. They're gonna get it. They're gonna tag
Just
it.
Take it.
Overnight VWAP. Gonna get it. Overnight
5704
VWAP.
last trade. 5704 even.
Hold this thing.
If we bounce from here, I
Yeah.
swear, bro. We got 3.5 minutes, and he's gone.
Was he's gone? Man, oh man.
Yeah.
Stop a point lower.
Oh my gosh! If we rally from here, I'm gonna.
They'll go tag it one more time.
I mean, what's 2 contracts to them, right? Who needs them?
I know. Stop a little lower. Might come get us right now. Are we looking at MOC?
Says,
yeah. Lower. Stop loss a little lower. I know. I feel that stop loss a little lower. They keep holding it. Keep defending it.
It's trying.
Yeah, it is. Come on.
It's trying.
Yep. Who got in there?
Mike says, Andre, is MP pulling the strings? No, MP is Island Mike right now. He is out of office.
Pray more. Hey, we'll see. MOC 2 minutes. 2 minutes till MOC. Are we gonna do that? It was ES, then NQ, then YM. All right. Come on,
Robert,
squeeze
if
him,
you're
Hoag.
back there, can you send me the MOC when you see it?
Nice 9,300. 9,300. They're adding to these shorts. Pop this thing.
See what gold's doing. Gold's trying to pop, man. Gold's trading 33.10.
Is it? That's not good.
Yeah.
That's not good.
Crude oil trying to finally break out of the range to the upside. Last trade $60 even.
Okay.
All the equities kind of rolling over.
Check the news. What we got in the news? Oh, see the tax hike on the wealthy who earn 2.5 million or more. Oh, well. What the hell?
Not a huge fan of what I'm seeing right now.
When did that come out? 41 after? Damn.
I don't like that closure.
Me neither, Gabe. Me neither. I'll tell you that. Me neither. Are we looking at MOC? And we got less than 45 seconds. Damn it.
All right, well. You going to cut it, or are we just going to let it ride with the stop at 57.03?
Definitely cut it. I have to. How much time we got?
20 seconds. 29 seconds.
20 seconds. Yep. Damn it. Get back in. All right, fentanyl out, down, $1,200, $1,250. Yeesh, yikes! All right, let's see what this one wants to do. Man, oh man.
If it rallies from here, I'm going to be so sad.
It will. I mean, let's see. Get back in. And we'll see in 2 seconds.
And there would have been a stop out.
Yep.
Oh, maybe not. 503.57. Oh, there's the stop out.
Oh, heavy sell side. My 2 billion sell side S&Ps, 500 million sell side Nasdaqs, 750 million sell side Dow. There you go. All right. That's why you cut it. Wow. Where do they want to take this?
Getting a nice flush. I'd be willing to buy those 56.90s.
Yep.
Make it down there.
Let's see if you buy this MOC. MOC still 2 billion sell side S&Ps, 500 million sell side Nasdaq. He's going to unwind this entire rally.
Imagine we make new lows a day.
Oh, I mean, it would be incredible. Absolutely incredible. Hey, 3,300 people tuned in right now for Power Hour. We are selling off right now. Click like, follow, and subscribe. Last trade 56.93. You want to dump this? What is this? The tax hike? Is that what this is? This headline's a tax. All right. Those 90s, Gabe. 90s.
Oh, I know.
Shit. NASDAQ up against overnight VWAP. 700.
We got like 5 more points to go.
Oh man.
691 is where I'd like to see us retest. But take out that low from 1030. Question is, will we see it?
See this MOC flip. If
Joe
this MOC
Black
goes,
says, you guys never listen.
I mean, hey, let's talking more trading. I mean, what do you want us to do?
Abraham, top quiz winners were already dropped. I'd say about 10 minutes ago, maybe 15. Rewind.
Gabe, I do believe we have some housekeeping to do.
We do, but guess what? I think today.
Really?
Now Tim's directing, so I think today we skip that series 3, and we just go straight into some Power Hour content. James, you back there?
Unreal.
Yeah, you want to see some Power Hour? You want to see some Hour of the Power? I got it for you.
Hour of the Power.
Here it is.
Let's run through them.
From James
Love it.
Hansen. Wow, tape bombs both sides. One to get filled at VWAP, and the second bomb teleporting me to my take profit for an almost instant $500. Good work there, James. Oh, I'm blocked by the positions. From KT, 4,000, another one, 7,000 total payout for the week, 18K year to date in profits. Thank you, Topstep, for giving retail traders an opportunity to trade and making this possible. I went from losing combines and XFAs last year to getting my first payout this year.
Oh yeah.
That is what we'd love to see. That's a perfect Power Hour submission. So thank you, KT. From Nick, about to request 15K from Topstep after market close. Forever grateful for the opportunity these platforms give me and others. Nick, we hope to see your name on our top 5 payouts tomorrow, if that's true. And just wait, man. Once that money hits your bank account, no better feeling. Talking about money hitting bank accounts, Zamco, one of our guests from earlier this week, sharing his $22,500 payout from Topstep. He says, thanks a lot. No, Zamco, thank you.
Zamco?
You did that. And, special shout out. I had to close out Power Hour with one of our own from TopstepTV.
Yeah.
Hope is from Chicago.
Gosh.
He's on a mission from
There
Chicago.
it is. Wow. Who did that one?
Shout out to JD. Creative did
Love
that,
it.
but JD threw it in chat and
Nice.
tagged our creative team.
That's right, boys. We got a Chicagoan in there. Anyway, that's all your Power Hour content for today. Send it to you guys
Thanks,
and close
James.
us out. Take us home.
Thank you, James.
Appreciate it.
All right. We got two.
Anne Marie, 50% of the last swing high low, and ES is 56.93. We are basing right
93s?
off of 56.93.
Yeah, we are.
I'm like $700 from passing this combine. I'm literally about to just take a one lot,
I'm not gonna get
56.90s,
long
but
here.
I'm driving.
691. They keep selling this thing, Gabe.
All right.
We'll see what happens here.
Here's that push.
Bam. All right. I'm long too. Oh, shoot.
Okay.
Oh, shit. Oh,
Stops.
yeah. Oh. Stops in for sure. 56.77. What did MOC do? Oh, no. Oh, man. MOC. I'm going to field day with this one.
I don't see an update to those numbers yet.
4 minutes to go. 692. They're just going to wind this entire damn rally all day. Oh, man. Go figure.
Vice President Vance says tax bill will grow the economy, and then Vance also said
on.
Musk is not disappearing. More waste can be found.
Oh, real. Oh, man. What a rug pull indeed. MOC starting to turn around a little buy side. We're starting to get closer to neutral, I should say. See if they can turn this thing around.
Kwesi sends his best regards.
Oh,
His computer
thank you.
overheated, so he is out.
What? Oh no, overheated. Oh man.
Goes from having the charger not plugged in to
God.
computer
Uh-huh.
overheating, man.
Uh-huh.
Just one of those days. All right. What do we got here?
We got 3 minutes. Come on. 56.85 last trade. House is long from 92. Hello. Oh man. Hello.
Yeah, Kwesi, one of those days, dude. We appreciate you coming on for a few, man. Always good to see you.
Yeah, it is. I remember my first trade. Hey, for real. Hey, it happens. What are you gonna do? Got the risk. Oh man, it's been a minute. First day back after a couple of days off, just jumping in it, and hey, we'll see what happens. We got what? 3 minutes. 3 minutes till the close. What MOC? Boss said bye. What are we doing? Oh, I don't get it. I'm just gonna puke this entire fucking.
Where are the buyers?
Not here. No idea. I
They're
know, man.
not
For real,
here.
Big Mike. For real. You know, what we have after the bell, we got some earnings. We got Coinbase. We got Monster. We got DraftKings as well after the bell. Stay tuned for At the Buzzer with Coach Paul and Jay. What's up, Kwesi? Computer overheated. We're looking on the clock, Gabe. About 2 minutes. 2 minutes. Turn this thing around. Maybe buy more.
Come on, buyers.
Yeah. Hey, that's what it's turned into.
And shout out to Robin. I don't know if y'all caught Robin's segment, but that was clip worthy. We are going to have to clip that whole segment and post it separately like we do with some of the other performance coaches we've had on. But that was a fantastic time spent. Hoag did a great job just letting her take the floor. She was on a roll. Can't wait to get her back.
What's that delta at? It kept going 9100 negative in the ES. We got 90 seconds till the close. So these shorts want to cover, or these MOC sellers want to come in and just keep hammering this thing. Oh, my 17,000 Hoag. Oh, geez. Shit. Yeah.
Yikes.
Yep.
Yikes. Watch, the rally won't come in until after the bell.
I know.
Last hour, once earnings drop, that's when we're going to rip higher.
NASDAQ went buy side, unreal. S&P's trying to get closer to buy side. Well, what are you gonna do? Man, oh man. This is why I drive. This is why. Yeah, I know Trump said buy. Trump said buy for real. We're gonna do this right now. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. What a sell-off. Man, oh man. Just absolutely unwound this whole rally.
I mean, last time he said buy, it was a complete blow off top. He says it this time, and he called the top.
I know this delta is my 17,000. That's going to be an issue. All right, 10 seconds. I got to flatten this. Was a trade? Yep.
Oh man,
yeah,
you shook it off, right? Got back in the water.
Oh yeah. Oh good, and flat. No, all right.
All right,
down $1,800.
There's the bell.
Shit, yeah, fuck. Yeah, back to my trade vocabulary.
Yeah,
all right, yeah, good stuff, Gabe. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, you driving now. You got this, Gabe. Take us out of here. Man.
All right, y'all. Dre, it was a blast. Kwesi, thanks again for joining us for the few minutes we had you, man. Always a blast. Y'all, it was a great day. Lots of just fantastic guests. We're super grateful to have you as always. I'm going to go ahead and go over the schedule. Obviously, we are done for the day show, but stick around. We do have At the Buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul coming up here right on YouTube at 3:15 Central. And then let's go over tomorrow's schedule. And make sure you also check out Slow Markets this evening. Slow Markets, let's see who's joining Dakota. It's actually going to be Barron. Now, Barron was out for Fast Markets this morning with a migraine, so hopefully he is feeling better, back to himself, and we can see him on slow markets with Dakota this evening. So come back, hang out with us this evening. But tomorrow, Friday, so we got the London Open with Aaron Luce at 1:30 a.m. Central Standard Time. Tomorrow, we have Coach Hoop joining us for opening call. We got Coach Dakota and Mohammed for fast markets. Peter Tuckman coming in with the energy to close out the week, giving us the rundown of what he's been seeing. And then we have Federico. Federico is a new guest of ours. He's a VIP trader on Deanna's Chameleonaires. Closing up season 2. Want to hear about his journey in the VIP program. Then we have Hoop and Hoag joining JD for Lunchbox Trading. Then we have myself and Hecker playing Top Quiz. So come back and play Top Quiz with us tomorrow at 1 p.m. Central. Then we got Ben T, big board trader. Ben T is just climbing the ranks, and he's going to be trading it up with us in Back to the Futures at 1 p.m., 1:15 after Top Quiz, excuse me. And then we have a special guest that you have not seen in quite some time, but he is a fan favorite. We got Zona in the building, the myth, the legend, with Coach Jay as well, joining Andre and Dolby for the reversal challenge. So it's going to be quite a fun day. We're going to close out the week strong. But that's it. So as Eddie would say, now is your time. Get some rest, get up, stretch, take a walk outside, go touch some grass, get some nutrition, food, brain power, and then we will see you back for At the Buzzer. But that's all for me. You guys have a blessed evening, and we will see you tomorrow. Take care.
How now, brown cow? It's your boy, Don Paglione. I'll keep this brief. I don't care if you have $2 or $30 this Christmas, because at the end of the day, you're all my dolls. And when Daddy Powell calls a tea party, you better believe you're all going to sit and watch like the neutered little Ken dolls that you are. Perhaps you've heard, I'm a made man. The President of the United States can't touch me. Think about that. I could roll a Philly blunt on the podium today and blow a cloud so thick we get a new pope. And there's literally nothing any of you could do about it. So trade carefully, y'all, and be sure to check out my affiliate link in the chat for 20% off a Casper mattress. Powell out.